Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, National Beast Control. My battle pet is super powerful. Chapter 1. Look, isn't that Yi Fan, who is number 1 in the exams this year at Pingcheng Junior High School? He is really assigned to the ordinary class. What's wrong with being the first in the exam? It's said that my beast controlling talent is barely rated D level. It's good to be able to come here to study in high school. Oh, what a pity. I've heard of him before. It's said that the principal said that he will become a powerful beast master in the future. Oh, no matter how good the theory is, what's the use? If you don't have talent, you won't be able to control beasts. You may not even be able to get into university in the future. After entering Pingcheng High School, Yi Fan walked in the corridors and headed towards the classroom at the end of this floor. Naturally, he heard clearly what the onlookers said, but he did not argue anything. The talent to control beasts indeed occupies an extremely important position in Pingcheng, or in the entire world. Beastmasters, ever since the inexplicable spiritual energy appeared on the earth thousands of years ago, and various monster-like creatures appeared to replace the original animals, beastmasters have occupied a well-known name. When a person reaches the age of 15 and undergoes traction, the beast control space in the body will open, allowing the person to sign contracts with various monsters to drive them. This process is also called awakening. After awakening, everyone will have a beast-controlling talent, which has various aspects. Most of them are blessing the beast-controlling ability. According to the degree of blessing the beast-controlling ability, the level of the beast-controlling talent is divided into 4 levels from D to A grade. D level is not the lowest, but as long as you reach D level, you are considered to be in the mainstream and can become a qualified beast master. In later generations, the level of this beast-controlling talent has become a judgment in various aspects, the most direct of which is like Yi Fan. In terms of theoretical knowledge of beast control before high school, he was number 1 in Pingcheng. But a D-level talent still assigned him to the ordinary class. It's just that whoever says D class will always be D class. At the door of the ordinary class, Yi Fan stood there and glanced at the number on the door panel, with a smile on his face. He was too familiar with this place, or in other words, this was his origin in his previous life. The light of Pingcheng brought countless glory to Pingcheng. In his last life, he was a D-level man who swept through countless geniuses of this generation and walked out of Pingcheng. Without talent, he might not be able to become a strong man. After decades of journey, he finally became the dominant king-level beast master, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Unfortunately, in the end he was plotted by a villain. In order to find the legendary beast-controlling artifact, he led his confidants into an ancient secret realm. Unexpectedly, his brother temporarily betrayed him and awakened the legendary emperor-level beast-controlling dragon, the space-time dragon. He fought desperately, but was ultimately defeated by the legendary imperial beast-controlling beast. Before he died, looking at the sinister smile of his brother who had shared the same hardships, he held the beast-controlling sacred weapon he had obtained and self-destructed, killing the space-time dragon in an instant. But the traitor was not killed. Perhaps because of the uniqueness of the beast-controlling sacred weapon, or perhaps because of the imperial-level beast-controlling space-time dragon and his unwillingness, he was reborn back to his boyhood many years ago. This was the beginning of his beast-controlling career. His talent had not changed, but everything was completely different. Are you going to start over again? After saying something to himself, Yi Fan looked at his wrist, where there was a dragon-shaped pattern. Time and space dragon, he can be reborn, it should be inseparable from this. After looking for a while, and not knowing what he thought of, Yi Fan turned around and moved his eyes to the other side of the aisle. The man who betrayed him was also there, but he didn't know until he died that the hatred between this man and himself had long been incomprehensible, but he usually concealed it very well. In my last life, I swept Pingcheng High School in 3 years. In this life, I will only do it faster. You, just wait for me. After saying something in a deep tone, Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and approached the ordinary class in front of him. Yi Fan, why are you here? Come here quickly. In the corner, a little fat man shouted softly. Seeing this person, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes, walked over quickly and sat down next to him. This man was his childhood friend and his best friend for many years. His name was Li Yu, also known as Fatty Li. I didn't expect that we would be in the same class when we reached high school. Fatty Lee seemed to notice that Yi Fan was in a bad mood, and sighed, and then smiled, but it's okay, D grade is D grade, who said D-level people can't become geniuses? Look at the 4 young masters in the capital, that one is not D-level, and he doesn't have an eternal level beast in his hand. I'm fine. Feeling Fatty Lee's comforting words, Yi Fan replied with a smile, looking at the table with a somewhat condensed look. Hey Fatty, when are we going to choose the beast master today? After a pause, he glanced at the people around him, his eyes echoed around the class. Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee and asked, seemingly unintentionally. Probably in a moment. Fatty Lee replied, seeming a little excited, Yi Fan, have you decided on which beast to control? They are all low grade, no matter what you choose, they are almost the same. Yi Fan replied. They are all of low grade, how is that possible? On the side, Fatty Lee heard Yi Fan's words and said with some disbelief, didn't Ping Chung say that Ping Chung would give out some extremely high potential beast masters to students this year? That's for the elite class and the excellence class. How can we have a share? Hearing this, Yi Fan curled his lips. Taming beasts, like humans, are also divided into high and low potentials. If the potential is exhausted, it means that there is no room for progress for this beast. Beastmasters with inferior bloodlines can generally only grow to the bronze level. Whether they can become silver or not depends on luck, and the silver level is just the beginning. The strength levels of the beastmasters start from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, eternity, star glory, glory, etc. Each level is a gap, and the strength is also very different. Ah, it turns out we have nothing. On the side, Fatty Lee was a little disappointed, only low grade, isn't it the same as what you buy on the street outside? At least it's free, and you can't just buy the beasts if you want. There is a limit, Yi Fan said, and said seriously, it's okay to be inferior. It doesn't mean that you can't become a powerful beast. Inferior grade, it's too difficult. It's even difficult to grow up to be an elite. Fatty Lee was a little helpless, but he could only nod his head. Before he finished speaking, a serious voice sounded from the classroom broadcast. Everyone be quiet, come to the playground and select your beast. The classroom immediately became lively, and Fatty Lee also grabbed Yi Fan, becoming excited again. Yi Fan stood up and his eyes narrowed when he heard Fatty Lee's words. That's really not certain, Soon, a group of people came to the playground. They were the only ones in the same class. In order to avoid confusion, they were selected in batches. On the beast taming stage, the beast tamers were all standing. They were all of low grade, but they also looked extremely ferocious. They were definitely much more powerful than ordinary people. Yi Fan, which beast do you want to choose? On the stage, the teacher was still explaining the rules of selection. Fatty Lee pointed to one of the beasts with some excitement and said excitedly, that one, the crocodile beast, must be very powerful, I will choose that one soon. That one is not a crocodile beast, it's a raptor. After taking a look at the beast, Yi Fan shook his head, it looks powerful, but in fact it is very slow and its defense is not strong enough. Ah, it's a lizard-type beast. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned. Obviously, the words came from him, a master of theory, so he must be right. I suggest you choose the fiery sun snake. After taking a look at Fatty Lee, Yi Fan said, that taming beast performed well in all aspects among the low-level beasts. It is naturally poisonous. Your talent is with the enhanced toxin and this beast, it will not be difficult to gain silver strength in the future. Can you get silver? Hearing this, Fatty Lee's eyes lit up, then I'll choose that one. Yi Fan nodded without speaking, with a smile in his eyes. He had really chosen that cheating lizard in his life before he was a child. He didn't even get into the silver level after graduation, and he didn't even get into the worst universities. In this new life, although I still have a great revenge to be repaid, it would be nice to help me out. Soon, the selection ceremony began, and Fatty Lee took the lead, choosing the sun snake, and shouted excitedly to Yi Fan. Yi Fan went through the beasts for several times, and finally settled on one. Yi Fan, how did you choose this beast? Fatty Lee came to Yi Fan and frowned when he saw the beast Yi Fan had chosen. Even I know this beast. Fire dog, except for body temperature. The higher ones have no other effect and are almost the most profitable among the inferior ones. I know. Yi Fan nodded. I know you still. Shish. Yi Fan stretched out his finger, looked at Fatty Lee in front of him, and suddenly said in a deep tone. Fat man, there is no weakest beast master, only the weakest beast master. There is no weakest beast master, only the weakest beast master. As soon as these words came out, Fatty Lee was stunned. Obviously, in this era where the talent to control beasts is highly valued, this sentence has a huge impact on Fatty Lee. Develop more cooperation between you and the beast master. The minimum requirement for a beast master and a beast master is to know each other well. Yi Fan said nothing more, patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder, turned around, and took back the fire dog. There is no theoretical knowledge in high school, it is basically practical combat. On the first day of school, the task is just to choose a beast. After selecting a beast, you can move around freely and get familiar with your own beast. Yi Fan did not stay at the school. He found a reason to ask for leave and went straight back to the dormitory assigned by the school. After all, it was the only high school in Pingcheng, and the students' accommodation was arranged in single rooms. After entering the door, Yi Fan closed the house and carefully made sure that no one was around before sitting down cross-legged. Keeping his composure, Yi Fan took a deep breath and then recited silently. Beast Control Space. The Beast Control Space is a special space that each Beast Master has when he awakens and can accommodate the beasts. However, there is nothing in the space and can only accommodate a few beasts. The next moment after he finished reciting silently, the picture in Yi Fan's sight rotated. When his eyes became clear, Yi Fan was already in a place like a paradise. There are mountains, water, and a small house. The fire dog I chose today is taking a nap outside the small house. Successful. Seeing the fire dog appearing here, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with joy and he looked around. At the same time, the mark on his arm lit up. A large amount of information poured into Yi Fan's mind. For a moment, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and there was a trace of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. This is what he desperately got back then, the legendary beast-controlling holy weapon, which was merged with his beast-controlling space and space-time dragon in the big explosion to form this treasure. The mark on his arm was his beast control space. Just now, the mark conveyed everything about this space to him. There is abundant energy here, which is very suitable for the survival of beasts. Beasts can grow most effectively here. Not only that, there are various mysteries in the space. As long as the beasts become stronger, these mysteries will gradually unfold. And now, one of the mysteries displayed in this space is also the most critical point. The flow rate of time between the inner world and the outer world is 30:1. After staying here for 30 days, only one day has passed outside. Such a thing is worthy of being called the most precious treasure in the world, a sacred weapon for controlling beasts. With such a treasure, everything will be much easier if the beast is brought here. Yi Fan stroked the fire dog on his hand, which was rubbing his arm affectionately, and there was a warm feeling. It has a natural effect of high body temperature. Fire dogs are not useless. In its bloodline, there is often a trace of the high-level beast-controlling hellhound, but it is very small and difficult to awaken. But even if it cannot awaken, as long as it grows up, it can control the flames and unleash terrifying lethality. The most important thing is that because of the bloodline legacy, its growth is not restricted by low-grade bloodlines. As long as you can endure it, you can find enough natural and earthly treasures to train it to the eternal level, or even the glory level. It is not impossible. If he dares to choose a fire dog, he naturally has a way to make this fire dog unleash its potential. Whether it is the various breeding methods he knows or the treasures in the ruins, he can guarantee his fire dog terrifying strength will bloom in the future. And now, after learning about the power of this space, Yi Fan feels that his choice is wise. For Yi Fan, the ability of this space means that the biggest limitation of the fire dog has been lifted. In this unique beast-controlling space, there is the energy most suitable for beast control, coupled with his own various methods. 100 days of work can be accomplished in one day. This fire dog that no one cares about will soon shock everyone's jaws. Looking at the fire dog, Yi Fan's eyes were full of smiles. He paused for a while and moved his eyes to the side of the small house. If the beasts can be brought in, then those spiritual herbs and elixirs can also be transplanted. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes became hot. In the last life, he could become a king-level beast master. He had seen many natural and earthly treasures, but each of these natural and earthly treasures needed a long time to mature. It would take a long time to get the necessary materials. Waiting for the next time, it can take anywhere from a few years to 100 years. But if I find the spiritual grass and elixir and transplant it here, wouldn't it be? The sacred weapon of beast control is so terrifying. With an exclamation, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog beside him, patted its head, and then closed his eyes. The screen rotated, and when he opened his eyes again, Yi Fan reappeared in the rental house. At this moment, it was still dark outside, and only a short time had passed. I estimated the time when I went in and compared the two. Sure enough, it was 30-1. Looking at the silence in the dormitory, Yi Fan took a long breath, and then his eyes turned cold. With this thing, your strength will rise rapidly. Then you can think about things that you couldn't fight for at this stage in your previous life. For example, the trial of the new secret realm 3 months later. The new secret realm is naturally very different from the ancient secret realm that I finally explored in my previous life. It was built by the school itself. It is the lowest level of the secret realm and there are not many good things in the secret realm. But Yi Fan, who has experienced it once, knows that there is a rare treasure in this vague secret realm. 3 months is enough for me to strengthen myself first. I will definitely get that treasure. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan finally calmed down and sat cross-legged, his breathing gradually becoming a cycle. Breathing method is a method used by beast masters to strengthen themselves. The higher the level of breathing method, the more beasts they can control. Ordinary people usually follow the popular breathing method handed down by the training school. This breathing method is highly universal and can be practiced by almost everyone. However, the upper limit is also low. The number of enhancements given to beast masters and the number of beast masters that can be unlocked are not many. He is naturally different. In his last life, he had seen hundreds of profound breathing techniques, many of which had terrifying effects. For example, what he is using now is the most advanced of these breathing methods, the Saint method. It is known as the most domineering breathing method in the world. It can be divided into 4 realms: whales, cannibals, dragons, ants, and can transform all energy. For your own sake, if you practice to the end, you can become a saint. Call. As the breathing method continued, Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth and took a breath. This breath was like a whale breathing, and the surrounding air was instantly drained and poured into Yi Fan's mouth. The surrounding space was full of energy, and with just one sip, Mark's body lit up with light. Lair. Yi Fan, who had previous life experience, easily entered the door of this breathing method. Call. Opening his mouth again, Yi Fan slowly breathed out, his eyes suddenly opened, and light flowed in them. The method of becoming a saint is really overbearing. The first level of swallowing is just a mouth. No matter what it is energy, air or whatever. It is transformed to make up for itself. This breath is at least equivalent to the results of dozens of days of ordinary breathing. With that said, Yi Fan stood up. The amount of food he swallowed was large. He did not enter the second level of nibbling. At this moment, the energy in his body was almost overflowing and it took some time to consume it. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Waving his arms, Yi Fan raised the corners of his mouth, and there was a glint in his eyes. With the super powerful breathing method and the unique beast control space, in this life, his starting point is already full, plus the experience in the previous life. Class D. So what about D class? After staying in the beast controlling space for a long time, it was not until the second whale swallowing operation that Yi Fan exited the beast controlling space. At this moment, the sky outside had just darkened, but I had already been in the beast controlling space for 7 or 8 days. Just after exiting, Yi Fan was looking out the window, trying to digest what he had gained recently. At this moment, the cell phone rang rapidly on the table. Fat man. He picked up the phone and took a look at it. Yi Fan showed a puzzled expression. Shouldn't this guy be holding the sun snake and kissing and hugging it at this time? Why do you want to call me? Beep. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Fan answered the call. As soon as he got through, Fatty Li's anxious voice came from the other side. Yi Fan, Deng Cheng and Ji Feng want to steal my beast. Want to steal your beast? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. Choosing a beast is voluntary, why should they steal it? They said that they were the first to take a fancy to that beast-controlling beast, and I snatched it first. Fatty Lee said quickly. They found 7 or 8 people and said they wanted to have a beast-controlling duel with me. If they lose, they will all give them the beast. Where's the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? The teacher was in class, and I was blocked by them in the teaching building. At this time, I was in the toilet next to the teaching building. The fat man said, seeming a little scared, Yi Fan, come and save me, or my beast will be destroyed. Gone. Just wait for me in the toilet and hold them back. Snap. Yi Fan hung up the phone, opened the door and headed towards the school. I had just found a pretty good beast for Fatty Lee, and I hoped that he would be able to make a difference in this life, so these guys were going to steal his beast. These two were well-known bullies in the school's ordinary class. In the previous life, before I rose up, Fatty and I were bullied by them. Deng Chang, Ji Feng, these two fools, if I don't come to find you, how dare you bump into me? Court death, haha, fat man, you hid in the toilet and thought we couldn't find you. You're not afraid, are you? A great beast master doesn't have the courage to duel with other beast masters. You're still a beast master. If you want me to see it, why don't you go home and raise pigs as soon as possible? Quote. In the empty classroom in the teaching building, Deng Chang and Jifeng led 7 or 8 people, surrounding the fat man, and they were sarcastic at him. The fat man blushed and clenched his fists tightly. Hey, you're still clenching your fists, who are you trying to scare? Deng Chang saw the fat man's movements and pushed hard, almost knocking the fat man to the ground. Don't pretend to be a big-tailed wolf there. In junior high school, when you were the master of theory, we probably wouldn't have dared to touch you. It's different now. That kid of yours is AD class, and he's a waste on the same level as us. Who is still afraid of him? You are wise, please hand over your sun snake. I asked someone to ask. Among these beasts, that sun snake is the most powerful. Is it worthy of someone like you? Hurry and give it to me. Lao Su. A group of people gathered around again. Deng Chang stretched his head and said, don't say I bully you. Either you duel with my beast like a man now, or just give me your beast. Otherwise, don't blame our brother for not taking any serious action. With that said, Deng Chang raised his fist again. All compete. At this point, the fat man couldn't stand it any longer and could only speak. What? Hearing this, Deng Chang smiled. What did you just say? A group of people laughed. Deng Chang stepped on Fatty Lee, leaned down, turned his ear, and said with a very mocking expression, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Fatty Lee was stepped on his chest and felt suffocated for a moment. He struggled to speak. I said, He said, let me compare. Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Deng Chang hesitated, turned around and saw Yi Fan walking into the open space. Yi Fan. Looking at Yi Fan, Deng Chang seemed to be a bit angry. You want to stand up for him? What's wrong? It can't work, Yi Fan said, taking a step forward and scanning everyone one after another. This glance contained the anger of a king-level beast master. The moment they were glanced at, everyone shrank their heads and subconsciously retreated back. They were suppressed, and even Deng Chang couldn't restrain himself and wanted to retreat, but seeing so many people around him, he seemed to have thought of something, and he felt confident. You come to compete. You come to compete. After releasing Fatty Lee's foot, Deng Chang stood up and said, if you lose, you have to hand over your beast. Not everyone can take my beast. Yi Fan replied, his eyes widened, did you lose? Am I losing? As soon as these words came out, Deng Chang laughed, Yi Fan, you are still where you were before. Now you are not just as good as you were on paper. I didn't stop before, Yi Fan replied, speaking calmly, what I'm asking now is if you lose, what happens next? Such a casual attitude seemed to irritate Deng Chang. He waved his hand and said, I lose, I will give you my beast. I don't care about those rubbish beasts of yours. Yi Fan shook his head, I want a seed from Baekyeotang's fire fruit. Fire fruit seeds, worth 10,000. Hearing this, Deng Chang hesitated. But soon, this hesitation turned into confidence, just bet. Brush. After speaking, Deng Chang waved his hand, and a light flashed in front of his eyes. The next moment, a beast shaped like a pangolin appeared in front of him. The beast was born with some anti-poison ability. No wonder Dang Chang held the fat man tightly. It turned out that his beast just restrained the fat man. But that's all. After speaking, Yi Fan also waved his palm, and the fire dog appeared in front of the group. Fire dog, how dare you take out such a rubbish beast? Looking at the beast thrown by Yi Fan, Dang Chang laughed, and then raised his hand again. Beast. Sharp teeth. The light gathered on the body of the cloud armor beast. It was visible to the naked eye that the teeth of the cloud armor beast became sharper. Sharp teeth, AD level talent, has the ability to make the teeth of the beast sharper. It still has a certain strengthening ability for the beast that attacks with teeth. Yi Fan naturally would not hide his clumsiness. He raised his hand and the light condensed. Beast. Ascension. Under the light, the size of the fire dog slightly increased, and its shape seemed to have changed. This is his talent, ascending, improving all the attributes of the beast. It sounds very domineering, but the degree of improvement is very small. Less than 5%. You are still ascending at this level. You are not going to make me laugh to death. Seeing this scene, Dang Chang became more and more rampant, commanding the beast, cloud armor beast, use the impact directly. Snap, snap. As the voice fell, the cloud armor beast rushed towards the fire dog at an incredibly fast speed. Yi Fan also laughed at this scene. Impact, then bite. This Dang Chang has a beautiful idea. This method is okay for dealing with children, but for dealing with yourself, it's a joke. Fire dog, step to the right, hit its head. Almost at the moment when the cloud armor beast was about to hit the fire dog, Yi Fan spoke. The fire dog reacted quickly and retreated to the right. The cloud armor beast suddenly lost its strength. Before it could react, the fire dog howled and hit it heavily on the head. Dong, dong, dong. The cloud armor beast rolled 4 or 5 times after the collision, and then its eyes rolled back, and it lay there with its white belly facing up. The air suddenly became silent, and no one in the group reacted to the cloud armor beast that had lost its ability to fight. Dang Chang's eyes were dull, and he seemed to have no reaction at all. I hit it, and then I was killed in seconds. The cloud armor beast is called the cloud armor beast, which naturally means that its defense is not bad, but you are not even familiar with the cloud armor beast, and you think that only the belly is its fatal point. Little do you know that the cloud armor of the cloud armor beast, except for the belly, the only part that is not covered is the brain. In this regard, your beast control is very similar to you. Dang Chang looked up woodenly and saw Yi Fan who came in front of him. He looked down at him, and the corners of his mouth were full of disdainful teasing. What do you mean? Do you give me the seeds of the fiery fruit now? Or do you want to cash it in directly? Dang Chang gritted his teeth and looked at the joking Yi Fan, a little annoyed. Yi Fan, don't be proud. My cousin is Dang Li from the Excellence class. You dare to touch me? Excellence class Dang Li. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed when he heard the name. Naturally, he had heard of this person. In his previous life, he could even be said to be thunderous. He had AB level talent and was considered the top student in the Excellence class. After graduating from Pingcheng, he did not go to college. Instead, he formed a gang in Pingcheng and established a bullshit gang. Longchang gang bullies men and women, and collects protection money everywhere. My parents opened a small restaurant in Pingcheng in their previous life, and they were often ripped off. At one time, they had to send money back to collect the money. Later, when I came back from graduation, this idiot ran away after hearing the news and went to Yuncheng for several years, did not return. Sure enough, annoying people always get together, Yi Fan said and kicked Dang Chang. After all, Yi Fan has practiced the method of becoming a saint. At this moment, although he has only swallowed twice, the effect is obvious. After this kick, Dang Chang wanted to dodge, but he was kicked down by Yi Fan, hit the wall. Dang Chang struggled, and Yi Fan stepped on him, just like he had just stepped on a fat man. Next to them, several of Dang Li's cavalry were startled when they saw this, and they were about to rush to rescue them, but Yi Fan glanced at them coldly. You guys, it's best to stay where you are and don't move. After the words fell, several people's movements froze, and they were really stunned on the spot. When Yi Fan saw this, he smiled disdainfully. To put it bluntly, these people were bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Even if he did not have the pressure of a king, the aura of a strong man existed in his heart, and he could easily shock a few little kids. Dang Chang, let me tell you. Yi Fan lowered his body and said coldly, within an hour, either let your fools bring me the seeds of the fire fruit, or call your cousin to bring me the seeds of the fire fruit. Bring me the seeds of the fire fruit. You have two choices. I only give you an hour. If you take more than a second, you will bear the consequences. After saying this, Yi Fan increased the strength on his legs. Dang Chang was a little unbearable and waved his hands quickly. You guys come to my cousin quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the few horses who were already a little scared ran out of the classroom quickly as if they had received an amnesty. In the empty classroom, only Dang Chang, who was breathing heavily, looked at Yi Fan with wide eyes. Yi Fan, why don't you forget it? On the side, Fatty Lee saw that they really went to call for help. He pulled Yi Fan and whispered, the people in the excellence class are not easy to mess with. They are at least C level or above, of talent. C level, even if A level is here today, you have to give me the seeds of the fire fruit. Yi Fan snorted coldly, but still did not relax. After hearing this, Fatty Lee shrank his head and looked at Yi Fan in front of him, with some surprise in his eyes. He remembered that he had never lost his temper like this when he was young. For such a long time, the other party had always been very easygoing. In the past, when someone was looking for trouble, he would always choose to calm things down like him. How could he become so domineering today? Fat man, just swallowing your anger will only make others think you are easy to bully. As if he saw what Fatty was thinking, Yi Fan said, I won't offend others unless they offend me. If you offend me, you must pay the price. Quote. I know. The fat man was stunned for a while, then nodded without any rebuttal, but there was a hint of cowardice in his eyes. Yi Fan naturally took in Fatty Lee's reaction, and a smile appeared on his face. Fatty was timid by nature, and with poor grades and now being in the bottom D class, it was normal for him to be afraid of things. Boom. Not long after, the classroom door was pushed open with a bang, and a man in leather clothes with a gloomy look walked in. As soon as he came in, looking at Dang Chang who was about to roll his eyes after being stepped on by Yi Fan, the man's face showed anger. Let him go. Where is what I want? Yi Fan raised his eyes, looked at the famous Dang Li, and said calmly. Things. Dang Li was stunned by these words, and the people on the side quickly came up and explained what happened. A fire fruit seed. Hearing this, Dang Li frowned and looked at Mark. Forget it. Yi Fan smiled, raised his foot, and then stepped on it again. It is only natural that you are willing to admit defeat. Not to mention how much is your face worth. Hearing this, Dang Li became angry, clenching his fists instantly and about to hit Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid and looked at the other party. On the opposite side, Dang Li had already raised his fist, but when he saw Yi Fan's calm and even slightly expectant eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Why is this guy not afraid? Does he have any confidence? When the idea came to him, Dang Chang looked at his cousin, frowned, hesitated for a while, and then lowered his fist. I'll give you 10,000 yuan, and you let my cousin go. Suppressing his anger, Dang Li spoke. Seeing that Dang Li stopped moving, Yi Fan was a little surprised, but he didn't care and nodded. 10,000 yuan, okay. Give it to him. Dang Chang took out a stack of money and handed it to the person next to him. The person took the money and walked up to Yi Fan. In this case, let your cousin go. After taking the money and saying something, Yi Fan raised his feet, and Dang Chang almost rolled and crawled towards his cousin. Cousin, help me take revenge. Dang Chang's face was red. He was stepped on for so long. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Shut up. Dang Li yelled, this is school. Dang Chang was stunned when he was scolded, as if he did not expect that his cousin, who had a good relationship with him, would scold him. If anything happens, you can solve it after you leave school. Dang Li lowered his voice and patted Dang Chang on the shoulder. Everyone in the school is a student. Once you get out of school, there are plenty of solutions. Hearing this, Dang Chang smiled and agreed repeatedly. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Dang Chang led a group of people away. Before leaving, he gave Yi Fan a vicious look. After the people left, Yi Fan counted the money in his hand leisurely. 10,000 yuan, in this high school period, is almost equivalent to my living expenses for more than half a year. I was still thinking about making some money through my own side job. After all, I was still in Pingcheng at this time, and I was also starting out. There were many resources, and the most convenient way was to buy them with money. It saves some things. After counting, no more, no less, just 100, Yi Fan patted the money and held the money in his hand. Yi Fan, did you listen to what Dang Li said just now? He seems to be looking for someone to mess with us outside the school. The fat man came over cautiously, his tone a little scared. Let him find it. Yi Fan didn't care. He asked the other party to find Dang Li, just to have a fight with him and vent the anger his parents suffered in his previous life. Who can a future gangster leader find? Ding Tian is just some gangsters, scum that is not as powerful as black iron. Give yourself a few days and it will be easy to deal with them. What should we do? Fatty didn't have as much courage as Mark. He only knew that the other party was going to block them outside the school, and his face was full of anxiety. I have to go home on the weekend. Just go back with me. But what if you're not here? If I were alone, I wouldn't even be able to defeat Deng Chang. Seeing the fat man running around anxiously, Yi Fan suddenly felt a little sad. All in all, Fatty Li has always been kind to him. During the most difficult time in high school, he never changed his attitude towards himself because of his changes, whether he was dropped from a high place where his D-level talent was measured or he later became the light of Pingcheng. The only pity is that Fatty's beast control talent is not very good. In the last life, due to the growing gap in the level of the two beast control masters, it was rare to even have the opportunity to meet, let alone fight side by side. Thinking about it, Mark suddenly laughed. Fat man. Seeing Fatty Li becoming anxious again, Yi Fan suddenly said, do you want to become a powerful beast master? Fatty Li was stunned by these words and said hesitantly, I think so, but my talent. Talent is not a problem, you just have to answer me now, do you want to? Yi Fan's eyes were firm. Yes, Fatty Li answered with almost no hesitation. That's good. Yi Fan nodded, patted Fatty Li on the shoulder, and then walked out of the classroom. Follow me. Fatty Li looked confused, but still followed Mark. Soon, the two returned to the dormitory. Yi Fan casually sat on the stool and motioned for Fatty Li to sit down. Fat man, I will teach you a breathing technique now. Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li and spoke slowly. What? As soon as Yi Fan spoke, Fatty Li was shocked. Breathing method is not something that can be taken carelessly. It is related to the background of the beast control master. In addition to the general breathing method, even any ordinary breathing method is worth tens of millions. If it is extremely strong, it is no exaggeration to say that it is priceless. It's just a breathing method, Yi Fan said, and then said seriously, the breathing method I taught you is not the best in the world, but in a sense, it is the most suitable for you. This is too precious. Fatty Li hesitated. The long-term friendship between you and me is more precious than this. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said solemnly, the breathing method I taught you is called Teodi method. This Teodi method is very simple. You only need to eat all kinds of things, all kinds of food and even treasures from heaven and earth. After eating, use the Teodi method to perfectly digest the food and transform it into energy to replenish yourself. Teodi method. When he heard the name, the fat man trembled. Teodi, that is one of the four evils in ancient times, the legendary beast that can swallow the sun and the moon. The breathing method named after Teodi, isn't this a masterpiece? The Teodi method has 7 levels in total. With each level, the number of beasts you can control will double, the transformation will be stronger, and the more things you can eat, and in the end, not only will you be able to control hundreds of beasts, and even fine gold ore can be used. Yi Fan did not explain anything, but said, next, I will tell you the Teodi method, and you must listen carefully to every word. Understood. Fatty Li nodded. Close your eyes, use your breathing as a guide, and move the energy in your body. Yi Fan spoke slowly. Fatty Li frowned and tried hard to write down Yi Fan's words. At the same time, he started breathing. Soon, as Yi Fan finished speaking, Fatty Li entered the state, and there began to be a lot of energy fluctuations around his body. Sure enough, this Teodi method is the most suitable for fat people. Seeing Fatty Lee enter the state so quickly, Yi Fan nodded slightly. The ability of this Teodi method is simple, crude and easy to practice. It is most suitable for beast control masters like Fatty who are naturally fond of eating and have average talent. The effect is also very simple and crude. The more they eat, the stronger they become, often with beast control far beyond ordinary people. Quantity wins. At that time, the Teodi method was also regarded as the breathing method of a famous town. It belonged to an enemy of his at that time. It was said that the other party got it from a certain Teodi-related ruins. He had reached the 6th level of practice and could control dozens of beasts. His own fighting power is also very strong, and he is quite difficult to deal with among the beast masters of the same level. He fought hard to kill him, and this Teodi method was also captured by Yi Fan. Yi Fan has the method of becoming a saint, so naturally he doesn't like this Teodi method, but it's still good to make yourself small. As for how far the other party can cultivate, it depends on luck. Soon, Fatty Lee opened his eyes. Apparently, he entered the door and performed a circle of Teodi technique. His whole body's energy and spirit became different, and the previous decadence was wiped away. This Teodi technique is so powerful. When he opened his eyes, Fatty Lee's first words were full of shock. I just learned it, and the space for controlling the beast is one more layer, and I can subdue the second beast. This is just the beginning. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. The second one is nothing. Back then, my powerful enemy would attack with dozens of powerful beasts, covering a large area. The momentum alone could frighten people. Looking at Yi Fan, Fatty Lee said carefully, how did you get such a precious breathing technique? Just some adventures. Yi Fan replied, becoming serious again. Fat man, you can't let anyone know about this Teodi method, including your parents, before you become stronger. Understood. At this moment, the fat man who had experienced the power of the Teodi method still didn't know what it meant. He nodded repeatedly and looked at Yi Fan with excitement in his eyes. It is obvious that even a fat man who has just entered the beast control realm knows what it means to obtain the Teodi method at this moment. There is no difficulty in practicing. You only need to eat to become strong. You even only need to practice step by step. In the future, with this Teodi method, you can also it will never be bad. Yi Fan gave him a great blessing. Yi Fan, I, Li Yu, can't repay you for such a precious thing. Just as he was talking, a sudden stomach growl sounded. Fatty Lee suddenly blushed and said with some embarrassment, this Teodi method consumes too much. I just had lunch. Go and have another meal, practice the Teodi method, and you will be a Teodi in human form from now on. Yi Fan said with a smile, as if thinking of the fat man's dilemma in the future. He added, don't care about other people's eyes, as long as you are strong enough, even if you eat shit, others won't say anything and will even try to imitate you. That makes sense. Fatty Lee nodded and hurriedly walked outside. I'm going to have another meal right now. The dormitory door opened and closed. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile in his eyes. Fatty Lee hadn't finished his last words, and he didn't want to hear any concrete words of repayment. He would pass on this Teodi method to Fatty Lee. Naturally, he believed in the other person, but he didn't completely believe it. In the previous life, his brothers who had fought side by side for decades could betray him. The human heart is the least able to withstand the test. Yi Fan didn't believe it very much anymore. He could only say that at this time, he believed that the other party would not betray him, or that he would not betray him. The courage to betray yourself. Next, we have to do something serious. After saying thoughtfully, Yi Fan took out the 10,000 yuan from before and showed a thoughtful expression. 10,000 yuan is not much, but in your own hands, you can do too much. 3 months later it is time for the new secret realm to open. During this period, I must quickly improve my strength and get what I want in the secret realm with absolute certainty. Go to Linkaotang. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan had the answer. When it comes to the fastest way to improve your health, Lingsao is the simplest and most direct effect. Your own beast controlling space is most suitable for planting spiritual grass. If you can get some spiritual grass at this time, you can not only feed the fire dog to make him improve quickly, but also quickly cultivate spiritual fruits to resell. Spirit fruit is very precious. For example, the seeds of the fire fruit cost 10,000 yuan, but it will take at least several months to successfully cultivate them, and the probability of cultivation failure is very high. A fire fruit is worth at least around 50,000 yuan. If it is of high quality, it is worth 100,000 yuan. If you buy a seed for 10,000 yuan and plant it in the beast controlling space, it will bear fruit in at most 3 to 5 days at the speed of time. Generally, there will be 4 or 5 seeds per fruit. If you sell it yourself, it will be 200,000 yuan. If you buy some high-end ones and plant them, then sell them, it won't be hundreds of thousands. Wanting to make up his mind, Yi Fan never hesitated, so he quickly went out, got a ride at the school gate, and headed straight to Lingsao Hall in the north of Pingcheng. On the side of the road, Deng Cheng was walking with his dog Legger, who was applying ointment to reduce swelling on him. This Yi Fan just doesn't know how to live or die. Brother Cheng's cousin Deng Li is the boss in charge of this area. If he offends brother Deng Li, he will never leave school in his life. Maybe it was because he saw that Deng Cheng was in a bad mood and acted like a coward. He said diligently, "As long as Yi Fan dares to leave the school, brother Li will have plenty of ways to deal with him. When the time comes, Yi Fan will definitely be crying and apologizing to brother Cheng." That's right. This smooth slap made Deng Cheng feel comfortable, and the other party clapped his hands. "I'm not bragging, it's just based on my cousin's strength. As long as Yi Fan dares to come out, my cousin will be able to give it to him in the next second. Surround yourself. This Mark Yi dares to step on me today. When the time comes, I won't be able to cry even if I want him to cry." Boom. While Deng Cheng was saying harsh words, a taxi whizzed past the puddle in front of them, splashing everyone with water. This one was startled, and with a heavy hand, Deng Cheng immediately pressed him and grinned. You're driving without looking at the road. There's no one on the roadside who can't see you." Looking at the taxi, Deng Cheng cursed loudly, but the next second, through the rear window of the dilapidated taxi, Deng Cheng saw the people sitting in it. Yi Fan. Seeing the man's appearance, Deng Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. "This fool doesn't take my cousin seriously at all. How long did it take for him to run out and find someone to wet me all over?" Quote. Almost subconsciously, Deng Cheng thought that the scene just now was a deliberate provocation by Mark. "Call my cousin and tell him that Yi Fan is out of school and ask him to find someone to block him at the school gate." "Yes, I'll call brother Li right now." Yi Fan naturally didn't know that he had provoked Deng Cheng again. At this moment, he was closing his eyes and concentrating, thinking about something. It didn't take long for the taxi to stop at the entrance of Linkhaotang. Standing at the door, Yi Fan looked at the 3 familiar characters, Linkhaotang, on the door plaque, and for a moment, he felt as if he was in another world. "In the previous life, I had quite a deal with Linkhaotang." Linkhaotang was not just Pingcheng, but had branches in cities across the country, and there were many strong ones. At that time, it was considered a very powerful force. I don't know if Hall Master Ning is still here. If he is here, it will be much easier to talk. After saying something thoughtfully, Yi Fan walked towards the Lingsao Hall. At the door, the 2 waiters were a little distracted when they saw a student coming, but their professional ethics still made them say loudly, "Welcome." Yi Fan nodded slightly and stepped into the Lingsao Hall with a calm face. Linkhaotang has 3 floors. Most of the floors on the first floor are ordinary yams. The price is not that expensive. Naturally, the effect is not that good. "Little brother, what do you want to buy?" A female shopping guide saw Yi Fan and came to Yi Fan with a professional smile on her face and asked gently. "Just take a look," Yi Fan replied, raising his eyebrows habitually and glancing at the female receptionist in front of him, Ning Shui. "How do you know my name is Ning Shui?" Hearing the words of the young man in front of him, the receptionist was surprised. Hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned. He had been to Lingsao Hall many times in his previous life, and Ning Shui received him every time. He was used to it now. But after all, Yi Fan was very calm. He just paused and pointed at the wall. "That's what's written on it." Ning Shui looked up and saw pictures of all the staff who had received photos on the wall. "So that's it." Ning Shui smiled and looked at Yi Fan. Her years of experience in reception allowed her to judge that the young man in front of her didn't have much money, and he probably didn't know much about pharmacology. "Little brother, I suggest you buy this Yishang fruit. It is picked from Nanshan Mountain. It tastes very good. Eating it to the beast can strengthen the body of the beast and increase its actual combat power. Yishang fruit. Listening to Ning Shui's introduction, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, Yishang fruit has no effect other than being eaten by some beasts because of its fragrance. This. Ning Shui choked, and before she had time to explain, she saw Yi Fan raised his head and said with a hint of teasing, and if the beast eats too much of this fragrant fruit, the beast will go into estrus easily. When you talk about enhancing the actual combat power of beast control, do you mean this? Quote. Hearing this, Ning Shui's face turned red and she almost subconsciously took 2 steps back. The Yishang fruit is useless to people. Yi Fan glanced at Ning Shui and said. After looking at several baskets of elixirs again, he shook his head. Don't you have any fire fruit here? Fire fruit? Yes, yes. At this moment, Ning Shui also knew that the boy in front of her was obviously not an ignorant boy, and she quickly led Yi Fan towards the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, there are some spiritual grasses and fruits. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan could obviously smell the fragrance of various spiritual grasses and fruits. The fire fruit is here. On the stage, there was a platter with 7 or 8 fiery red fruits. This is the purpose of his trip, the fruit that can increase the flame power of controlling fire beasts, the fire fruit. How much? After taking a look at the wrinkled appearance of several fire fruits, Yi Fan frowned. It was obvious that these fire fruits were not fresh, most of them were sediment. 50,000 pieces, Ning Shui said, seeming to see Yi Fan's dissatisfaction, and added, if little brother is not satisfied with these, I can get you the latest one produced today. Well, Yi Fan pondered, thinking a little in his heart. 50,000, that's pretty much what I thought. If I resell it myself, it probably won't reach 50,000, it will only be close to it. On the side, Ning Shui stood, watching Yi Fan remain silent, feeling surprisingly panicked. It was as if she had met some big shot, and the other person seemed to have seen through everything with just one glance. This was the first time she felt this way when facing a young man. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to have figured something out and suddenly said, do you have any seeds of the fire fruit here, or rhizomes that can be transplanted? Seeds. This sentence once again surprised Ning Shui. How could anyone come to Lightnovel, which specializes in cultivating seeds, to buy seeds? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to slander people? She opened her mouth and was about to say no, but facing Yi Fan's deep eyes that seemed to penetrate everything, Ning Shui hesitated, and finally just said, let me ask the manager for you. Yi Fan nodded, and Ning Shui went upstairs. Soon, under the leadership of Ning Shui, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and a mandarin jacket walked down. Which little brother wants to buy the seeds of the fire fruit? The middle-aged man spoke with a strong voice from a high position. There were many people buying medicine in the market. When they heard this, they all patrolled the market. It's me, Yi Fan said, looking at the middle-aged man and squealing slightly. Ning Qinghai, the master of Pingcheng Lingsao Hall, is a beast master who is close to gold. If he is here, it will be easier to handle. This person is quick thinking and should be able to save some things. It turns out to be this little brother. Ning Qinghai was a little surprised when he saw Yi Fan's appearance, but he still smiled and said to Ning Shui reproachfully, the distinguished guest is here, why don't you come up to us quickly? Yes, Ning Shui nodded and quickly invited Mark to go upstairs. Soon, Yi Fan followed Ning Shui to the 2nd floor. Ning Qinghai was already sitting at a table and said to Yi Fan, dear guest, please take a seat and drink tea. Yi Fan didn't like this, but he was here to buy something after all, so he sat down and took a casual sip of tea. On the opposite side, Ning Qinghai looked at Yi Fan and said slightly tentatively, little brother, the seeds of this fire fruit are not cheap. Normally, Lightnovel would not sell them. The fire fruit is not rare. Even as a seed, the price is only about 10,000. Yi Fan said in a very calm tone, the audience for the fire fruit is too small. Except for some specific beast masters, no one will choose the fire fruit. At the same price, strongweed has better effects and wider adaptability. Ning Qinghai was a little surprised, but after all, he had been in business for many years. He just raised his eyebrows and followed Yi Fan and said, so, little brother, there is a beast that needs the fire fruit. Certainly. Can I take the liberty to ask? Yes. Fire dog. Yi Fan interrupted Ning Qinghai and looked directly at him. Fire dog. This is no wonder. Ning Qinghai sighed, looked at Yi Fan in front of him, and thought for a while. In this case, there are only 10,000 seeds of the fire fruit, and they are sold to the little brother. Ning Shui, go tell the cultivation hall to get this little brother a rhizome of the fire fruit. Rhizomes. Ning Shui was stunned, but he didn't mean to buy seeds. Rhizomes, which are already cultivated seeds, have much higher survival and fruiting rates, and their price is at least double that of seeds. My little brother is so majestic. A rhizome is just like making a friend. Ning Qinghai smiled and raised his hand to Yi Fan. In the future, I hope that my little brother will visit my Linkeotang more often. Ning Shui on the side saw this and walked down quickly. After a while, she came up with a box. The box was opened, revealing a rhizome that had already grown leaves. Little brother, it's not easy for this elixir to survive. After you go back, choose a fertile place to plant it. Ning Qinghai handed the elixir to Yi Fan. If the land is fertile, the fire fruit will bear fruit in May. This one can bear fruit. 3 to 5. Understood. Yi Fan took the box, stood up and left. After staying on the first floor for a while, Yi Fan bought some more elixirs and fruits, and finally swiped his card to leave, with Ning Shui accompanying him throughout the process. After watching Yi Fan leave, Ning Shui turned around and ran upstairs. Hall Master Ning, that boy has left. Ning Shui hurriedly came to report from the second floor. I know. Ning Qinghai nodded, looked at Ning Shui who looked puzzled, and said, do you want to ask why I am so good to that boy? Yes. Ning Shui nodded and said bluntly, that boy is a little different. He is calm and knowledgeable beyond his age. However, the accessories and clothes on his body are very ordinary. He doesn't look like someone with a big background. Quote, 30,000 rhizomes, even the cost of cultivating them is more than 20,000. I don't think it's worth giving him 30,000 just to make friends. Oh, you are still not good at observing words and expressions. After hearing this, Ning Qinghai shook his head. How to say, a young man from an ordinary family would not behave like that. Ning Qinghai said firmly, when I was chatting with him just now, I released the pressure of a gold-level beast master, but this young man didn't even frown. Quote, in this case, either he is stronger than me and ignores the pressure, or he has a gold-level strong man in his family, and he is used to getting along with me day and night. And the other party said that he wants to cultivate a fire dog. I have also heard about that fire dog. It takes not only time but also a lot of natural resources and treasures to cultivate. For the other party, this time may be just the beginning. If he wants to raise a fire dog, I will definitely visit you often in the future. So that's it. Ning Shui suddenly realized, so, that boy really has some background. Gold level is considered a strong person in this small Pingcheng. Linkeotang is not the only one selling spiritual grass and spiritual fruit. Ning Qinghai said, looking into the distance. If you can win the favor of a big family or a powerful person in the future because of a piece of spiritual grass, you will make a lot of money. This rhizome is good. Read. Outside the Lingsao Hall, Yi Fan looked at the rhizome in his hand and nodded slightly. A rhizome can save him a lot of trouble. No wonder Ning Qinghai can become the chief leader of the Zhang Province division of Lingsao Hall in the future. He didn't even show anything. The other party just tested it during the conversation and gave some benefits. This vision and realm can really accomplish great things. As for his test, the pressure of the gold level is really like a joke to me. Go back and plant it in the beast control space to see the effect. Yi Fan had a plan, raised his hand, and a taxi quickly stopped in front of him. Coincidentally, it was the same one he came before. Little brother, get in the car quickly. In the taxi, a middle-aged uncle who was already a little Mediterranean stretched his head and greeted him warmly. Yi Fan smiled and got in the car. Little brother, it seems that your family is well off, and you can come to Lingsao Hall to buy things. In the car, the uncle quickly started the engine and said to Yi Fan at the same time. Not really, the things I bought were given to me for free. Yi Fan replied, smiling, someone fought with me and lost 10,000 yuan. So you are a very powerful beastmaster. The uncle said. Not really, I just enrolled. You can beat students of the same period right after enrollment, that's amazing. The uncle said with some envy, when I was young, I also wanted to be a beastmaster, but unfortunately my awakening talent was too poor, and I didn't even get the D level. That's normal, Yi Fan replied. The reason why beastmasters in this world have a very high status is that they are powerful and their numbers are rare. Although Yi Fan's D level seems to be looked down upon, it is also because among beastmasters, it is very difficult for ordinary people to awaken to the D level. The proportion is probably less than 1/10. If you are not at the D level, you can't even open the beast control space, and you can't even meet the minimum requirements of beastmasters. The uncle was obviously not depressed by this. He said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, you can leave my phone number. If you need a taxi in the future, you can come to me. I'll be there anytime." "No problem." Yi Fan nodded. The two exchanged phone numbers, and the taxi sped all the way. Soon, it returned to the gate of Pingcheng High School. "Little brother, don't get off the car yet." Yi Fan was about to open the door, and the uncle suddenly said, "It seems to be the group of people before." The group of people before. Yi Fan was stunned. "Yes, I met them before I came. I heard them say that they were going to cause trouble for a student. I guess it might be you. Someone on the road was cursing at us before," the driver said, and braked. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a little warm in his heart. He looked up and saw more than a dozen people gathered at the school gate, dressed in strange clothes and pointing at the taxi. Among the crowd, Deng Cheng's figure was prominent. This guy really found someone. Yi Fan sneered. "Little brother, how about we run first? I'll send you back at 1 o'clock in the evening." On the side, the uncle said with some concern, "I have seen that group of people. They are from an underground gang near the school. You are a newly enrolled beastmaster. I am afraid you can't deal with so many people." "It's okay, uncle, you go first. I don't care about these fools." Yi Fan replied, opened the door and got out of the car. "Hey, young man." Seeing this scene, the uncle was a little anxious, but looking at the aggressive group of people on the opposite side, he could only shrink his head and sit back in the car. But who knew that Yi Fan was not afraid at all? In this case, he had no choice. The taxi left, and on the road, Yi Fan not only did not avoid, but also walked straight towards the group of people, with his fists slightly clenched, making some crackling sounds. "Brother Daffei, it's that kid." Seeing Yi Fan coming, Deng Cheng hurriedly spoke to a sturdy tattooed man beside him. The tattooed man called Daffei also became spirited after hearing this. He glanced at Yi Fan and cursed, "You are a stinky boy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How dare you bully Li Ji's cousin?" As he said this, Daffei walked out, stretched his neck, looked at Yi Fan who was walking over, and asked, "Are you Yi Fan?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded, but his eyes turned to Deng Cheng, with a smile on his face. "Hey, long time no see, did your injury heal so quickly?" Looking at that devilish smile, Deng Cheng immediately withered and quickly stepped back. Daffei, who was standing next to him, was furious when he saw that Yi Fan dared to threaten Deng Cheng in front of him. "Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me, Ma Daffei?" As he said this, Ma Daffei raised his fist and punched Yi Fan in the face. He was burly, and this punch was actually quite powerful, with a powerful fist and a sound of thunder. Practice breathing method. Looking at this punch, Yi Fan frowned. This Ma Daffei is obviously not a beastmaster. If ordinary people don't have the teachings of the school, how can they learn the breathing method? With some thoughts in mind, Yi Fan showed no mercy. He turned sideways and Ma Daffei's punch missed. Yi Fan quickly grabbed Ma Daffei's arm, then turned around like thunder and threw Ma Daffei to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and everyone was stunned. They didn't look at Ma Daffei, but they knew how lethal this was. "You dare to hurt my brother Daffei, you are so brave." A group of hooligans swarmed up. These people were very ordinary, thin, and had never practiced breathing techniques. They were no match for Yi Fan, who had strong combat experience and practiced the same technique. Yi Fan knocked more than a dozen people to the ground with one punch after another. Soon, only Deng Cheng was left in the field. At this time, Deng Cheng was dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to bully Yi Fan, who had just entered the Beast Tamer, with his large numbers, but he didn't know that the opponent's actual combat power was so strong. Seeing Yi Fan looking at him, Dang Chang panicked and couldn't help stammering, Yi Fan, you'd better not touch me, my cousin won't let you go. Your cousin. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed, don't even mention your cousin, I wouldn't put your cousin's cousin in my eyes. Get lost now, go back and tell your cousin that next time you want to trouble me, please find someone of higher class, these fools, fighting with me is insulting me. After the voice fell, seeing that Yi Fan didn't intend to attack him, Dang Chang ran towards the school as if he had been pardoned. I asked him to leave, did I let you go? Yi Fan turned around and looked at Ma Dafei and a group of hooligans who were about to sneak away, and spoke coldly. Yi Fan was too lazy to listen to these nonsense, and looked at Ma Dafei and said, come here, I have something to ask you. Okay. Ma Dafei agreed repeatedly, and walked carefully to Yi Fan, brother, feel free to ask anything. Yi Fan did not speak, but looked at the gangsters standing there, and said coldly, I asked him to stay, but you don't leave, do you still want to be beaten? A group of gangsters fled in all directions when they heard this, and some of them ran so hurriedly that their shoes fell off. A mob, Yi Fan said, his eyes shifted to Ma Dafei in front of him, where did you get your breathing method from? Breathing method, what breathing method? Hearing this, Ma Dafei was obviously a little flustered, but on the surface he pretended not to know, and even said self-deprecatingly, brother, you are joking. We are an ordinary gang, how can we have a breathing method? Humph, Yi Fan snorted coldly, looking at Ma Dafei, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes, thunder breathing method, a total of 3 levels, the first level is the entry, breathing in action or accompanied by thunder, you should have just entered now, right? Ah, this. Ma Dafei was immediately confused when Yi Fan said the name of the breathing method. You'd better tell the truth. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, otherwise, I have many ways to make you say it. This sentence carried a hint of murderous intent. Ma Dafei suddenly felt his breathing stagnate, looking at the other party's eyes, a little scared. With such murderous intent, this teenager must have killed someone. I'll tell you. At this moment, Ma Dafei couldn't hold it anymore. My breathing method was given to me by the people above me. The people above me. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned and looked at Ma Dafei and said, aren't you an ordinary gangster? Who are the people above me? The gang leader. No. Ma Dafei shook his head repeatedly, it's some big shots. They came to Pingcheng a few days ago and incorporated all the underground organizations in Pingcheng, casinos and nightclubs, including members of our gangs. I haven't seen them many times. Someone is managing them for them. A few days ago, they selected some gang leaders and gave them the breathing method. I'm pretty good in this area of the school, and I also got the breathing method. Big shot. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a little surprised. At this moment, he seemed to know a secret. Someone was deliberately controlling the underground organization in Pingcheng. Pingcheng is under the control of the government. Although these gang members look arrogant, in fact, as far as Yi Fan knows, before Dang Li graduated and led these underground gangs, they were quite disciplined. But now what Ma Dafei said, Yi Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is Dang Li also a member of your organization? Looking at Ma Dafei, Yi Fan asked. Yes, the superiors value a beast master like him who has outstanding beast control talents. It is said that the big shot personally gave him a precious breathing method. Now that he has said it, Ma Dafei also knows everything at this time, his status is quite high, so this time he found me to stand up for his cousin, so I will. I know. Yi Fan interrupted the other party and frowned again. In this way, Dang Li had already joined this organization a few years ago, so there was a reason why he did not go to college but stayed in Pingcheng. The people above valued Dang Li, so they later handed over Pingcheng to him. In that case, this organization is not an ordinary force. Being able to put Pingcheng under the control of Dang Li proves that the underground organization controlled by the other party is not limited to Pingcheng. How come I haven't heard of a force that specializes in recruiting underground organizations? Yi Fan slightly recalled, but in his memory, there was no force that fit the characteristics of this organization. After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke again, have the big shots above you said what they are going to do to recruit you? No. He just ordered us to do what we should do, inspect the nightclubs and casinos where we paid protection fees before. Ma Dafei answered, suddenly thought of something, paused, and said again, Once before, I heard them. It sounds like it's a restoration or something. Restoration. As soon as these two words were spoken, Mark's eyes suddenly turned cold. The air around him seemed to have become colder. Maybe I heard something wrong. Ma Dafei saw that Yi Fan seemed to be angry and spoke quickly. No, you heard it right. Yi Fan nodded, his voice extremely cold. On the contrary, you heard it very well. There is only one organization that dares to talk about restoration, the Dynasty Organization, a force with the highest purpose of restoring the former dynasty's rule. In previous lives, it has launched waves of beasts many times, opening secret realms hidden in some cities and releasing vicious beasts. Pingcheng also encountered the same thing. A wave of beasts came and Pingcheng was almost destroyed. His parents also died in that wave of beasts. Yi Fan hates the Dynasty Organization deeply. He tracked them down for more than 10 years in his previous life, but the Dynasty Organization was hidden too deeply. Every time he wanted to track down a place, the other party would move around in time. Even though he had 3 cunning rabbit holes, he had never been able to retaliate. Hatred. I didn't expect that they penetrated so deeply. Looking at Ma Dafei in front of him, Yi Fan suddenly realized something. No wonder I can't always find the other party. Dynasty organizations began to infiltrate underground organizations in various cities so many years ago. In his previous life, he was a king-level powerhouse, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to these underground organizations that were not on the stage. However, he did not expect that these people he ignored turned out to be the cornerstone of the Dynasty Organization. In this life, we can no longer give them a chance. Yi Fan mused. The Dynasty Organization brought trouble to all parties, and countless people died under the conspiracy of the Dynasty Organization in the previous life. Now that I have learned something clearly, I will seize the opportunity to destroy this organization before it completely grows. This can be considered as revenge for my parents and as a precautionary measure. Ma Dafei, I'll give you a choice now. After thinking about it, Yi Fan looked at Ma Dafei in front of him and spoke. What? Ma Dafei replied, somewhat afraid to look directly into the eyes of the young man in front of him. Work your life for me, Yi Fan said without paying attention to Ma Dafei. This. Ma Dafei choked, looked at Mark, hesitated, and said bravely, what about the second option? There is no second choice. Yi Fan replied, looking at Ma Dafei calmly, you told me the secret, you should know it. If you don't sacrifice your life for me, I will not leave you to tell the superiors about me. As soon as he said this, Ma Dafei suddenly became alert, looked at Yi Fan and said, you want to kill me? Seeing that Yi Fan didn't seem to be joking, Ma Dafei hesitated again. 1 minute passed very quickly. When Yi Fan read silently for the 50th second, Ma Dafei said, I choose the first one. Don't think about it anymore. Yi Fan smiled with a trace of scrutiny. I won't consider it anymore. Ma Dafei shook his head. I can see that, brother, you are the wise choice. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Ma Dafei and said, I won't treat you badly. I will teach you a secret method, which is very precious in the world. Really? Ma Dafei was a little overjoyed. Looking at the young man in front of him, his heart suddenly changed. Sure enough, he is a child after all and trusts others too easily, so he needs to teach me the secret. If I say I follow you, then I will follow you. I am being controlled by you at this time. After I go back, I will tell the superiors, how can you, a beast master who has just started in his teens, still be able to deal with those big shots? Fortunately, this young man seems to have a lot of good things. Tell the superiors, and maybe he can accomplish something great. Follow what I say to bring luck, Yi Fan said without paying attention to Ma Dafei's mental activities. Then, he started to recite, luck, focus. At this moment, Ma Dafei was still immersed in the joy of getting the technique and making great achievements, and subconsciously followed Yi Fan to run the technique. Soon, after a week's movement, Ma Dafei's whole body felt numb, and a black mist emerged from his body and flew towards Yi Fan. Then, he obviously felt that his body seemed to be much lighter. What kind of skill is this? It's so powerful. Ma Dafei looked at Yi Fan in surprise. The Great Zhaodian Soul Refining Method. Yi Fan spoke, flipping his hand, and the black mist emerging from Ma Dafei's body disappeared. What you practice is Zifa. After practicing, every thought, every line, and every line will be influenced by the other party. Control, if you have second thoughts, the other party can kill you on the spot with just one thought. When these words came out, Ma Dafei was stunned for a long time before he said sarcastically, "Brother, stop joking with me." "I don't like to joke," Yi Fan replied, looking at Ma Dafei, and slowly spoke, "Want to go back and tell the people above. You, Ma Dafei, really don't seem that innocent." Me. After being told what he was thinking, Ma Dafei was dumbfounded, and his whole body froze like a log. Yi Fan glanced at the other party, smiled and shook his head. "Don't think about it, even your big shot can't solve it. As long as you open your mouth, you will die immediately." Thump. When these words came out, Ma Dafei knelt down to Yi Fan on the spot. "Brother, oh no, sir, I was wrong, I was really wrong. If you choose to take refuge with me, don't have any second thoughts." Yi Fan said slowly, "Follow me and you will get more than following those big shots. Ma Dafei understands that from now on, Ma Dafei's life belongs to you." Ma Dafei said repeatedly as he dared not have other thoughts at this moment. "Your life is mine now," Yi Fan said, glanced at the other person, and turned around. "Get up, go back, and continue to do what you should do. I will tell you when I need you." Snap, snap, snap. The footsteps gradually faded away, and it took Ma Dafei a long time to raise his head and look at Yi Fan's back. At this moment, his whole body was trembling. The devil, he is the devil. At school, Yi Fan returned to the dormitory after eating in the afternoon with a smile on his face. Deng Cheng gave himself an unexpected surprise. Not only did he find Deng Li, but he also let himself know key information about the dynasty organization. Since Ma Dafei was instigated by him to rebel, it shouldn't take long for him to figure out the arrangements of some dynasty organizations in Pingcheng. By then, he will clean them up for them. But now, the most important thing is to strengthen yourself. Yi Fan Nanan said something, stared at the time and space dragon mark on his hand, and his eyes flashed to the beast control space. In this afternoon, more than 10 days have passed in the beast controlling space. As soon as Yi Fan entered, the fire dog rushed forward excitedly. With the passage of time, Fire Dog has obviously grown up a bit compared to before, and his strength has also grown to the level of Black Iron 2 stars. In addition to the racial differences of the Beast Masters, the strength level of the Beast Masters is also very important. At a level of strength such as Black Iron and Bronze, the gap between Beast Masters is not that big. As the strength increases, the gap at each level will widen. By eternity, one level will be a big gap. Try the effect of planting first. After teasing the fire dog for a while, Yi Fan freed up his hands, took out the rhizomes, came to the land next to the small house, dug up a piece with his hands, planted it, and carefully filled it with soil. According to the speed of time in this beast controlling space, it shouldn't take long for the fire fruit to mature. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog lying not far away. Fire fruit is the most suitable food for fire dogs to eat when they are young. It is mild and not strong. In a short time, fire dogs will break through the black iron and reach the bronze level. The power of the fire dog only starts to show up at the bronze level. At that time, it can use flames to attack. If it eats a good amount of fire fruit, then at the bronze level, the fire dog can display quite good strength. It is not at all will be inferior to those beast masters with better qualifications. Fire dog. Thinking of something, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog. "You can't touch it without my permission. Even if it grows out, you can't touch it." Wong Wong. Fire dog responded, a very humane response. Yi Fan smiled when he saw this, touched fire dog's head again, and moved his eyes to the side, but there was a trace of fire in his eyes. In his previous life, even though so many people didn't think highly of him, he still became a king-level beast master through hard work. In this life, I have such a wonderful beast controlling space, a superb breathing method, and many memories of my previous life. Everything starts from the best, and the limit I can reach is no longer king level. After a while, Yi Fan took a long breath, thought of something, turned his hand over, and a chicken drumstick appeared in his hand. He brought this back from the canteen. After all, Fire Dog is also a canine beast, and his favorite food is these. Fire Dog, come here quickly and eat something delicious. Wong Wong. The fire dog was a little cheerful. He ran over and took the chicken leg in his mouth. He was about to open his mouth and eat it when he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and looked at Yi Fan, and nodded towards the chicken leg. Obviously, it was asking Yi Fan. I won't eat, you can eat. Yi Fan said, looking at the fire dog who happily ate the chicken legs. A smile appeared on his face. Eat more, in the future, our days together will be very long. Quote. Comma. Boom, boom, boom. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Yi Fan's dormitory. At this moment, Yi Fan has withdrawn from the beast control space and is standing by the window, stretching his body and performing a set of strange-shaped punches, sometimes as fierce as a tiger and sometimes as light as a deer, with various animal forms. This is a self-created exercise that he took from the ancient elephant and bird method. It is called the Wanxiang method. Combined with the breathing method, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. When it reaches great success, it can prevent grains and poisons from invading. It can be regarded as a set of health-preserving exercises. In the early morning, it works best when the sun is rising. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Yi Fan stopped what he was doing and turned to open the door. What's wrong? Seeing Fatty's appearance, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Deng Cheng and the others are coming to trouble you again. No. Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly. He didn't know where to start when he wanted to say it, but his face turned red. Seeing the fat man's appearance, Yi Fan thought for a moment and frowned. Is it possible that after practicing the Teodi method, your appetite has greatly increased, but you cannot excrete it smoothly, and your stomach is full and painful? Yes, yes. Fatty Li was pleasantly surprised. As if grasping a life-saving straw, he quickly grabbed Yi Fan's arm. Is there any way to solve it? It's so uncomfortable, I can't pull it out even if I want to, and my stomach is almost bloated. Exploded. This is normal. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. If I guessed correctly, you just used the Teodi method when I taught you yesterday, and then you ate a lot, and then went back to the dormitory to lie down after eating. Got it, right. This. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the fat man was stunned for a while, and then said, Yi Fan, you are simply amazing. It's not that I'm a god, it's just that I understand the Teodi method. Yi Fan replied, sternly, why is the Teodi method called the Teodi method? Obtaining it is the characteristic of the Teodi giant food. If you eat something and don't run the Teodi method, how can it help you? Digesting the food accumulated in the body. Ordinary people's intestines cannot digest such a huge amount of food. Wouldn't it cause bloating? When I told you yesterday, I obviously didn't listen well. Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head in embarrassment, then hurriedly said goodbye to Mark and returned to the dormitory next to him. The soundproofing of the dormitory was not very good. Soon, Yi Fan heard a crackling sound coming from Fatty's dormitory. Yi Fan smiled helplessly, shook his head, and walked towards the classroom. After all, you are a student and you still have to go to class every day. Soon, they arrived in the classroom. Not long after Yi Fan sat down, Deng Cheng came. This guy is here too. Deng Cheng saw Yi Fan at a glance and was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost stepped back. Yesterday, Brother Da Fei and the others were beaten up by this guy, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. Last night, his cousin called him specifically to tell him not to provoke Yi Fan at this time. It can make even his cousin fearful. As for Deng Cheng, he doesn't dare to offend Yi Fan. All the younger brothers have their heads hung and they came to the corner and sat down dejectedly, for fear that Yi Fan would cause trouble for him and others. Yi Fan naturally paid attention to the reactions of Deng Cheng and others, but he just shook his head. These people, if they were not actively provocative, would not be able to catch their eyes at all. How could Kunpeng, soaring in the sky, care about the ants on the ground? Jingle bell. Soon, the class bell rang, and Fatty Li came to the seat next to Yi Fan at this moment, sat down, and exhaled a long breath. How about it? It's unobstructed now. Looking at Fatty Li, Yi Fan said with a hint of ridicule. It's unblocked. Fatty Li smiled sheepishly. Just as he was about to say something, a man with a serious expression and a straight back came in. Quiet. A voice fell, and the classroom fell silent. Fatty Li's face changed when he saw this, and he murmured in a low voice, Devil Teacher Pan Zhao, why is it him? On the side, seeing Pan Zhao, Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Pan Zhao on the stage, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Pan Zhao is very famous in Pingcheng. He is a very famous teacher. He is very strict with his students and often leads his students to some dangerous places for training. Because of this, among the students he brought out, there were many future strong men. It was also under his leadership that Yi Fan had an adventure in a secret realm. From then on, he began his own counterattack legend. Seriously, speaking of which, Pan Zhao can be regarded as his mentor. But in the last life, his mentor did not get any good results in the end. Because of his upright character, he was ostracized by the college's top management. This can be seen from the fact that a well-known teacher of his was sent to teach the ordinary class. He never had a chance to stand out. The only time he stood up was to take the lead in fighting against the beast tide later. In the end, he died because of it, and he was depressed for the rest of his life. Such a teacher should be very popular wherever he is. How could he be ostracized? Looking at Pan Zhao in the audience, Yi Fan said thoughtfully, or, who is deliberately suppressing him? Quote. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Pan Zhao's accurate strength is still quite powerful in Pingcheng. There is a roaring lion with 9 golden stars. If he had not been sacrificed in the beast tide, he might even have broken through to the eternal level in the future. In this small Pingcheng, can anyone suppress such a beast master? That's interesting. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, but Pan Zhao looked at him on the stage with cold eyes and said, everyone, coming here and becoming a member of the Beast Masters is not your first success. It's your first failure. When the voice fell, many people's expressions changed, but Pan Zhao snorted coldly. Do you know why? Talent. D-level beast control talents are destined to make you inferior. At the same level, other beast control masters don't even have to do anything, and their beast control skills are much better than yours. You don't get the best resources. Don't look at the ordinary people who seem to be envious of you. In the world of beast masters, no one thinks highly of you. What do you call your class? It's called the trash class, a class made up of a bunch of trash. Quote. Do you know the taming beast you chose yesterday? Do you know what level of taming beast was given to the excellence class elite class? Elite grade is a taming beast that can grow to silver or even gold. These few words came out of Pan Zhao's mouth, and there was some uproar in the classroom. Elite level, those kind of beasts can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. With one, as long as you train it well, it will not be too difficult to enter the silver level in the future. Silver level is equivalent to getting a ticket to university. Many people were shocked by these words, and some were a little angry. Among them, a pretty girl sitting in the first row stood up and said, Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why are we still coming to school? That's a good question. Pan Zhao responded, looked at the girl, and asked, what's your name? Quote. Ma Xiaoshui. The girl answered, Ma Xiaoshui, I remember your name. Pan Zhao nodded, knocked on the table with his hand, and looked around at the important people present. What I want to talk about now is what you can do in the past 3 years. First of all, I will take you into the secret realm attached to the school to practice once every month. Secret realm. After hearing this, everyone who had just lost their expression suddenly became excited. They are not as knowledgeable as Yi Fan. For them, even the lowest level things in the secret realm are extremely precious. I really want to go. After glancing at everyone's reactions, Pan Zhao nodded. It's just that the number of places is limited, and I was only given 10 places. If you want to go to the secret realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th of every month, a beast control duel. Only the top 10 in the duel will be qualified to enter this secret realm. It's already the 2nd of this month, which means that in 8 days, you will take the first monthly exam and enter the secret realm for the first time. As soon as these words came out, everyone started talking, and their words were filled with excitement. Quiet. Pan Zhao spoke again. This time, many people kept their mouths shut. Are you getting complacent again, thinking that with the qualifications to enter the secret realm, you will soon be able to overtake others? Pan Zhao looked at the somewhat complacent students present. His eyes became cold again. I might as well tell you again one thing. For those in the excellent class, you can enter this secret realm twice a month, and there is no limit to the number of places. After the voice fell, another basin of cold water poured down, and Pan Zhao continued, these 10 places are the ones I asked from above. Otherwise, you, a group of D-class people who are not favored, can't even get in, nothing. What you can do in the past 3 years is to train me well and get the qualification to enter the secret realm. Entering once a month will be better than what those people gain twice. Only in this way can you have a chance to counterattack and tell others that you are not useless. When Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students present looked at each other in confusion, and only a few of them whispered, yes. Yes. In the silence, Fatty Li shouted loudly, which made Pan Zhao take another look at him, but his eyes drifted over Yi Fan, who had been silent. In the end, Pan Zhao didn't speak, just shook his head, and then put away the books on the table. I know you don't have the confidence to say this now, but I will ask you this question every week. I don't hope that when you graduate in 3 years, you will still give such an unconfident answer. Okay, go and train your beast masters. I will watch your training. If you have any questions, ask me. If you have any questions, come to me. Go ahead. After the voice fell, the students all walked out of the classroom. This is the daily life of Yusho High School. Except for the routine inspection once a week, the teacher usually doesn't care about you at other times. Of course, these are ordinary people. For those with outstanding talents, there will be top teachers to teach you and solve your doubts. There will also be people who will take you to the secret realm for trials and protect your safety throughout the process. Geniuses are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people are not unable to counterattack geniuses. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao taught them. In the classroom, Yi Fan also stood up and was about to walk outside. Fatty Li quickly asked, Yi Fan, aren't you going to train the beast? I'm going, Yi Fan replied, glanced at the fat man, shook his head and said, it's just that I think the best training to control beasts is fighting. Fight. Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned. Where to fight? North of the city, Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan said calmly. When he heard this, the fat man was shocked. Silver Moon Forest. There are too many ferocious beasts there. It is said that there are even beasts above gold. People will die if they go there. That's the core area of Silver Moon Forest, and most of the outer areas are black iron level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. How about we come together? This. Fatty Li hesitated, thinking about the legends about Silver Moon Forest, and felt a little scared. But when he saw Yi Fan's calm eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Go. That's right. A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He waved to the fat man and walked towards the school gate first. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting in his seat, raised his head and looked in the direction of the door with a puzzled expression. This Yi Fan, I thought he would be depressed after testing level D, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. How dare 2 guys who just got beast control dare to go to the beast control forest? As he said that, Pan Zhao shook his head. Those who don't know are fearless. Let them suffer some losses and you will know how powerful they are. Do you really think that the wild beasts in the forest are as docile as you usually see? After saying this, Pan Zhao looked out the window, where there was a scene of many students training with beast masters. I don't know what he thought of, but Pan Zhao's eyes gradually showed a trace of unwillingness. My grades are because the students I teach are very good. If I take the ordinary class, I will definitely not be able to teach anyone. When I take the college entrance examination in 3 years, I will slap you people in the face. When I see that you still have what's there to say. While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, on the other side, Yi Fan and Fatty walked out of the school gate. As soon as they went out, several people surrounded them at the school gate. It's over, it must be Deng Li who came to block us. Seeing this scene, Fatty Li realized it later and pulled Yi Fan to shrink in. But after a few pulls, Yi Fan didn't move at all. Fatty Li was a little anxious, but Yi Fan shook his head. Is your name Yi Fan? Across the way, a thin man in the lead looked at the panicked fat man and moved his eyes to Yi Fan, who was calm and motionless. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, looking at the people in front of him, his eyes narrowed. That's good. The thin man nodded, and then his attitude changed 180 degrees, and he said to the people behind him, hurry up and call Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan, several people present said in unison, and this time, Fatty Li was confused. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Why did you bring up Brother Fan? Thinking of this, Fatty Li glanced at Yi Fan, who still had no reaction, and couldn't help but guess. When I was young, could I join a gang? Who asked you to come? Just when the fat man was wondering, Yi Fan suddenly spoke up, his expression seemed very unhappy. Don't tell me, it was Ma Dafei who asked you to come. Chapter 11. Brother Fan, how do you know it's Brother Fei? The thin man was about to answer. Seeing Yi Fan's displeased face, he immediately felt bad. He hesitated for a few seconds and whispered. Brother Fei said that he offended many people last time. Said let's wait for Brother Fan to come out and give him something to apologize to. This idiot. After being confirmed, Yi Fan immediately cursed. Didn't I say that I would contact him if I had anything to do? How could he not know Ma Dafei's little thoughts? It's just that his life is in his own hands now and he wants to please himself more. But these small actions may seem insignificant, but if someone with a serious intention investigates carefully, they will expose themselves. On the side, seeing Yi Fan getting angry, the thin man who was originally his younger brother shrank his head. However, he thought of something and quickly whispered, Brother Dafei said that everyone above has gone back. It is said that I won't be coming to Pingcheng in the next few months. We are all brothers who follow Brother Dafei, so Brother Fan can rest assured. After hearing this, Yi Fan's expression improved a little. He glanced at the thin man and said, what did he ask you to bring? Brother Dafei heard that Brother Fan made a bet with Deng Chang for the seeds of the fire fruit, the thin man replied, and quickly took out a box. We were specially sent to buy a fire fruit produced by Baekeotang to honor Brother Fan. Fire fruit. Glancing at the box, Yi Fan looked a little helpless. He just got the rhizome, and there will be more fire fruit in the future. This Ma Dafei sent him another fire fruit. However, it is considered useful, at least now it can be fed to the fire dog. I accepted the things. Yi Fan took the box, looked at the thin man, and said, go back and tell your brother Dafei that I will come to him next time if something happens, so he doesn't have to come to me. You are a student after all, don't be too ostentatious. Understood. The thin man agreed repeatedly. Brother Fan, if nothing happens, we will leave first. Yi Fan nodded, and several people left one after another, while Yi Fan put away the fire fruit. Yi Fan, who were those people just now? Why did they give you something? On the side, Fatty Li, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up, you won't join a gang anymore, right? It's very dangerous. If Uncle Yi knew, quote, an underground gang can't tolerate me. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Fatty Li, and suddenly asked, Fatty, you said, can you believe the brother who wants to be the boss? The fat man was stunned by these words, we are all brothers, I should be able to believe it. Humph, that's not necessarily the case. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head, in the face of interests, there are no brothers. Fat man, I gave you a technique like the Teodi technique. Don't you think of more things? Hearing this, the fat man was confused and replied, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Yi Fan looked at the fat man's appearance, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had such a vicious vision in his two lives, so he naturally saw that the fat man's behavior was not intentional. He really didn't think about anything else. Fat man, you are so silly and cute. After saying this, Yi Fan patted the fat man on the shoulder and walked forward. Fatty Li fell behind, thinking about Yi Fan's words, scratching his head in confusion, why am I so stupid and cute? It didn't take long to get to Silver Moon Forest. After leaving the city wall and walking towards the north, a large forest came into view, stretching for an unknown distance. There are forests like this outside many cities, where a large number of wild beasts live. Some forests have very strong beasts at their core. However, Pingcheng is a small city, and the strongest wild beasts in the Silver Moon Forest are worth less than gold. After all, it is not a secret realm. Most of the beasts in this forest are of low grade, and occasionally there are elite ones. Most of the beast hunters in the city rely on this forest to live, catching some beasts to sell their flesh and blood. If they are lucky, they can catch them. When it comes to the beast cubs, an ordinary family can have enough food for a year. Yi Fan, do we really want to go inside? Looking at the entrance to the forest, Fatty Li felt a little uneasy. With that said, Yi Fan summoned the fire dog. For most of the day, more than half a month passed in the beast control space. This time, the fire dog obviously grew up. The fire dog with 2 stars of black iron. Looking at the fire dog in front of Yi Fan, Fatty was a little surprised. How come this fire dog has grown so much in just a day or two? Maybe it's because my fire dog naturally grows fast. Yi Fan smiled, took out the fire fruit that the thin man gave him before, and handed it to the fire dog. Wong wong. The fire dog was a little excited. He held the fire fruit in his mouth and kept wagging his tail. Eat quickly. Yi Fan patted fire dog on the head. The fire dog waggled its tail and ate the fire fruit with big mouthfuls. The sound of the juice exploding showed that Fatty Lee on the side was hungry, and his stomach let out a long, gurgling. Hearing this voice, Fire Dog raised his head, glanced at Yi Fan, and then at Fatty Lee. After judging that Fatty Lee and Yi Fan seemed to have a good relationship, he wiggled his butt and moved aside, then faced the remaining half of the fire fruit was rubbed on the head. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Seeing Fire Dog's obvious, sharing food, action, Fatty Lee blushed and argued loudly, I'm not hungry. Wong. Seeing Fatty Lee who was motionless, the fire dog made a confused sound, but soon, it happily finished the remaining half of the fire fruit. Yi Fan watched with a smile on his face. His fire dog seemed to be good and very close to him. Even his friends were willing to share a bite of food. You know, most beasts are very protective of their food. Even powerful beasts hate others disturbing them when they eat. This fire dog can do this, obviously recognizing its master. In the following time, the effect of the fiery fire fruit took effect quickly. The fire dog grew up again visibly. The strength that was close to the 3-star black iron quickly broke through. After an hour, most of the effect was absorbed, and the fire dog successfully reached the 4-star black iron. Wong wong. The fire dog rubbed Yi Fan's trouser legs affectionately. Now that it has grown a lot, it is taller than Yi Fan's knees. It is completely different from when Yi Fan just got it. Great. Yi Fan patted the fire dog's head and looked at the red lines that began to appear on the fire dog's forehead, with joy in his eyes. The fiery fire fruit is indeed a great tonic for the fire dog. One can stimulate its flame power. With 7 or 8 more, the fire dog should be able to reach the bronze level. Black iron 4 stars, so strong. Fatty Lee was envious. He got his fiery sun snake only yesterday, and it's still the same today. It's easy to improve the strength of the black iron level, it's nothing. Yi Fan responded, waved to Fatty Lee, and walked into the forest. Entering the Silver Moon Forest, the feeling is completely different. The air is filled with all kinds of mixed smells. There are flowers, plants, trees, and beast feces, and there is an inexplicable depression. Fatty, release the beast. Yi Fan suddenly said, the fiery sun snake is a natural hiding expert, and the environment here is most suitable for it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, waved his hand, and the fiery sun snake appeared in front of him. As Yi Fan said, the fiery sun snake quickly hid in the dead leaves after it appeared. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Not long after walking, a row of obvious footprints appeared in the jungle. Silver deer footprints. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yi Fan made a judgment. At this moment, the bushes in front suddenly moved. There, Yi Fan said, Fire Dog, go. As he said that, Yi Fan raised his palm and activated his beast control talent skill, Ascension. Wong. The fire dog, which was amplified by Ascension, exhaled. Its speed was also improved with its larger body, and it quickly jumped towards the bushes. Wait for me. Fatty Lee heard the words and hurriedly followed Yi Fan. Swish. The bushes were pushed aside, and Fatty Lee was stunned when he saw the scene not far away. At this moment, a silver deer as white as snow had been pressed to the ground, and the fire dog bit its throat tightly. The battle was decided in a few seconds. The silver deer with 3 black iron stars almost lost its life in front of Yi Fan instantly. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that the silver deer was eating grass with its head down, and the fire dog jumped out, seized this opportunity, and bit its throat. Whether it is a beast or a human, the throat is a fatal part. Yi Fan. Looking at the silver deer that was lying on the ground and still twitching, Fatty Lee had a hint of unbearable in his eyes. That silver deer looks so pitiful. Fat man, take a good look. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Fatty Lee was shocked by this sudden drink. He looked carefully and saw that what Bai Yinlu had in his mouth was a bloody piece of clothing. Looking at the ground again, there was a mangled body among the grass. This is not eating grass. It's obviously cannibalism. Snap, snap, snap. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee's face suddenly turned pale. He retreated 7 or 8 steps until he hit a big tree and stopped. Fire Dog, don't let go. On the other side, Yi Fan did not hesitate and let Fire Dog seize the opportunity. And soon, under the Fire Dog's chokehold, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching and lost its voice. Only then did Yi Fan breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Fatty Lee, whose face was pale, and shook his head. Fat boy, you think the beasts you control are really like those you usually see in those store cages? Are you so cute and harmless? Do you know what the Beast Master was called before the Beast Master appeared? What? Fatty Lee said, his lips trembling. Warcraft, Yi Fan said with a serious face. When the Earth's spiritual energy appeared, these unique warcraft attacked human cities crazily, killing and eating countless people. If it weren't for the powerful beast masters behind him who conquered the powerful with a few monsters, humanity almost went extinct. Why do you think the beast masters are so highly praised now? The reason is to be able to resist these uncontrolled monsters. These words shocked Fatty Lee to the point of being paralyzed. After a while, he said hesitantly, why did I never know that beasts can eat people? Shouldn't beasts like silver deer eat grass? The vast majority of wild beasts are omnivorous. The truth is always much crueler. You don't usually hear it. That's because most ordinary people cannot afford the meat of wild beasts and instead eat domestic meat, pork, chicken, and wild beasts. You can buy something from the beast hunters operating in the forest, each of them can tell you the truth. Quote, the corpse on the ground may be that of a certain beast hunter. Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's appearance, his brows furrowed. For a beast master, the state of mind is extremely important. Just seeing the beast eating people makes you so scared. If I were not here today, would you have to watch the silver deer eat yourself? Quote. Hearing this, Fatty also knew how out of character he had just behaved. He took several deep breaths before finally coming back to his senses. Holding on to the tree, the fat man stood up slowly and came to Yi Fan's side. When he saw the unsightly broken body on the ground again, he still looked away. Go over and put the body away. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Ah! After hearing this, Fatty Lee's scalp suddenly became numb. That's a corpse. It's been chewed up like that. You want me to collect it? I'm talking about the carcass of the silver deer. Yi Fan interrupted Fatty Lee and said helplessly, the meat of the silver deer is very expensive. A silver deer of this size can be sold for at least 1,000 yuan. Quote. So many. After hearing this, Fatty Lee became energetic. Although he felt uncomfortable, he quickly approached Bai Yinlu's body. A light lit up in his hand, and Bai Yinlu's body was put away. The beast control space has a storage function. Of course, you must ensure that the things you put there are not eaten by the beasts placed inside. The beast control spaces of other beast control masters are stacked one by one as the number of beast control increases. After getting up, the fat man practiced the Teodi method and opened a second one, which was just right for storing things. As for Yi Fan's space, it was a paradise in the cave. It would be a waste to pretend to be a corpse. Let's go, continue to look for the next one. If you have killed 5 today, you can go back and rest. Yi Fan replied, glanced at the sky, and said, the ferocity of the beasts will be greatly stimulated at night, plus the vision being restricted is quite dangerous. We have to leave before dark. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and walked next to Mark. Fat man, you have to overcome the fear in your heart. Yi Fan said slowly, if you are even afraid of this little thing, how can you be a beast master? A beast master is not just someone who commands the beasts to have fun every day. I know. Fatty Lee nodded heavily when he heard this. Later, Yi Fan and Fatty Lee walked a large circle outside the Silver Moon Forest. During this period, they killed a total of 6 wild beasts, 4 of which were black iron 2 stars, 1 was a 3-star, and 1 was a 7-star. This grizzly bear is really big. Looking at the grizzly bear that was as big as a hill in front of him, Fatty Lee exclaimed, this must be worth a lot of money. Fortunately, this grizzly bear has not yet reached adulthood. Except for the fur, which is worth 4,000 to 5,000, the rest may be about the same price as the silver deer. Yi Fan said and exhaled. Although the grizzly bear is a beast of low-level bloodline, it can take advantage of its size. If it is a novice beast to train, it is still good, but it will eat a little too much. Fat man, you performed well just now. Yi Fan patted the fat man on the shoulder. In the battle just now, the fat man still played a certain role. When the fire dog and the grizzly bear were fighting, Fatty Lee commanded the sun snake to suddenly pop out of the dead leaves on the ground and bit the grizzly bear's feet with its fangs. The poison spread and the grizzly bear gradually became exhausted. Let the fire dog successfully surpass the 3rd level and defeat the grizzly bear. It should be harmful. Fatty Lee scratched his head. This was the first time this afternoon that he found a move. I think you can specialize in training Fatty in the future. Yi Fan said with some thought. For example, if you raise all snake-type beasts, when you fight in the future, dozens of snakes will be released, which will be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes. Hearing this, the fat man was a little reluctant. How powerful can snake beasts be? Don't underestimate snakes. Yi Fan shook his head. The only kind of snake I know is called dragon python. It has horns on its head like a dragon but no legs. It is several hundred meters long. With just a sweep of its tail, it can cover a small mountain. To be raised to the ground, just one bite from the poisonous fangs will kill the glory-level beast. Such a powerful beast master. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes were a little excited. Where is the dragon python? What are you thinking about? You are here. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at the fat man. Beasts like dragon pythons live in ancient ruins to guard treasures. Normally, beast masters at the peak of glory would not dare to provoke them. Quote, think about it, people have to have dreams after all. Fatty Lee scratched his head and asked, then why do you want me to raise all snakes and beasts? Affinity. Yi Fan explained again, if you raise all snakes, you will gradually be familiar with the snake-like beasts. If you conquer the same kind of beasts, the difficulty will be much lower. That's it. After hearing this, the fat man hesitated, and then made up his mind, then I will raise all snakes. I want the dragon python. You. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, but there was a touch of relief in his eyes when he saw the fat man excitedly loading the grizzly bear's body. From being scared at first to longing for a powerful beast master, today's trip has opened up Fatty's path as a beast master. In the future, as long as he follows me, he is confident that Fatty will become a strong one. Fat man, I want to help you in this life. Looking at Fatty Lee's back, Yi Fan Nanan said, please don't let me down. Ah, what Lion King? Where is the Lion King? Fatty Lee jumped 3 feet high when he heard Yi Fan's words. There's still a Lion King on the outskirts of this forest. Hearing this, Yi Fan choked for a while and said helplessly, Fat man, I will pay you some money when you have time. Go get your ears treated as soon as possible. In a shop on Pingcheng Street, Yi Fan and Fatty Lee were standing at the door, taking out one beast after another and trading with the shop owner. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. Looking at the beasts one by one, the shop owner's eyes gradually changed. When he saw Fatty Lee finally took out a gray bear, he was surprised and said, are you two little brothers beast masters? You can hunt beasts like gray bears. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, we are all freshmen of this Pingcheng High School. Freshmen can hunt gray bears. This gray bear is at least above the level of black iron 7 stars. The shop owner responded quickly, and his face was full of smiles. Since you are a distinguished beast master, I will buy back this batch of things at the highest price. 3,000 for silver deer, 1,002 for silver moon rabbit. For gray bear, I will give it at 7,000, a total of 15,002. What do you think, two beast masters? 15,002. Hearing this number, Fatty Lee opened his mouth wide. His monthly living expenses were only 1,000 yuan, and a hunting trip cost more than his annual living expenses. On the side, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee's reaction, smiled and shook his head, and said to the shop owner, 15,000 yuan will be fine, I want to keep 10 kilograms of gray bear meat. 10 kilograms. Hearing this, the shop owner hesitated for a few seconds, but soon agreed, 10 kilograms is 10 kilograms, wait for the 2 adults, I will arrange for them to prepare it for the adults immediately. Soon, the shop assistants helped to move these beasts in, and soon, the shop assistants came out with 2 large bags. Sir, this is the 10 kilograms of gray bear meat you want, and 15,000 yuan, count it. The shop owner handed over the things with a smile on his face. Yi Fan took the meat and weighed it slightly, nodded, and as for the stack of money, he just glanced at it casually and put it in his arms. He was not worried that the other party would be short of weight. The owner of a shop that specializes in buying and selling beast meat in Pingcheng would not be so far-sighted. "Fatty, let's go," Yi Fan said to Fatty Li and led the way out. Fatty quickly followed and looked at the gray bear meat in Yi Fan's hand, and asked in confusion, "Yi Fan, why did you keep some gray bear meat?" "Eat." Yi Fan was helpless and said to Fatty, "The blood and flesh of wild beasts are not only nutritious but also taste good. Whether it is for beastmasters or for yourself, it has a lot of benefits. The more powerful the beast, the better the effect of its blood and flesh, especially for beastmasters like you who practice Teoti. What you want to eat is beast meat, the more precious the better. In addition, beastmasters also need to eat a lot of blood and flesh. The blood and flesh of broiler chickens and pigs can fill their stomachs. There is no, in other words, I and my beasts have to eat a lot of wild beast meat. Do you use a basin? Do you use another basin? This. Not enough. Okay. This young man is really here again." Almost instantly, Ning Shui came to the door. As soon as Yi Fan entered the door, he saw Ning Shui's pretty face with a smile on her face. It must be said that in terms of appearance, Ning Shui's appearance is one of the most beautiful women in the whole Pingcheng, and with her exquisite makeup, she is really eye-catching. Yi Fan has lived 2 lives, and his state of mind has long been like still water. Fatty Li on the side was a little unsatisfactory. He stared at Ning Shui straight, and his appearance was almost drooling. "Long time no see," Yi Fan responded, without saying much, and said directly, "I want seeds of strong tendon grass, how much is it?" "You want seeds again?" Ning Shui was a little confused. This boy just bought seeds of fiery fruit yesterday, and today he wants seeds of strong tendon grass again. Is he planning to plant a spiritual grass back garden at home? Strengthening grass seeds are slightly cheaper than fiery fruit seeds, 8,000 each. Ning Shui replied, hesitated a little, and then said, "But I can make the decision, 6,000 each for little brother." "Thank you," Yi Fan responded without saying much. Although Ning Shui was puzzled, since it had been negotiated, she did not ask more questions. She went upstairs and took down a small box in a short while. "Here are the seeds of the strong tendon grass. If the planting conditions are suitable, it can mature once in March at most." "Okay." Yi Fan took the box and didn't say much. He picked up a purple fruit in front of him and said, "Give me 3 of these silver snake fruits." Silver snake fruit is a relatively common spiritual fruit. It is naturally not of the same level as the fiery fruit, but it is cheaper. Only snake beasts like to eat it. It is a spiritual fruit with a strong targeting. No problem. Ning Shui quickly picked up 3 silver snake fruits for Yi Fan and handed them over. Silver snake fruit is 2,000 each. Here are 3. Together with the strong tendon grass seeds, the total is 12,000 yuan. Point it out. Yi Fan took out the money he just got, counted out 12,000, handed it to Ning Shui, and then asked Fatty Li to leave. Fatty Li didn't know anything about herbs, so he didn't say anything. But before leaving, he turned to look at Ning Shui and said with a click of his tongue, "This sister is really exciting." "Fat man, beauty is not only exciting, it may also be poisonous," Yi Fan said coldly from the side. These words made Fatty Li shiver. He quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. "Poison." In the store, Ning Shui naturally heard these words, her beautiful eyes turned, and there was a smile on her face. This young man seems to have some understanding. After thinking for a moment, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the receptionist at the door, "Next time this young man comes, please inform me and I will receive him personally." "Yes." The receptionist agreed repeatedly. Looking at Ning Shui's graceful figure walking into the store, she was a little puzzled. An ordinary boy, why does Miss Ning value him so much? Back at school, the sky was already dark at this moment. In front of the dormitory door, Yi Fan handed the silver snake fruit he bought in the afternoon to the fat man. "Silver snake fruit, if your son snake eats these 3 fruits, it should be able to reach the level of black iron 2-star. "How embarrassing," Fatty Li replied, but he took the silver snake fruit in his hand honestly. "In addition, I'll give you 1,000 yuan and 5 pounds of grizzly bear meat." Yi Fan continued, took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Fatty Li, when practicing the peyote method, you must not practice it on an empty stomach, otherwise it will be eaten back at itself. I can't take this anymore. This time, Fatty Lee was really embarrassed to take it. He followed Yi Fan this time and didn't do much. Except for a small help in the end, Yi Fan basically protected him. Fatty Lee felt very happy when he was given a silver snake fruit, but he felt really bad when he asked for money and meat. Take it. Yi Fan looked at the fat man's reaction and said calmly, what you need now are resources to grow. When you become stronger, you can pay me back. This sentence made the fat man hesitate. Soon, he nodded and took the money and grizzly bear meat. Then I'll go back first, Yi Fan said and opened the dormitory door. Yi Fan, Fatty Lee said. Yi Fan stopped and turned his head. He saw the fat man holding the meat and said sincerely, thank you. After saying this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Maybe he was clumsy and couldn't think of many words to express. In the end, he just said, thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful beast master. Ha! After hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened. Seeing that the fat man seemed a little at a loss, he smiled slightly and shook his head. Fat man, the gratitude of a black iron level beastmaster is as light as a feather. It's not too late to say thank you after you conquer the dragon python you want. When Fatty Lee heard this, he understood something. He was shocked, and then nodded heavily, okay. In the beast-controlling space, Yi Fan looked at the fire fruits that had grown into grass seedlings in the land in front of him, his eyes fluctuating slightly. Read M. 30 days have passed in 1 day outside. The fire fruit is originally a rhizome, so it is not surprising to see grass sprouts growing out. It should take another 3 days for the outside world to mature this fire fruit. Yi Fan had joy in his eyes. When the fire fruit matures, your fire dog will have a good improvement. I can definitely get the qualifications to go to the Waiming secret realm that Pan Zhao mentioned, but the secret realm is not without danger, and many good things are guarded by beasts. If you can improve your strength before entering the secret realm, you will have a greater chance of getting more good things. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and planted the strong grass he just bought. Strong muscle grass has higher universality. Although it does not have the targeted improvement of fire fruit, it is still a good spiritual grass because the growth cycle is not long. Ning Qinghai must have noticed that he deliberately showed off his performance last time. Last time, the fire fruit rhizome was basically sold half and half free. This time, the price of the strong grass seeds was also greatly reduced. If I have the opportunity in the future, I can still give something back to them. Thinking about it, Yi Fan said. He is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others for nothing. Since the other party values his potential and background, when he becomes stronger, giving back something that is insignificant to him can be regarded as a kind of reward. Wong Wong. On the side, the fire dog came over happily and rubbed Yi Fan intimately. Yi Fan was not stingy and took out the remaining 5 kilograms of grizzly bear meat and placed it on the ground. In my own beast-controlling space, there is abundant spiritual energy, and beast controllers do not need to eat frequently, but as I said to Fatty, meat is very important for beast controllers. You eat this bit of meat slowly. We will go hunting later and there will be more. Yi Fan touched the fire dog's head, his eyes full of doting. Compared to humans and other beasts, dog beasts are the most loyal, especially beasts like fire dogs. As long as they recognize the first master, they will not follow other beasts even if the master dies. The beast master will either go to the deep mountains and old forests to die alone, or die of hunger strike. Such qualities are extremely rare among beast masters, but because of their inferior bloodline, few people would choose a fire dog as their master beast. I will give you my best things. In the future, you will become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan. Looking at the fire dog, Yi Fan spoke as if he was announcing an oath. Wong. The fire dog seemed to understand, barked in a low voice, tore off a piece of grizzly bear meat and placed it at Mark's feet. Seeing this familiar operation, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Looking at Yi Fan who was motionless, fire dog made a confused voice, Wong. It's all for you. I don't like eating this. Yi Fan explained and patted the fire dog on the head again. The fire dog wagged its tail, but still took the meat back and devoured it. It can be seen that it really wants to eat the grizzly bear meat, but it still wants to share it with Mark first. Yi Fan closed his eyes on the side and activated the method of becoming a saint. He is strong enough both internally and externally to be able to cope with some unexpected troubles sometimes. Time passed quietly like this. In the morning, at 8 o'clock, Fatty Lee knocked on Yi Fan's door on time. Crunch. Today's arrangement, Yi Fan thought, today we can train in school and get familiar with cooperating with beast control. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, and took out a big bag of steamed buns with his backhand. Come on, have breakfast, and let's get started after that. Looking at the bag in Fatty Lee's hand, which contained at least 20 or 30 buns, Yi Fan shook his head. I can't eat so many. Can't eat so much. Fatty Lee was stunned. Yi Fan, haven't you practiced the Teoti method? That breathing method is not suitable for me. Yi Fan shook his head, and I don't like to eat too much. That's it. Fatty Lee hesitated, glanced at the large bag of buns in his hand, thought for a moment, and took out 2. Then I'll give these 2 to you, and I'll eat the rest. I happen to be a little hungry. Okay. Yi Fan nodded and took the steaming buns. Let's go and try out the Academy's combat training device. The school naturally has supporting training facilities for beast masters. There are training instruments specially used to imitate beast control battles, sensitivity instruments for training reaction speed, gravity chambers for increasing conformity, etc. The training equipment in high school is not advanced, but it is still quite good for novice beast masters. Snap, snap, snap. Soon, the two came to the school's training room. The training room was a building with separate training facilities on each floor. The first level is the combat training instrument. As soon as he entered the building, the sound of table tennis came through, and he saw that the huge indoor room was divided into 5 training halls. The training ritual in the training hall will automatically evolve into a beast according to the beast master's beast control strength. Only a beast of comparable strength came out. The content of the exercise here was filled in by some researchers through studying the corresponding beasts. It almost perfectly restored the beast control fighting method in the exercise. Dobby Wolf. Just after walking through the first training room, the voice of a beast master rang out. Apparently, his beast master was knocked down by the beast master practiced by the training device. At this moment, he picked up his own beast with a distressed look on his face. At the same time, a number appeared on the screen in the training hall. 1. Seeing this number, Yi Fan shook his head. The longer you fight the beast that evolved from the training device in the training room, the higher the score you will get. If you defeat this beast, a higher level beast will appear, and the battle score will also increase accordingly. And increase. 1 point, that is to say, I didn't last even 1 minute. I basically just stood there and watched my beast being knocked down by the trainer's beast. A new beastmaster is still too immature. The Dobby Wolf is an elite level beastmaster. Although it is not top-notch, it is naturally fast and cannot be knocked down at once. The score on the drill instrument is basically an important basis for assessment. During the college entrance examination, there are 2 hard conditions. The first is to reach the silver level in beast control, and the second is to be able to score more than 60 points on the drill instrument. At 60 points, it is enough to practice fighting beasts of the same level with the drill instrument for an hour without losing. Of course, these 60 points do not guarantee that you will go to college. It just means that you pass the exam and have a chance to enter college. If you want to be admitted to a top university, there is no upper limit on your score. In the past, someone got a score of 500 points. Defeat the training instruments beast at 5 levels beyond the silver level. Let's go find one and try it. Yi Fan turned to Fatty Lee and said. When he turned around, he saw Fatty holding a bun in his mouth with a bulging mouth. Ahem. Yi Fan coughed. Fat man, you should pay more attention to your image outside. Isn't it Yi Fan who told me not to care about other people's eyes? Fatty Lee replied. This is good. Yi Fan nodded and walked forward along the aisle. Just as he reached the next training hall, he saw someone pushing a girl and cursing. What qualifications does a waste from the ordinary class have to use a training device? The girl's strength was obviously not as strong as that man's. By accident, she was pushed out of the aisle, and then her beast was also thrown out. Ma Xiaoshui. Fatty Lee recognized the girl who answered the question in front of the devil mentor and nodded to Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally saw this scene, his eyes became slightly cold, and he walked over there. Yi Fan. Ma Xiaoshui obviously knew Yi Fan. She was very embarrassed when such a embarrassing scene was seen by others. Get up. Yi Fan stretched out his hand towards Ma Xiaoshui. It's normal to be inferior to others for a while. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshui's embarrassment eased a little. She took Yi Fan's hand and stood up. Looking at the man in the training room, she gritted her teeth and said, "The place where these beast masters from the elite class and the excellent class dominate the training is not there. It's allowed for use by our regular classes, but the school doesn't care. No one will value your ideas until your value is reflected," Yi Fan said, turned around and walked into the practice room. When he heard someone coming in, the man who had kicked Ma Xiaoshui out before turned around. When he saw that the three fat men were all wearing the uniforms of the ordinary class, he became fierce again. "What are you looking at? The trash from the ordinary class is worthy of seeing our talents. People in class practice. You're a waste when you open your mouth and you're a waste when you shut up. Who gave you the confidence? Are they the words, elite class, on your clothes?" Yi Fan replied, sitting down on a stool beside him, without saying anything more. His voice was cold. "Come on, didn't you say that people in the ordinary class are not worthy of using the training device? Let's compare who has the higher score to see who is not worthy of using the training device. You want to compete with me for practice scores?" Hearing this, the students in the elite class seemed to have heard a joke. "Why do you want to compete with me for those beast-controlling beasts in your ordinary class that don't even want dogs?" "That's right. Read M." Yi Fan still looked calm and stared at the man. "You don't dare to compete, do you?" "Joke," the man said and put on a good posture. "Today I will show you how big the gap is between the people in the elite class and you trash in the ordinary class." After saying this, the man turned around, jumped onto the training platform, and pressed the challenge button on the platform. "The challenge begins. Please release your beast." The man raised his hand, and a very strong-looking hyena with sharp teeth appeared. Black Iron 3 stars, elite level bloodline. After releasing his beast control, the man looked at Yi Fan with some pride. When he saw that Yi Fan's eyes remained unchanged, he was a little angry. "Let me show you how powerful I am." After saying this, he raised his hand again and used his beast-controlling talent, Sea-level quick attack, which not only increased the speed of the beast controlling, but also slightly increased the attack power, and what was reflected in the light was that the sharp-toothed hyena's teeth became sharper and the muscles of its limbs bulged. After doing all this, the man turned his head again. This time, when he saw that Mark was still calm and even had a smile in his eyes, he was completely angry. There is a feeling of being looked at as a clown by others. Rumble. At this moment, the training instrument also emitted light, and a golden deer with the same Black Iron 3 stars appeared in the field. This golden deer had a slender body and strong limbs. Although its strength was not as good as the silver deer that day, it looked like it was significantly stronger than the silver deer hunted by Yi Fan before. Sharp-toothed hyena, enter. The man commanded his beast to pounce on the golden deer, his eyes full of anger. He wanted this boy to take a good look at what the gap was. On the other side, Yi Fan sat there and watched the man commanding the hyena to fight the golden deer, and just shook his head. In his eyes, this kind of commanding technique is really like a child fighting, without any rules or regulations, and it does not take advantage of his own advantage in controlling beasts. As for this man showing off the same ability to unleash beasts and control beasts in front of him before, that was really a joke. A Black Iron level beast with AC level talent is not even qualified to catch my eye. Bang, bang, and soon, the battle in the field also decided the winner. After a misjudgment, the sharp-toothed hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer, and flew out and fainted on the ground. On the field, the score of 25 gradually emerged. Looking at this number, the man raised his head. When everyone had just obtained the beast control, he scored 25 points, which completely proved how strong his beast control and his beast control talent were. "It's your turn." Turning around to see Mark, the man spoke provocatively. Yi Fan nodded and walked to the stage. This time, the man sat where Yi Fan had just sat, looking at Yi Fan with a playful expression. He wanted to see how Yi Fan was beaten to pieces by the beast that appeared in the training device. When he releases the beast, I will mock him. Thinking of Yi Fan's reaction when he released the beast, the man gritted his teeth in hatred. But the next moment, when the fire dog appeared in the field, the man was shocked. Black iron 4 stars, how is that possible? The beasts that everyone has obtained are all 1-star black iron. It has only been a few days. How come Yi Fan's fire dog has 4 stars of black iron? Grow faster than elite level beast masters. Are you scared? Yi Fan looked at the man and made a sound. Huh, so what if it's 4 stars? The beast control levels of the training instruments are synchronized. The man replied, but he looked a little sullen. My own sharp-toothed hyena spent a lot of money to eat a spiritual fruit to reach the 3-star level of black iron so quickly. How could this guy raise the beast control to 4 stars in such a short time? Also spent money. Whoever has the money to study in this ordinary class will suffer the consequences. Why not just hire a powerful beast master to be a bodyguard? It's absolutely impossible for him to get better grades than me. The man felt a little guilty, but he was still very confident. How could a low-grade fire dog defeat an elite-grade beast of the same level? This determination did not last long. As the battle unfolded, the man was dumbfounded. It was also a golden deer, but it was different from the difficulty of fighting with him. Yi Fan's fire dog was able to fight it with ease. Every time the golden deer attacked, it was just dodged just 1 second before it was about to attack. And every time he dodges an attack, the fire dog will definitely fight back, leaving a paw print on the golden deer. This situation shocked the man, and he stared at the clock on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. When the numbers fluctuated, and at the 21st minute, the golden deer's high-raised kick was missed. Instead, it was lifted this time, revealing a gap. Fire dog, lock the throat. Yi Fan's calm voice sounded. In the field, the fire dog burst out, pounced from the gap between the legs in front of the golden deer, and bit hard at the golden deer's throat. The golden deer struggled wildly and tried to kick the fire dog, but the position where the fire dog launched its attack was so tricky that it could never break free. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the golden deer collapsed to the ground, and the clock on the wall stopped at 24. I won. The man did not look at the changes in the field, his eyes were always focused on the wall clock. When he saw the wall clock stopped at 24 minutes, he jumped up. I am at 25 minutes, you are at 24 minutes. Quote. I won. As soon as these words came out, not only Yi Fan, but also Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoshui were speechless, looking at the man like an idiot. What are you looking at? Can't you stand losing? People from the ordinary class don't even have this much tolerance. Noticing the eyes of several people, the man cursed, and was about to continue speaking when Yi Fan's voice rang out. Take a good look at how many points I got. Hearing this, the man raised his head and saw the golden deer that was bitten by the fire dog and no longer struggled. At the same time, the score appeared on the training stage, which was as red as blood. 100. 100 points. The score will only appear if you directly kill the beast of the same level. Note that it is killing, not defeating. The inferior fire dog killed the elite golden deer of the same level. When this sentence was said, the man's lips trembled a little. Looking at Yi Fan, he couldn't say a word for a while. Now, people from the ordinary class are qualified to use this training instrument. Yi Fan walked off the stage and looked at the man with trembling lips, and he just felt a little funny. Qualified, qualified. The man nodded repeatedly, and at this moment, he tilted his head and his face flushed. Don't look down on anyone, even if they are not as good as you now. Yi Fan just said one sentence and waved his hand. Go away, don't let me see you in this practice room in the future. Yes, yes, I'll leave now. The man nodded. He was not as skilled as others. At this moment, he was shocked and scared, and fled like a weasel. Yi Fan looked at his back and shook his head with a chuckle. For a character like this, he didn't even bother to embarrass the other party, but lowered his own level. Okay, Fatty, you two can use this practice room. Yi Fan's eyes moved and looked at Fatty and Ma Xiaoshui on the side. Both of them were shocked at the moment, but Fatty had hunted wild beasts with Yi Fan. Although he was shocked at the moment, he quickly recovered and took the beast and went on stage. Yi Fan was sitting in the audience, watching Fatty's clumsy fight and felt a little funny. On the side, Ma Xiaoshui's voice came over. Yi Fan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yi Fan turned his head and saw a very pretty face. Ma Xiaoshui herself had some impression of this. At that time, She was considered the most hardworking person in the ordinary class, but perhaps because of her talent, she did not get into college. Later, she opened a training class in Pingcheng, which was also quite good. It's not that my beast is so strong. Thinking about it, Yi Fan shook his head. It's just that I saw through the fighting style of the golden deer. See through. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshui was a little confused. The fighting style of the beast is not fixed, how can you see through it? The style is not fixed, but some things are fixed, like this simple physical attack, as long as you know, for example, the fulcrum of the force when attacking, the changes in various parts of the beast's body when attacking, and even the changes in the breathing rhythm, you can easily let your beast avoid this most basic beast attack. Yi Fan explained. Oh, Ma Xiaoshui seemed to understand, thought for a while, and asked again, then how can I see through it? Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. Sure enough, some things can be seen from some small details. No wonder Ma Xiaoshui couldn't get into college despite working so hard. Too rigid. Alas, Yi Fan sighed and said helplessly. When you deliberately think about what I said during the battle, as the number of battles increases, these changes will be familiar to you, and you will be able to see through it, right? Oh, after hearing this, Ma Xiaoshui seemed to wake up suddenly and bowed repeatedly, thank you, thank you. Nothing. Yi Fan glanced at her and turned his eyes to the stage again. At this moment, Fatty's son Snake had been defeated by the beast evolved by the evolution device. On the scoreboard, a big 2 was revealed. Fatty Lee scratched his head in embarrassment. He was so excited watching Yi Fan fight before, but when it came to him, facing an elite-level beastmaster at the same level, he was basically being chased and beaten, let alone fighting back. You can't win even if you run. It's okay, you just continue to challenge. I will take a rest and continue to challenge. Yi Fan said, glanced at Ma Xiaoshui next to him, and added, let's take turns, and it can also allow the beast to be controlled in the beast space. Recover. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and jumped down from the training platform. However, Ma Xiaoshui was a little embarrassed, knowing that Yi Fan deliberately gave her a chance. It's just some casual actions. Rather than keeping it in mind, it's better to strengthen yourself first. Yi Fan said seemingly unintentionally, waving his hand, I think you don't like being thrown out next time, right? Ma Xiaoshui was startled by these words, and then she gritted her teeth and jumped onto the training platform without saying anything. While Yi Fan and the others were still in the practice room, on the other side, the freshman grade teacher's office exploded. A new student blew up the drill instrument of his class on the third day of enrollment. There are not many classes in Pingcheng High School, and there are only about a dozen teachers. At this moment, they all gathered around an instrument, marveling at the bright red number 100 displayed on it. Killing elite beasts of the same level is not something they have never seen before. After all, some new beasts are bought at a high price. As long as they are familiar with it, they can do it. But this is only the third day. How strong do they have to be? Only with his fighting talent can he kill an elite beast of the same level in such a short period of time. It should be the kind of family where the parents are beast masters, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be familiar with the beast masters so quickly. A mentor judged, at least they are the strongest beast masters in the elite level, with B talent above level. Are you from the Yingji class? Another teacher asked. Didn't it mean that the Yingji class accepted an A-level student this year? Could it be that one? It's possible, but didn't that person say he was taken back by his family and won't come to school until next month? Another instructor objected. It's also possible that he is in the elite class, and there are several B-class students. There are B-level talents in the excellence class. Hearing this, the instructor of the excellence class was obviously not happy. Deng Li, our class, has the B-level talent dragon armor, and with the golden armored beast he chose, he is completely it's possible to get 100 points at this time. It's not like I haven't heard of Deng Li before. The golden armored beast's attack methods are not strong, so it's not that easy to kill. Moreover, they are all black iron level and have no skills. I would say there is hope for Helen in our class. I think our Banphila should be the one. Quote. A group of instructors were arguing in front of the instrument with red faces. On the other side, Pan Zhao sat there without saying a word. There is a reason why these tutors compete like this. In order to stimulate the tutors' enthusiasm for teaching, many reward rules have been given. One of them is that the first student teacher to score 100 points in the practice room will be eligible to enter the tutor's exclusive secret realm. The secret realm that the instructor entered was not the Wei Ming secret realm, but the higher-level Yunxi secret realm. There were many things that could benefit even gold-level beast masters. In previous years, Pan Zhao would probably have been arguing with a group of people there, but this year, he could only sit here. Those students in the regular class, alas. Just as he sighed, suddenly, one of the tutors looked at the name that popped up on the instrument and asked doubtfully, Yi Fan. Whose student is this? Hearing the name, Pan Zhao frowned. Before anything could happen, he heard another instructor shout, he used a fire dog to kill an elite beast of the same level. How is that possible? Fire dog, isn't it a low-grade beast? It's also the most difficult to cultivate. One person said, and suddenly reacted, Yi Fan. Isn't that the number one in theory in Pingcheng Junior High School, and was praised by our principal for being able to become a beast? Is that guy whose talent was graded D in the end for Beast Master? He should be in the ordinary class now. After saying this, another instructor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, is Yi Fan your student? At this moment, Pan Zhaona was also confused, but looking at the envious expressions of the teachers around him, he felt relieved. Good guy, Yi Fan is so secretive. No wonder he dares to take his companions to the beast control forest. Resisting a smile, Pan Zhao looked calm and nodded, yes. Brother Pan has good vision. He can kill elite beasts at this stage. At least he is a good prospect in terms of combat talent. A mentor who has a good relationship with Pan Zhaobin said, Brother Pan can't be just because of Yi Fankai volunteered to teach ordinary classes, right? It doesn't matter, there is a certain reason. Pan Zhao continued to pretend, but his eyes moved to the instrument in the distance that was blocked by the crowd. You should let me go and take a look. My student scored 100 points. Why are you surrounding me? Brother Pan seems to be taking off again. You are already strong. If you enter the Yunxi secret realm again, you might be able to leave us far behind. Another person said somewhat flatteringly, this Yi Fan is very strong. Maybe we can get good results in the freshman competition and the grade competition in the future. When the time comes, Brother Pan remembers to take us. No. Pan Zhao was about to agree when suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out. It's just a matter of beating up the same level at the Black Iron level. How strong can AD level be? In a few days, those B level ones will be able to beat up the same level after they adapt to the rhythm of beast control. As soon as this voice came out, the originally lively office noise suddenly became quieter. Pan Zhao frowned and looked at the source of the sound, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Zhang Hong, his old enemy, took over his position as the tutor of the elite class this time. Looking at Pan Zhao, Zhang Hong showed a provocative smile. It doesn't matter if you beat someone at the same level. A true genius can transcend the next level. In a few months, some of my students will definitely be able to score over 100. Yes, students in the elite class, after all, everyone is B level, and this class also has an A level that Pingcheng hasn't seen in decades. One person whispered, and everyone returned calmly. Original position. Mother is more valuable than son. Beast Master teacher is more important than his students who are also Beast Masters. With such a group of talented students, one can imagine the benefits Zhang Hong will get in the past few years. It's better not to fawn over the wrong person. The waste class will always be the waste class, the facts cannot be changed. Zhang Hong said coldly, and just turned around. Suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. 200. Then, under the score, the name and the beast appeared. Challenger. Yi Fan, using the beast, Fire Dog. Leap level, this Yi Fan has surpassed the level to kill the elite beast. Someone said, and at this moment, Zhang Hong's face turned dark. He was just saying that leapfrogging was the real genius, but before he finished speaking, a 200-point leapfrog kill was thrown in his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard it. At this moment, he couldn't hold back the joy on his face and imitated Zhang Hong's words. People in the trash class can jump over and kill on the third day of school, but they don't know Yingji. When will the people in this class be able to score 200 points? It's just one level higher. As long as my students work hard, they can advance 2 levels. Before he finished speaking, the score on the instrument changed again, reaching 300. The words below remain unchanged. Challenger. Yi Fan, using the beast control, fire dog. How is this possible? At this time, even Zhang Hong couldn't pretend to be calm. In less than a minute, he jumped 2 levels and killed an elite level beast. This rampaging ostrich's weakness is too obvious. On the training platform, Yi Fan looked at the rampaging ostrich whose neck was bitten off by the fire dog and curled his lips. The strengths and weaknesses of this beast are too prominent. It is extremely fast, but as long as you seize the opportunity, its long and thin neck is almost its biggest Achilles heel. As for Yi Fan, with such an obvious weakness, how could he escape from his clutches? He locked the opportunity and killed him with one blow. The rampaging ostrich didn't even have time to resist. Why are you looking at me like this? Turning around, Yi Fan looked at the dull-looking Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoshui below the stage, confused. For this kind of beast with obvious fatal points, it's not a problem to go beyond level 5. In the audience, Fatty Li looked at the big 300 points and thought about his highest score of 8 points today. Then he looked at Yi Fan, who seemed to be very dissatisfied. He was silent for a while and complained feebly. Yi Fan, please do some human work. Okay, that's about it for today. After defeating the rampaging ostrich, Yi Fan also lost the desire to continue the challenge. The black iron level is the easiest to jump over. At this time, everyone simply attacks with their limbs. As long as they find the weak point and dodge the opponent's beast, unless the gap is too big and the opponent's skin cannot be broken, they can win. When reaching bronze, beast control begins to have skills, and then it will be more difficult to jump up a level. The higher you go, the harder it will be to jump up a level. Okay. In the audience, Fatty Li also stood up. He has challenged many times today and his score has exceeded 10. As for Ma Xiaoshui, it is a little higher, reaching around 15 points. Fat man, you can try the agility training upstairs. Thinking of something, Yi Fan said thoughtfully, a flexible snake is the most scary. Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly and walked upstairs. Yi Fan also followed Fatty upstairs. Yi Fan. Just as he went upstairs, Ma Xiaoshui caught up with him. Is there anything else? Yi Fan asked. I want to ask, is there any way to make my white wolf become stronger quickly? Ma Xiaoshui asked. Obviously, at this moment, she was also impressed by Yi Fan. I went out of my way a few streets, hoping to get some opinions. White wolf. Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a hint of thought, but soon shook his head. White wolf is quite an ordinary beast. There is nothing special about it. Eat more wild beasts. Meat. Eat some spiritual grass and spiritual fruits suitable for it, such as strong muscle grass, to make it stronger. But this kind of beast control is not very suitable for you. I just saw your beast control talent. It should be AD level iron arm, plus the upper body strength of the beast control. Although it has an increase in the white wolf, it is also of a low grade. If so, the grizzly bear should be more suitable for you, and combined with your beast control talent, it can also exert quite good combat power. When your breathing method opens the second beast control space, it is recommended that you choose a grizzly bear. Quote. Grizzly bear. After hearing this, Ma Xiaoshui seemed to understand a little bit, but that kind of beast control seems to be only found in the beast control forest. So, you need to practice by yourself. A truly strong person can never succeed by talking on paper. Yi Fan said, without saying anything else, turned around and went upstairs. Having said that, he and Ma Xiaoshui are not familiar with each other, so giving some advice is already a friendship between classmates. Downstairs, Ma Xiaoshui frowned. She knew about the beast-taming forest, but she was just a new beast-tamer now. Going to a place like that would be a bit. The office exploded with that 300-point score. Zhang Hong's face was livid. He sat in his seat and said no more. What it means for a freshman to score 300 points on the third day, he knows very well that the opponent definitely has quite terrifying actual combat experience, and may even be an extremely experienced beast-controlling hunter who knows the weaknesses of beast-controlling clearly. That's why I can leapfrog like crazy at the black iron level. But, this is just a new student. How could he have such terrifying actual combat experience, D-level talent, and fire dog? He wouldn't even dare to say that he could do it if he were asked to do it. A natural fighting genius. This word came out of Zhang Hong's mind, and his expression suddenly changed. There are not many such examples. Black Iron's 2-level jump kill means that he can fight beyond 3 levels. In his first year as a freshman, this Yifan was able to suppress a large group of B-level and C-level students. Of course, this is nothing to Zhang Hong, but what is more important is that for a whole year, just with this Yifan, Pan Zhao will probably be able to get a lot of rewards, even if he later reaches the bronze level. Pan Zhao's the gap between grade 1 students has been widened. Originally, they wanted to make Pan Zhao unable to lift his head for 3 years, but this time, not only did the other party raise his head, but his chin was raised to the sky. It took a lot of effort to motivate Pan Zhao to go to the regular class. I thought everything was done. Could it be that because of 1 mark, the whole plan was ruined? Looking at the name on the instrument, Zhang Hong's eyes gradually became colder. Brother Pan, look at Yifan's strength. How does he look like a student in an ordinary class? Among the group of people, a very honest-looking teacher said with a smile, I think it may have been wrong during the previous rating. With this kind of strength, he can definitely be in the class of excellence. You weren't there on the day of the beast-controlling talent awakening ceremony. Hearing this, Pan Zhao looked at the honest teacher. Li Shang, what you said means that someone cheated and changed Yifan's talent rating. I didn't say that. Li Shang shook his head quickly. The beast control talent awakening ceremony is the most important thing above. It is fair, just and open. If someone puts on the hat of questioning the fraud of the ceremony, it cannot be explained in a few words. That's it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. Yifan is a D grade, that is, a student in the ordinary class. Why, didn't you think that the ordinary classes were all rubbish at first? Now there are people in this bunch of rubbish. I have a character, you want to go there. Brother Pan, what are you talking about? Another instructor acted as a peacemaker. We are not trying to compete with Brother Pan for this reward, but since Yifan is very good, staying in the ordinary class would be a bit underwhelming. Quote. Golden 9 stars. Feeling this power, many instructors' expressions changed a little. Wasn't this Pan Zhao still at the golden 8 stars at the end of last year? Why did he suddenly reach the 9 stars? 9 stars are already close to the peak. If you reach 1 more star, you can look forward to eternity. I was the first in the last Pingchang High School tutor competition. After sweeping the crowd, Pan Zhao snorted, if any of you think you are more qualified than me to coach Yifan, you can come and give it a try. As soon as these words came out, many people present fell silent, and many of them, teachers who seemed to be in the same department as Zhang Hong, looked a little ugly. Crunch. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the office door suddenly opened, and then an old man with gray hair and a slightly rich appearance walked in. Principal. Upon seeing this man, all the instructors stood up and saluted, and Pan Zhao was no exception. Who am I, the principal of Pingchang High School? Despite his senile appearance, the strength of the Beast Master is unfathomable. Even Pan Zhao, who is equally unruly, is extremely well behaved when he sees him. Guys, I just heard that a new student has reached the reward rules we set and got 300 points on the practice instrument. Who am I? Looked around at the many teachers present with a smile on his face. Who is it? Teacher's student. The crowd was a little silent, but Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, he is my student, his name is Yifan, and the beast he uses is the fire dog. Your student. Who am I? Was stunned for a moment, and then his smile grew stronger. This is the first time in so many years that students from ordinary classes can come out on top in the reward rules we have set, and they have also beaten the odds. Full marks on both levels. Not bad. After saying this, Who am I? Casually took out a token and threw it towards Pan Zhao. This is the reward rule we agreed on before, an opportunity to enter the Yunshi secret realm. Here is the token. Pan Zhao, please find some time. Go and redeem it yourself. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded. Just as he was about to stand up and thank him, Who am I? Shook his head. Pan Zhao, it's hard to find a good candidate in the ordinary class. You should pay more attention to it. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally heard the hidden meaning of Kumi's words, patted his chest and said, as long as I am here, whoever dares to touch my students will die. You are a teacher now. You should behave like a teacher. You talk about fighting and killing every day. What do you look like? Who am I? Said, without saying anything more, turned around and said, okay, it's okay to come. Everyone, please work harder. In 3 months there will be a competition for freshmen. I hope all our students will get good rankings. In the evening, Fatty Lee and Yi Fan, who had trained all day, were preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. As soon as they entered the dormitory building, a pair of big hands suddenly hit them. Read M. Yi Fan reacted extremely quickly. At the moment when his big hand stretched out, he suddenly turned his hand to avoid it, and then slashed it with his knife. Clang! This chop was like hitting a stone. The big hand didn't move at all. Instead, a trace of pain came from Mark's hand. Strong. Yi Fan's eyes widened, he quickly pulled out his hand, and was about to launch another counterattack when a voice rang out. You kid, do you still want to hit the teacher? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Fan was startled. He looked up and saw Pan Zhao holding the fat man with one hand and stopping in front of him with one hand. Teacher Pan. Yi Fan put down some vigilance, looked at Pan Zhao in front of him, and asked loudly, Teacher, what can I do? It's okay. Pan Zhao retracted his hand, let go of the confused fatty, shook the previous hand, and said, You scored 300 points on the drill today. The principal found out and said you are very good. I'm here to reward you. Reward. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Is there any reward for beating the score on the training instrument? Of course, the school has set up many reward conditions. If the conditions are met, teachers and students will be rewarded. Looking at Yi Fan, who was still a little wary, Pan Zhao looked helpless. It's just that I didn't think about the students in the ordinary class. I can get these rewards, so I didn't tell you. That's it. Yi Fan relaxed a little. He had indeed heard of such a rule. What's the reward? Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao with an expression of interest. It depends on what you want. Pan Zhao replied, spreading his hands. Within the range, I can let you pick what you want. Are there any elite peak level beast masters, the kind with innate skills? Yi Fan said. Pan Zhao's face immediately darkened. Can't you get that kind of beast control for less than tens of millions? You just got the new life reward, you didn't save Pingcheng. If it's less than 50,000, think again. Within 50,000. Hearing this, Yi Fan curled his lips and showed a thoughtful expression. On the side, Pan Zhao's face turned darker when he saw Yi Fan's expression. I have never heard that this kid's family is very rich. Why did he look disappointed when he heard about 50,000 yuan? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan shook his head, just cash it out. Are you sure? Hearing this, Pan Zhao was helpless. This was the first time he heard that someone wanted to directly cash in rewards, such as spiritual grass, spiritual fruit, and beast control. Don't these things taste good to him? Sure. In Pan Zhao's helpless eyes, Yi Fan nodded seriously, I'm going to cash it out. Pan Zhao was silent. Finally, he took out a bank card and said, this card has exactly 50,000 yuan. The password is 68S. Take it. Thank you, Teacher Pan. Yi Fan took the bank card and winked at Fatty Lee beside him. Cough. Fatty Lee understood, coughed, and spoke from the side. Although he was very afraid of Pan Zhao, he still said bravely, Teacher Pan Zhao, it's getting late, so we'll leave first. Go. Pan Zhao only said one word. In the night, he looked at the backs of the two people leaving, seemingly helpless, but when he saw a red mark on his arm, there was a smile in his eyes. This kid's fighting consciousness is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. In just a flash of a second, he not only dodged his own hand, but also fought back. If he hadn't spoken out, I guess he would have been beaten by me. Several hand knives. If you want to touch my students, you should first think about yourself. The next day, Fatty Lee and Yi Fan still came to the practice room to practice. It's completely different from the last time. Yesterday, it was reported that Yi Fan scored 300 points in the practice room. In one day, almost everyone knew that there was a man named Yi Fan in the ordinary class who could complete the 2-level exam on the 3rd day of school. Kill elite level beasts at the 1st level. In connection with this, the ordinary class is also famous. Yesterday, Yi Fan told the people in the elite class that they were not allowed to go to the practice room. Later, it became that no one except the ordinary class was allowed to go. Many people were unconvinced, especially those with better talents, but as the day passed, no one got 300. Not to mention 300, they didn't even get a kill score of 100, and only got a defeat score of 90. As a result, a strange scene happened. The first few practice rooms were crowded, but in the last one, there were only a few students wearing ordinary class uniforms training there. Isn't this Brother Fan? Come on, make room for Brother Fan. As soon as Yi Fan entered, the eyes of those ordinary class students who were a little nervous suddenly brightened up and they shouted loudly. This sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. Is he that Yi Fan, the ordinary class student who jumped 2 levels and scored 300 points? Ordinary class, you didn't know, right? He was the number 1 in theory in Pingcheng back then, and the principal said he could become a strong beast master. Yi Fan YYDS. Get out of here right away. Didn't you say at that time that he must be a loser? Now he's having love again. The principal's vision is really vicious. AD-level talent can be so powerful. If he is an A-level talent, wouldn't he be invincible? Quote. The crowd's chatter was chaotic, just like the scene when he entered school, but now the words were no longer ridiculing and joking, but instead all kinds of flattery. This is the reality. When you are strong, those people will rush to please you, and when you hit the bottom, these people will step on you one after another. Yi Fan naturally seemed not to have heard any of these discussions. He walked to the practice room at the back and looked at the student who had shouted before, with a very calm look in his eyes. The student looked at Yi Fan's eyes, shrank his head, and looked at the crowd of people around him. Apparently, he realized that his slap not only missed the horse's butt, but might have hit the horse's balls. That's a good shout. Don't shout next time. Just as he was feeling anxious, Mark's voice rang out. The student looked up in panic, only to see Mark shake his head calmly. You have to give it to yourself for confidence. After saying this, Yi Fan walked towards the training platform. What are you doing around here? Is there anything else to do? Not long after, a stern voice sounded, and the crowd instantly collapsed. Yi Fan heard the sound and turned around to see Pan Zhao leaning against the wall of the practice room with his hands folded. Thinking of this, Yi Fan showed a smile and didn't care. He released the fire dog and pressed the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Looking at the fire dog released by Yi Fan in the audience, Pan Zhao was slightly surprised, but after all, he was considered a strong man in Pingcheng. He nodded, and then watched the stage with concentration. Battle. Since he is a top student, he should take special care of himself and give him more guidance. How can I say that I am also the top teacher in Pingcheng High School, and I am instructing a freshman? Isn't that Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts? Pan Zhao raised the corners of his mouth and sat on a stool nearby, but as Yi Fan's battle progressed, he slowly couldn't raise his head anymore. This kid, almost every time the opponent's beast attacks and bites him, he uses the beast to dodge. Such quick reflexes. Boom. It didn't take long before the first beast on the evolution device had already fallen. Looking at the 100 on the training device, Yi Fan didn't pause much and chose to continue the challenge. The higher level beast control still had the same result. From beginning to end, every attack was dodged. Has this kid calculated the attack method of the opponent's beast control? Pan Zhao frowned. This was the first time he saw a student, oh no, the first time he saw someone else's beast control fighting in this way. Throughout the whole process, it was not like he was fighting with a training device. Instead, he was like a training device. It was an extremely advanced one. He could perfectly see all the next moves of the opponent's beast control, even some of the movements after being attacked. Stress counterattack. How good of a theory do you have to have this effect? Pan Zhao was a little shocked, and at this time, the second beast fell down. The light flashed, and this time, it turned out to be a rampaging ostrich again. On the stage, Yi Fan smiled, and off the stage, Pan Zhao also laughed. This rampaging ostrich is extremely fast, Black Iron 6 star, at least close to bronze level speed. This time, no matter how fast you calculate, can you still react so fast? On the stage, the battle was about to break out. The rampaging ostrich moved its legs and came to the fire dog almost in the blink of an eye. But just a second ago, Yi Fan's voice also sounded, "Fire dog, take a step to the left, and then choke." Boom. Almost the same scene as the first time happened. The rampaging ostrich had its throat bitten off and was killed with one blow. Pan Zhao was stunned until Yi Fan came off the stage and saw the relaxed look on his face. Pan Zhao opened his mouth and felt that his mouth was a little dry. What does this allow me to direct? No, it's too embarrassing to just sit like this. Looking at Yi Fan looking at him with a smile, Pan Zhao felt a little unable to sit still. At this moment, Fatty came on stage. When he saw Fatty's clumsy dodge and was still attacked, Pan Zhao stood up immediately. Li Yu, what are you doing? You can't even dodge such a simple thing. The moment you see the attack from the opposite side, you should immediately command the beast to dodge. Can you control beasts? My grandma can command them better than you. On the stage, Fatty Li was paralyzed. Good guy, this devil mentor is here to see me train. Soon, a few days passed, and the fire fruit and strong muscle grass in Yi Fan's beast controlling space also grew as scheduled. 4 fire fruits, not bad. Looking at the small fire fruit trees bearing fruits in the ground, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes, picked the fruits, and moved his eyes to the strong grass on the side. At this moment, the strong weed has also grown out, a small piece of green grass, and the growth after cutting is almost 2 kilograms. Yi Fan did not feed all these spiritual fruits, but gave the fire dog 2 fire fruits and ate some strong grass, allowing it to successfully reach the 6th black iron star. You can't eat too much spiritual grass and spiritual fruit at one time, and it will take a while for the beast to accumulate and digest it. Yi Fan, are we still training in school today? In the morning, Fatty Li stood in front of Yi Fan's door carrying more than 10 steamed buns. Not today. Training in school every day can only be regarded as proficiency. To really show it, it must be in actual combat. Yi Fan shook his head. Today, I will go to Silver Moon Forest. Go to Silver Moon Forest. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Li smiled. He has never forgotten the Silver Moon Forest. Not only can he earn a lot of money by going there, but he can also eat some meat. Have you finished eating your 5 kilograms of grizzly bear meat? Looking at Fatty Li's reaction, Yi Fan asked. Yes. After hearing this, the fat man scratched his head in embarrassment. It's been a few days since I finished eating. Ever since he ate grizzly bear meat, Fatty Li's appetite has been whetted and he doesn't want to eat anything else. His breathing method has not been running smoothly in the past 2 days. Of course, this is not his decision. The higher the level of the Teodi method, the better the food should be, so that the advantages of the Teodi method can be fully utilized. I'll get you more food today, Yi Fan said with a smile in his eyes. By the way, I'm doing something more important. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little confused. What's more important? You will know when the time comes. Yi Fan shook his head. Bring 2 larger bags, in case there is too much meat for the beast and you can't fit it in the space for the beast. Okay. Fatty Li scratched his head, turned around and entered the dormitory, took out 2 large backpacks, and followed Yi Fan outside in confusion. The abnormal behavior of the 2 of them naturally attracted the attention of Pan Zhao, who was at school every day. Why did these 2 boys run out again? In a classroom in a certain teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Fatty Li and Yi Fan, each carrying a big bag, with a puzzled expression. We're not going to the Silver Moon Forest again. Do these 2 brats really regard that place as a place to buy goods? Then we encounter a bronze-level beast hunting outside, and we don't even know how it died. Time passed, and within a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Yi Fan changed completely, and he would go to watch him train every day. At first, Pan Zhao was thinking about whether he could give Yi Fan some guidance, but after a few days there, he didn't say a word. Instead, he was surprised every time by the opponent's extremely keen combat intuition. Later, Pan Zhao's eyes changed and he guided Fatty Li, who was with Yi Fan every day. This made Fatty Li miserable. His daily compulsory course was to be scolded. Pan Zhao was never merciful when he spoke. In addition, Fatty's beast control skills were really worrying. Basically, every time Pan Zhao came, he would see after a while, Fatty Li was hurled curses at him. Over the past few days, Fatty Li's beast control skills have improved a lot. Although he still gets scolded every day, he is in a good shape, and he is not the unstructured and random command before. These 2 guys are really worried. After thinking for a while, Pan Zhao picked up a hat on the side. It's better to go and have a look, so as not to lose the only top student in our class. Fat man, walk faster. In the beast-controlling forest, Yi Fan frowned. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Fan's unusual reaction, Fatty Lee became a little nervous. Is there a powerful wild beast near here? Is someone following us? Hearing this, the fat man was immediately frightened. Shish. Yi Fan made a gesture of silence, gesturing with his hands, and whispered at the same time, follow me, don't talk. Okay. Fatty Lee held his breath. At this moment, he thought of many things about killing people and seizing treasures in the beast control forest. Could it be that someone saw that they were students of Pingcheng High School and wanted to take their treasure? Will there be a cold arrow? The poisonous one. Fatty Lee was worried, while Yi Fan quickly shuttled through the jungle and headed straight for a bronze-level beast-controlling habitat. Of course, he was not going to challenge the beast, but let the person who was following him solve it. After wiping the beast's habitat, Yi Fan did not stop here. He walked forward for quite some time and then stopped. Yi Fan, aren't we going to run away? Fatty Lee was still worried at this moment, worried about being killed and taking away the treasure. No need. Yi Fan shook his head and looked at the beast's habitat not far away. Wait a while, there will be movement there. Sure enough, after a while, not far away, a ferocious beast roared. Apparently, someone had broken into its territory. Fat man, let's go back. Yi Fan smiled and pulled the fat man towards the beast-controlling habitat. The cases of murder and treasure grabbing that Fatty thought about were very common in the Silver Moon Forest. Wild beasts roamed here, and there was no way to investigate the death of one or two people. Many people had evil intentions, and there were many examples of stalking and killing. But this time it was obviously not the case. Instead, Mark knew who was coming. Clatter, clatter. The two returned and pushed through the bushes but saw no one, only a dead bronze 1-star evil rhinoceros. Bronze-level beast master. Fatty's eyes lit up, but soon he became a little scared. The person who is following us can kill a bronze-level beast master. He can not only kill bronze-level beasts, but also silver-level and even gold-level beasts. Yi Fan said with a smile in his eyes, don't worry, that person is not here to kill us. Didn't he kill us? The fat man was stunned. Who is that? It's boring to say it. Yi Fan shook his head and looked in a certain direction in the jungle. Anyway, he is here to protect us. He remembered Pan Zhao's aura. The latter had followed them all the way into the forest and could not restrain themselves. Yi Fan had a keen sense and naturally noticed it. He simply pretended not to know and asked the teacher to help them solve some minor troubles they encountered unexpectedly. Fat man, collect the body quickly. This bronze-level evil rhinoceros is quite valuable. This one costs at least 10,000. Yi Fan urged Fatty Lee. Let's not talk about the rhinoceros horns. Just this body of flesh and blood is for the beast to eat. The effect is also very good. It just so happens that you have no meat to eat. This evil rhinoceros weighs at least several hundred kilograms, and half of it can feed you for a long time. Quote. Okay. Fatty Lee knew that the crisis was over, and now he was confident and bold in collecting the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros. It didn't take long for Fatty Lee to put away the flesh and blood, and then he looked at Yi Fan with some excitement. Yi Fan, what are we going to do next? Should we continue to look for other bronze-level beasts? No. Yi Fan shook his head. We are going to the perimeter. Why? The fat man was confused and scratched his head. Didn't you say someone is protecting us? That's protection, not a thug. A little advantage is enough. Too much will be annoying and make you look less valuable. Yi Fan shook his head. One bronze-level beast is enough. We are here, and it's more important to experience real beast fighting. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee followed Yi Fan's pace. In the distance, on a tree, Pan Zhao was a little surprised when he saw Yi Fan and the others walking towards the outskirts of the forest. Pan Zhao was a little angry when he found out that he had become a thug for no reason, but when he saw that the other party did not continue to provoke but actively retreated to the outside, Pan Zhao's evaluation of Yi Fan was much higher. Obviously, the other party used this move to tell himself that he knew he was following him, and after taking advantage of him, he continued to do what he was supposed to do. Alert, intelligent, and knows how to do things appropriately, and has such a strong fighting talent. Pan Zhao looked thoughtful at the two voices in the distance. This Yi Fan is a malleable talent. Fat man, this time is good. You know how to adapt to changes and you are making progress. With the cooperation of the fire dog and the fierce sun snake, another gray bear with 7 black iron stars fell in front of Yi Fan and Fatty. This time the fat man's performance was remarkable. He escaped several attacks from the grizzly bear and bit the grizzly bear several times. Harmful. The fat man scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Yi Fan. Teacher Pan points at my nose every day and scolds me. If I don't make progress, he will really call his grandma to fight with me in the beast control showdown. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been cold-faced and warm-hearted. Although his words are a bit unpleasant, that is his character. Even if he teaches the elite class, he still points at each other and scolds them. Otherwise, why would he call him a devil mentor? But this devil tutor is actually very good to his students. If you go to him in ordinary classes if you have any questions, you will basically get a good answer. Although he will inevitably get scolded, he will always help you solve the problem. If you ask a teacher to teach ordinary people, he will explain the problem to you, and if you want him to scold you, others may not waste his time. Fat man, you will become stronger in the future. If you can help Teacher Pan, you can help. Yi Fan said after thinking of something. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned, and then he said with some hesitation, no matter how strong I am in the future, can I still be better than Teacher Pan Zhao? Fat man, the situation needs to be opened up a bit. After hearing this, Yi Fan replied, aren't you going to raise dragons and pythons in the future? Why, you don't have the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan. The fat man choked, then nodded decisively. Then I will definitely be better than Teacher Pan in the future. That's right. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Let's go and see if there are any wild spiritual fruits in this forest. In the tree, Pan Zhao was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Am I so weak? So Li Yudu is confident that he will be better than me in the future. If you want to raise dragons and pythons, why don't you go to heaven? These two boys, day by day. Pan Zhao was about to curse, but all he heard in front of him was Fatty Li's lofty words. When I become better than Teacher Pan in the future, I will also tell Teacher Pan to ask my grandma to fight with him in a beast fighting duel. Ha 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 ha, he will definitely be half angry to death by then. Pan Zhao. This Li Yu usually scolds lightly. Hey Yi Fan, what do you think that is? In the forest, while walking by a big tree, Fatty Li looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing from the roots of the tree, and was a little surprised, is this some kind of spiritual grass or spiritual fruit? After hearing Fatty Li's words, Yi Fan glanced at the large cluster of mushrooms and said casually, that fruit can't be called a spiritual grass, it's called a explosive mushroom. It's a low-grade fruit at best. Not in the mainstream. These words made Fatty Li a little confused. Are there any levels of spiritual grass and spiritual fruit? Of course. Yi Fan nodded and explained generally. The spiritual grass and spiritual fruits we usually see can only be regarded as a general term for fruits and herbs with spiritual energy. Generally speaking, these kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be divided into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious and immortal. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle and lower according to its efficacy and applicable groups. To be precise, most of the spiritual grass and spiritual fruits I saw were ordinary level spiritual grass and spiritual fruits, such as the strong tendon grass, silver snake fruit, and fierce fire fruit that I bought before. Among them, the silver snake fruit is a low-grade mortal level treasure of heaven and earth. Strong muscle grass and fiery fire fruit are in the middle grade. The higher you go, the better the effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are, and the greater the effect they can bring to beast control. At the Zon level, spiritual fruits can even change the attributes of beast control, or increase the potential of beast control, etc. effect. Oh, no wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, 2,000 for one. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly. What are the immortal level treasures of heaven and earth, what are they, and how useful they are? These are too far away and are not accessible to us now. Yi Fan shook his head, not to mention the immortal level, but the mysterious level treasures of heaven and earth. As long as they are born, there will be strong men from all over the world competing for them and causing a bloody storm. Yes, Fatty Li nodded thoughtfully. Then why don't we talk about this in normal times? I don't think I've heard it mentioned in the textbooks. Understood, Fatty Li replied. At this moment, his eyes were full of curiosity. I have to say that following Yi Fan these days, he gained a lot of insights, whether it was beast control or other things, especially the fact that the other party's body was sometimes strange. The big picture revealed benefited Fatty Lee a lot. To give the simplest example, before Yi Fan said those words, what he thought was that it would be good to have a silver beast and get into college. But now, the silver beast. What I want to raise in the future is a dragon python. Is there any change between the two? Li Yu is still the same Li Yu, but between a person who thinks about eating and waiting to die and a person who aspires to become a powerful beast master, the gap in the future will definitely be like a chasm. Of course, the more important thing between this gap is Yi Fan. Thinking of something, Fatty Lee looked at Yi Fan who was exploring ahead, his eyes fluctuated a little, and he muttered, "When I have a dragon python, I will definitely get some legendary fairy fruits and let's eat them together." Ahead, Yi Fan naturally heard Fatty Lee's mutterings, and a smile appeared on his face. This fat man wanted dragon pythons just a few days ago, and now he wants fairy fruits again. There are no fairy fruits, but there are mortal-level spiritual fruits. Yi Fan suddenly stopped and spoke. "Where is the spiritual fruit? Where is it?" Hearing this, the fat man came closer and saw at a glance purple vines circling on a huge tree in front of him. On the vines, one by one, at least they were knotted. 7 or 8 fruits. Silver snake fruit. The fat man was a little excited when he saw this fruit. This is the most suitable fruit for his sun snake. There are so many of them, and after eating the sun snake, he will get 4 stars of black iron. I'll pick it up. After saying this, Fatty Lee crossed a tree root and prepared to walk towards the silver snake fruit. Wait a minute. Yi Fan grabbed Fatty Lee and suddenly lowered his voice. "Fat boy, follow the vines and look carefully." Look carefully. After hearing this, Fatty Lee focused his attention and looked up along the purple vines. He didn't see anything strange. There's nothing. Midway through his words, Fatty Lee choked up. It was obvious that one of the vines was a little thicker and irregular. If you look carefully, there was obviously a pair of eyes there. Snake. There is a snake-like beast hiding there. FCK. Fatty Lee was reaching up to his neck to see, but when he realized it, he almost frightened him out of his wits and took a few steps back with a bang. See clearly. Yi Fan's voice sounded. See clearly. Stopping, the fat man couldn't help but sweat. If Yi Fan hadn't warned him, he would definitely be bitten if he went to pick the silver snake fruit. That purple snake is definitely poisonous. Yi Fan, let's kill it. Fatty Lee said to Yi Fan after taking a breath of air. No need. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the motionless purple snake-like beast, and said, "A black iron 3-star purple striped snake. This kind of snake has very weak combat power. Ordinary people can hit it within 7 inches if they find the right opportunity. Kill it, but this snake has one advantage, it is very poisonous. As long as it bites with its fangs, even a bronze-level beast will not be able to resist it unless it is innately immune to poison." Quote, "Fortunately, it didn't bite me," the fat man replied, picking up a branch from the ground. "I'll hit it within 7 inches. I'm not telling you all this to ask you to hit it within 7 inches. Yi Fan said, with a smile on his face, "It has strong poison and is a snake-like beast. It just so happened that you opened the second one. Beast space. This beast is the most suitable for you." Chapter 21. The most suitable beast for me. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned. He looked at the purple striped snake that raised its head and took a breath. Red. How can I tame it? I'll just go over there. What if it bites me? There are only 2 ways to conquer the beast. The first is to convince it, and the second is to defeat it. Yi Fan replied, and said to Fatty Lee, "I will use the fire dog to hold you back. You go and try to see if you can convince it. If you can't, let's beat him up." Persuade. Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head and walked towards the big tree in the eyes of Yi Fan and Fire Dog. Under the tree, Fatty Lee looked at the purple striped snake not far away and hesitated slightly. "Hello, are you willing to be my beast master?" Hearing this, Yi Fan had a black line. "What I mean by persuasion is to release your beast to show your affinity, and at the same time release the beast magic circle. If it is persuaded, it will agree to sign a contract with you. It doesn't matter if you don't study hard in junior high school theory. It can't understand your pure Pingcheng accent." Ow ow. Hearing this, Fatty Lee smiled awkwardly, summoned the fierce sun snake, and then waved his palms and recited the spell, and a circular magic circle gradually formed in front of Fatty Lee. Fortunately, Fatty Lee still remembered the method of the beast controlling array. Hiss. On the tree, looking at the magic circle floating in front of him, the purple-striped snake hissed. Looking at Fatty Lee and the sun snake beside him, he seemed to be hesitant. Roar. From the side, the fire dog's low roar sounded. The purple-striped snake immediately looked up and saw Yi Fan holding his hands not far away. It is a beast, and it is intelligent. At this moment, it froze in a humane manner. Is this persuasion? The fire dog grinned from ear to ear. Fat man, show your talent for controlling beasts. Yi Fan spoke at this time. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee immediately raised his hand, and the D-level toxin enhancement showed its effect on the sun snake. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the purple-striped snake looked at the fire dog on the side who grinned from ear to ear, and then looked at the sun snake with strengthened fangs on the side, paused for a few seconds, and let out a low hoarse sound. The sound hit the beast controlling array, and the next moment, the array closed in and enveloped Fatty Lee. Yi Fan, I succeeded in conquering him. Fatty Lee looked surprised. Well, not bad. Yi Fan nodded and said nothing more. Go and collect the snake fruit. Good. Fatty Lee happily went to collect the snake fruits. There were 8 snake fruits in total, all of which were ripe. If they had not come here today, they would have been eaten by the purple-striped snake. Fat man, collect the vines of the silver snake fruit as well. Yi Fan suddenly said, I'll take them back and plant them. Transplantation. Fatty Lee was a little confused. He still has some common sense and knows that he can't drain the lake to catch the fish. Moreover, the artificial planting environment is not as good as the wild environment, so transplantation may not be successful. But since Yi Fan said he wanted to transplant it, Fatty Lee didn't think too much. He quickly collected the vines and handed them to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the things back to the beast control space, with a smile on his face. The silver snake fruit is produced almost every 2 months. With this vine, Fatty already has the early spiritual fruits for his 2 beasts. Yi Fan, should I continue to conquer snake-like beasts of the same level as soon as the beast-taming space opens? Fatty Lee was a little excited after getting a new beast-taming space. There are still many low-level snake-taming beasts. Morning Glory Snake, Cauliflower Snake, these should all work. Why, still the same sentence, friendly. Yi Fan explained, if you collect a bunch of low-grade beast masters, and when you meet elite level ones in the future, people will feel that you are full of the smell of low-level beast masters. Who is willing to follow you? You. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Does the beast master also have a chain of contempt? More than that, bloodline is more important to the beasts. Yi Fan replied, a beast with a very high bloodline level, even if it is a black iron level bronze level, and a low blood level beast is a silver gold level, you will know it when you see it. Scared, not to mention that it is impossible for a beast with a high bloodline level to be weaker than a beast with a lower bloodline level. You take your bunch of morning glory snakes and cauliflower snakes. Let alone a dozen or so, you can tame thousands of them. When you get in front of the dragon python, you can't even lift your head. How can you talk about taming them? But if it's the other way around and I have the aura of a dragon python in my body, will it be easy to subdue a purple-striped snake like today? Fatty Lee asked doubtfully. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. Fat man, you can draw inferences from one case to another. Harmful. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After all, we are still a cultural person. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. Let's go. It's still early today. Do more. You have 2 beasts now. You have to get used to the rhythm of commanding multiple beasts at the same time. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and summoned the purple-striped snake. When he saw that the purple-striped snake seemed to have some resentment in its eyes, he scratched his head in confusion. Why is this purple-striped snake looking at me like this? I didn't force it. It followed me voluntarily. Purple-striped snake. Hiss. From a distance, Pan Zhao was shocked again when he saw Fatty Lee actually controlling 2 beasts at the same time. What's going on? How long did it take for these students to learn the breathing method before they opened up the second beast controlling space? Did I make a mistake? Pan Zhao was a little confused, his eyes wandering between Fatty Lee and Yi Fan. This Yi Fan is obviously a student with great potential. If he can be with Li Yu every day, is this Li Yu still a talent? But his method of controlling beasts clearly stinks like shit. That kind of person is suitable for practicing the breathing method. Pan Zhao had some guesses. All living beings have different appearances. There are indeed some beast control masters. Their level of controlling beasts is not very good, but the state of the breathing method is extremely high. Even there are many examples of people who practice the breathing method to be stronger than their own beast control. Many people who do not have the talent to control the beast also rely on the breathing method to strengthen themselves. These two boys are not bad. Pan Zhao nodded, with some light in his eyes. Needless to say, the advantage of being able to unlock two beast-controlling space representatives at this stage is that even if their talents are indeed average, 2 against 1 can make a minimum qualitative change in quantity. He has been a beast master in Pingcheng for more than 10 years. He has taught several elite classes and has seen many geniuses, but this is the first time he has felt this way with 2 students in ordinary classes. Pan Zhao doesn't know exactly what it feels like, and has a bright future. Thinking about this, Pan Zhao focused his eyes, and at a glance, he saw Fatty Li hurriedly trying to bite his tongue while commanding the 2 beasts. Isn't this beast still as smelly as shit? Yi Fan, I always feel like I'm in a hurry when I'm commanding. While cleaning up the body of a beast in front of him, Fatty Li said to Yi Fan, I'm commanding this one and that one again, it feels so messy. Don't feel it, what you command is indeed in a hurry. Yi Fan replied, showing a smile, actually, the difference between commanding multiple animals and commanding one is not very big. You can think of them as the different characteristics of a beast. Find out their respective advantages and disadvantages. For example, the venomous fangs of the sun snake are sharp and can pierce the rough and thick parts of the animal's skin. It has a gradient color and can be easily hidden in the environment. The purple striped snake is highly venomous, but its fangs are not sharp enough. The body is also relatively fragile. In that case, should the sun snake attack those areas with rough skin and thick flesh? The purple striped snake attacks the weak points of the beast, the key points. When encountering a counterattack, should the sun snake use its gradient color to hide? In the environment, the purple striped snake with a fragile body and obvious patterns should use obstacles to avoid it. Quote, put it this way, I seem to understand. Fatty Li seemed to suddenly realize it. He looked at Yi Fan for a while and then said, no wonder the principal said that you will become a strong beast master in the future. This set of theories is much easier to understand than those in textbooks. Changing one's cognition according to the environment and different situations so that it can correspond to the current situation is an essential ability for strong people. You will also have to adapt to this way of thinking in the future. Yi Fan answered, stepped forward, and walked forward. After a day of hunting, as evening approached, Yi Fan and the others had hunted a total of 15 beasts. Their strength was basically around 6 stars, 1 for each of 7, 8, and 9 stars, not including the bronze-level evil rhinoceros. Today's harvest is too big. On the way out, Fatty Li sighed with emotion, next time I come, I won't have all 20 or 30. Next time our eyes won't be on these black iron-level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head and stretched, let's go and sell it for money. Keep 50 pounds of bronze-level flesh and blood. Buy some spiritual grass and spiritual fruit. Train hard in the next few days. It will soon be the 10th, and we will be ready to enter the secret realm. Okay. Fatty Li nodded and walked in front. He suddenly thought of something. Hey Yi Fan, didn't you say you have something big to do today? What is it? Already done. Yi Fan replied. What? That purple striped snake. Yi Fan smiled, looked at Fatty Li and said, Fatty, you should be the first beast master among the new students to have 2 beast masters. Isn't this a big deal? Quote. Oh. Fatty Li nodded, and then scratched his head unconfidently. Am I so awesome? One morning, in the beast controlling space, Yi Fan entered the holy law and took another swallow. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes, and there was some golden light in his eyes. Read M. In a few days, months have passed here. At this moment, his physique was far ahead of others. It was no exaggeration to say that even a 5-star black iron beast could be beaten to death by Yi Fan with his bare hands. Wong Wong. On the side, Fire Dog saw Yi Fan waking up and came close to him. Its progress is also not small. After eating 2 more fire fruits and a lot of strong muscle grass, its level has reached the black iron 8 star. At this moment, the outside world has only started school for less than 10 days. This kind of progress can only be said to be terrifying. Hurry up, and when you advance to bronze, we can do some big things. Yi Fan touched the fire dog's head and moved his eyes to the land beside him. At this moment, the silver snake fruit, fiery fire fruit, and strong muscle grass have all grown. The smell of the spirit fruit is permeating the air, and the air seems to be much sweeter. In the open space on the side, there was also a small sapling rising. Looking at the sapling, Yi Fan's eyes were a little focused. That is the sapling of the ordinary level middle grade white jade tree. When the white jade tree grows up, it can bear white jade fruit, which can significantly increase the growth rate of the beast. The white jade fruit is a rare, ripening, fruit. Among the ordinary level middle grade white jade trees, it was a pretty good spiritual fruit. Yi Fan used the 50,000 yuan rewarded by Pan Zhao to buy this. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is very long. Generally speaking, it only matures once a year or so. Now that small saplings can sprout, it is already quite good. There are more and more things in my beast controlling space. Yi Fan stretched out, picked off the spiritual fruits, gave some to the fire dog as usual, and pocketed the others. Today is the day for Pan Zhao to select candidates to enter the secret realm. He has been in seclusion for a few days in order to achieve greater gains after entering the secret realm. After exiting the beast controlling space, Yi Fan knocked on Fatty Li's door, but as soon as he put his hand on the door opened by itself. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fatty Li sitting at the table. In front of him was a large piece of roasted rhinoceros beef. He was wearing a scarf and holding a knife and fork in his hand. The smell of barbecue filled the bedroom. Yi Fan, have you finally finished your seclusion? Seeing Yi Fan appear, Fatty Li quickly stood up and went to get the knife and fork in the drawer next to him. Come on, the rhinoceros beef was just roasted, it's delicious a batch. I don't need it. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said with a smile in his eyes, Fat man, you are about to live a noble life. Do you know what day today is? What day? After hearing this, Fatty Li realized it and looked at the calendar aside. When he saw the bright red writing on it marked, Secret Realm Selection Day, Fatty Li stood up with a clang. It's over. Yesterday, Teacher Pan said we would meet at 9 o'clock today, but now it's already 8:55. Quick, hurry up and gather in the playground. Teacher Pan has been very unhappy with me recently. If I'm late again, he will kill me. Why haven't these two brats come yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned as he saw that there were no familiar figures in the team in front of him. Naturally, Pan Zhao was not the only one who noticed that Yi Fan and Fatty Li were not here. In the back row, Deng Chang, who had never been able to find a chance to discuss Yi Fan, stuck his head out. Teacher, can we start? It's already 9 o'clock. After saying this, Deng Chang had a smile on his face. He knew Pan Zhao's temper. Last time, 2 people were late for the weekly class and they were immediately shut out. This time, Yi Fan and the others were late and would probably be disqualified. I don't know, I want you to remind me. Pan Zhao replied cursingly, or do you think I'm blind and can't see the watch? Without me, shut your mouth if you don't. Pan Zhao scolded angrily, and Deng Chang retracted his head, his eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Pan Zhao won't be angry if Yi Fan and the others are late. At this time, Yi Fan and Fatty Li came. There was still quite a distance between the dormitory and the playground. Fatty Li was out of breath. Li Yu, didn't I tell you yesterday that the selection would start at 9 o'clock today? Pan Zhao's eyes automatically locked on Fatty Li and cursed on the spot, are you a fish? You turned around and forgot what I told you yesterday. Yes. Fatty Li didn't hear clearly, so he just thought he was admitting his mistake and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, laughter rang out. Fatty Li looked up and looked at Pan Zhao. His face turned green. Only then did he realize something was wrong. He opened his mouth and told the countermeasures he and Yi Fan had discussed on the road, and said quickly. Teacher Pan, Mark is not feeling well. I took care of him and forgot about it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao moved his eyes to Yi Fan. When he saw that the other person was full of energy and even had no energy, his eyes changed. This boy seemed to have made great progress. Do you call this feeling unwell? Go back quickly. Pan Zhao glanced at Fatty Lee and said nothing more. He cursed in a low voice and turned around. Oh, yes, yes. Fatty Lee agreed repeatedly, grabbed Yifan and walked towards the back of the team. By coincidence, he happened to be standing next to Deng Cheng and his party. At this moment, Deng Cheng looked at the fat man and moved to the side, looking cautious. Fatty Lee was naturally no longer afraid of Deng Cheng at this time, but looking at the other party's reaction, he said to Yifan with some confusion, then Deng Cheng seems to be afraid of us. The fear of us may be fake, but the fear of teacher Pan Zhao is real. Yifan shook his head. Although Pan Zhao's words just now were obviously scolding the fat man, but the scolding was a scolding, and the revealed meaning was something about the relationship between the two parties. Good. Deng Cheng is not a fool, so he can naturally hear it. The rules for selecting quotas are very simple. Pan Zhao mentioned the rules earlier. There are 10 positions around me. If you think you are qualified to enter, just stand up. Everyone has a chance to challenge the person in this position. Finally, people standing in these 10 positions can enter this secret realm. After hearing such a rule, everyone was a little silent, and one person whispered, "Teacher, isn't it easy for the person who goes up first to be beaten?" Yes. Pan Zhao did not deny it and nodded. I know what you want to say. I think it's unfair. I will give the first person to stand up a chance to challenge again. That is, if he loses, he can try again. A challenge. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with him. Yifan, should we go to the station first or? The fat man asked Yifan. Of course, stand first. Yifan replied, seeing Fatty Lee's worry, and said, just release your 2 poisonous snakes in a while. These are freshmen who have not experienced much fighting. The Silver Moon Forest Killer, there are more than 20 beasts in the army, don't you have the confidence to defeat them? Quote. Yes. Fatty Lee nodded. So when Pan Zhao announced the selection of positions, everyone was still hesitating, but Yifan and Fatty Lee had already stood up. With Yifan taking the lead, all 10 seats were soon occupied. Except for Yifan and Fatty, Deng Cheng occupied 1, Ma Xiaoshui also occupied 1, and most of the others were unknown. There are more than 50 people in the ordinary class. 10 of them are removed. At this moment, the remaining 40 people are looking for their opponents. After a while, someone chose the challenger, and the two sides began a beast control duel. Most of the beast masters in the ordinary class are still at the 1st star black iron level at this time, and some good ones have reached the 2nd star level. Deng Cheng and Ma Xiaoshui are both 3 stars. Fatty Lee also listened to Yifan's advice. When he came, he placed the burning sun snake and the purple striped snake on the ground. One was a black iron 4 star, and the other was a black iron 3 star. The bodies of the 2 snakes were buried in the grass, and the snakes' heads were erect, quite a bit scary. This move aroused the exclamation of many people, and almost immediately, the news spread that Fatty Lee could control the beast with 2 heads. How can that fat guy be so powerful? From another position in the team, Deng Cheng looked at Fatty Lee's 2-headed snake and cursed bitterly. How about we go find him and cause trouble? Deng Cheng's follower whispered, there are more than a dozen of us, and we can still fight on wheels. Are you a fool? You spend so much energy on dealing with a fat man, why not gather more people into the secret realm? Deng Cheng scolded, his eyes moved to Yifan, and he suddenly trembled. Otherwise, find Yifan. You are stupid, but you are really stupid. Deng Cheng slapped the follower, then don't you know who Yifan is? Throat-locking madman, go fight him, don't you want to control the beast? Hearing this, the follower who was slapped became speechless. Read M. Didn't Yifan go to the practice room for a few days? Someone recorded a video of him scoring 300 points. Later, the video spread, and everyone knew that Yifan's favorite move was the chokehold. It doesn't matter what beast control you have or what moves you use, until the end of the fight, you can choke them all and kill them with one move. So someone gave Yifan the nickname of this chokehold madman. Later, it became more and more evil, and gradually evolved into the fact that as long as he dueled with Yifan's beast, he would be choked by Yifan's fire dog. Everyone is scared to death, so until now, Yifan has not released the beast, and there is no one in front of him to challenge him. Who dares to challenge? Others challenge to win or lose, but he challenges to life and death. He finally gets a beast, but if he is choked, he will drop out of school. I understand, Brother Chang. The follower who received a slap could only nod his head and said helplessly, are we going to let Yifan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so smoothly? Let them in. Dang Chang replied. His eyes became cold. It's not like our ordinary class can enter the secret realm alone. The outstanding class, the elite class, and the elite class all have to go in. After entering the secret realm, my cousin and I will wait. Let's get together. There are plenty of ways to deal with him. So that's it. The follower was ecstatic. Then let's quickly occupy a few more seats and eat meat with Brother Chang. That's right, Dang Chang replied, looking at Yifan aside. He originally didn't want to provoke Yifan recently, but his cousin suddenly changed his mind recently and said that he would deal with this kid when he entered the secret realm. This was just like Dang Chang's wish. When we enter the secret realm, we still have the grudges from last time, and I will pay them back to you together. Looking at Yifan, Dang Chang said something fiercely. On the other side, Yifan naturally felt Dang Chang's gaze and snorted twice. Now he has not just entered school. Now that he is completely familiar with it, he has already left these peers far behind. This time in the secret realm will be the time for him to completely consolidate the gap. Soon, a few hours passed, and the qualifications to enter the secret realm were finally finalized. Yifan, Fatty, and Dang Chang were the least challenged. Ma Xiaoshui lost once in the middle and fought again in the end. 4 of the other 6 people were Dang Chang's followers, and 2 others were it was finally picked up. Looking at the final selection results, Pan Zhao was obviously a little dissatisfied. With his discerning eyes, he could naturally tell that Dang Chang's dozen followers were escorting each other. 5 of the 10 were from Dang Chang's group. Young people who form cliques will never be successful. Pan Zhao didn't say much. He made his own judgment and announced the final list. This time the secret realm will last for 10 days. After entering the secret realm, no one else is allowed to leave the school except those who entered the secret realm. Pan Zhao arranged a few words and led the 10 people towards the secret path behind the school. This time you enter the secret realm. Within the time limit, you can explore anywhere in the secret realm, but remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. There will be special instructors to protect you in the secret realm, but they will not take action unless it is a life or death situation. Moreover, once they take action, your journey to the secret realm will be declared over. Therefore, you must pay attention to your own safety in the secret realm, because the instructor may not be able to take action in time, and every year, many students die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao told everyone about the rules of the secret realm. At the end of the lecture, he suddenly thought of something and added like a supplement. Healthy competition between classmates is not prohibited in the secret realm, but it is prohibited to kill classmates to control beasts. Pay attention to the severity of beast-controlled duels. When saying this, Pan Zhao's eyes were staring directly at Mark. He knew the strength of this boy, at least he was among the top 3 people who entered this time. The only bad thing was that this boy was too ruthless, and basically all the beasts he encountered would die. It's okay for wild beasts, but for classmates, killing the opponent's beasts wantonly will easily lead to expulsion for being accused of evil intentions. He didn't want to fight with these young children. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't give them a chokehold for no reason. Soon, the entrance to the secret realm arrived, a place like a portal. At this moment, people from other classes had already arrived, led by the teacher. When Pan Zhao arrived, everyone's attention was focused on this sparse group of people. As Pan Zhao said, there is no limit on places in other classes. Brother Pan is here. The teacher who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao greeted Pan Zhao with a smile, and looked at Yifan. This is the Yifan in Brother Pan's class. Xiao despite his age, he is very powerful. It's okay, Pan Zhao said, and another instructor said, with Yifan here, Brother Pan's ordinary class can get a lot of good things in this secret realm. I think it might be worth ours. It's 2 shifts. Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned immediately and looked at the man. Li Shang, you think it's amazing that your class can go in twice a month, don't you? Brother Pan, what are you talking about? I just said that Brother Pan's students are great. Li Shang replied, but his tone was a bit sinister. Pan Zhao's face was gloomy, but he did not continue talking. From a distance, even as a student, you can already feel the smell of gunpowder in the air at this moment. Yi Fan also felt it clearly. Unlike the previous life, they also entered the secret realm, but no one said anything. After all, they were really ignored. But in this life, he suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden, the originally unclear relationship emerged. In addition to the ordinary class, there are a total of 8 classes. The teachers in 4 classes have no relationship with Pan Zhao. It is probably led by the hook-nosed one in the elite class. In the other 4 classes, 2 have a good relationship with Pan Zhao, and there are 1 is a good old man, and neither party can be offended. The opposition between teachers. Yi Fan looked at these tutors and remained silent, remembering the students in these classes in his heart. Outside, Pan Zhao stood up for him, but when he entered the secret realm, he stood up for Pan Zhao. Okay, the secret realm has been opened. Now, each class can enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. At the entrance, the 2 teachers looked serious. We are the guardians of the secret realm this time, responsible for protecting the safety of the students. Go. Hearing this, Pan Zhao turned his head and said to several people. Yi Fan nodded, took Fatty with him, and entered the secret realm 1 step ahead of everyone else. This action immediately made several people a little dissatisfied. When all the students entered and the guardians also entered the secret realm, Zhang Hong was the first to speak. Pan Zhao, Yi Fan from your class is really trying to save face for you, a guy from the ordinary class. Student, do you have any rules for walking in front of the elite class? Rules? Who made these rules? Who stipulated that people in the ordinary class can't enter the secret realm before those in the elite class? Pan Zhao replied rudely. My students don't have long legs, blame my students. Go fast. There are no rules. Someone will teach him the rules one day. Zhang Hong snorted, looked at Pan Zhao and said, Pan Zhao, you don't really think that a student from the ordinary class can surpass the elite class in the secret realm? You are a student, right? It's just that eating 2 spiritual fruits gave you a step up in level, right? There are many people in my class who can kill black iron 6-star beasts, and Yi Fan in your class is not the only one who can afford the spiritual fruit. If you want to say that, then let's just wait and see. Hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted coldly, don't I know some of your tricks? Forming cliques for personal gain and working in collusion. Your students should have learned these things. You. After hearing this, Zhang Hong raised his hand and his momentum rose. Pan Zhao, do you think you will be invincible when you reach the golden 9 stars? I dare not say that I am invincible, but I feel that it is easy for people like you. Pan Zhao replied, facing Zhang Hong. He did not give in at all, and his huge momentum also rose. Bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes, not to mention that I have Yi Fan and Li Yu in my hands. Together they can kill the black iron 9-star wild beasts in the beast-controlling forest. How can you suppress them? Pan Zhao. These words angered Zhang Hong. He waved his hand, and a huge silver moon wolf appeared next to him. Its silver fur shone like water in the sun. With a long roar, the surrounding air waves surged away instantly. Read M. Golden 8 stars. Compared with last year, Zhang Hong's beast control has also improved by 1 star. HMPH. The moment he saw the silver moon wolf, Pan Zhao raised his lips, it's just a wolf. Do you understand what the king of beasts is? Roar. The light condensed, and the roaring lion with 9 golden stars appeared next to Pan Zhao. He raised his head and roared, and the power of the king of beasts swept the entire place instantly. 1 gold and 1 silver, 1 lion and 1 wolf, the 2 were in opposition. Many instructors were panicked. Some tried to pull Pan Zhao, and some tried to pull Zhang Hong. Brother Pan, forget it, Zhang Hong was joking, don't pay attention. Brother Zhang, there is no need to get into such a big fight. We are teachers, don't get into fights at every turn. At this moment, the tutors are all giving good advice. The 2 tutors of Pingcheng High School are already on par in strength, and they are both top experts. If they really want to fight here, others may not be able to hold them back. The 2 of them remained motionless, staring at each other. It was obvious that there was not only competition but also personal hatred between the 2 parties. Ahem. And at this moment of stalemate, a slightly old cough sounded. Principal, Seeing the old man appear, the instructors breathed a sigh of relief. In Pingcheng High School, the old principal Pumi has the most effective words. You two are just like your beasts, you will fight whenever you see them. Looking at Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong, who were furious, Pumi shook his head helplessly. Pan Zhao, sit upright. Unlike some people, what else can I do besides forming cliques and fighting in private dens? Pan Zhao replied. Pan Zhao, don't slander me. Zhang Hong said coldly, you said that I formed a clique for personal gain. What evidence do you have? Do you still need evidence? Isn't everyone aware of what Zhang Hong has done? You fart. Okay. Seeing that the two of them were about to hit each other's face with their fists, Pumi once again spoke to mediate. Teachers, don't be so disrespectful of your teacher's appearance. Today is the time for them to enter the secret realm for trial. What do you have to argue about? Everyone take a step back. Let me give you a bonus. This time, whose student has gained the most in the secret realm, I will give him an elite level beast as a special reward, and his teacher will receive 3 months more salary. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong's faces looked much better, and they finally stopped arguing. Principal, how do you judge who gets more? Pan Zhao asked. Everything in the secret realm is valuable. Let's just count it and see whose total value is higher. Pumi replied. Then what if someone uses the items in their pockets as secret items? Pan Zhao asked again, turning to Zhang Hong. After all, the students in our ordinary class are not as rich as some students. Zhang Hong was angry again, and Pumi quickly said, things in the secret realm have unique marks and cannot be faked. That's pretty much it, Pan Zhao responded and then stopped talking. On the side, Zhang Hong just snorted twice. Okay, then let's wait and see the results in 10 days. We don't have to wait here anymore. Let's go do whatever we need to do. After saying this, everyone left one after another. Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong stayed at the end, each looked at the other bitterly, and finally put away their beasts and left. The principal is here, so you have to give him face no matter what. In the vague secret realm, Fatty Li looked at his surroundings and was stunned. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we went to a few days ago? This is a secret realm modeled after the Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan explained. After all, it is a man-made secret realm, so there must be a reference. So there are also many wild beasts and spiritual level treasures here. Fatty Li said. Absolutely. Yi Fan nodded. You can think of this as a higher level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the things you can get are better. Not only are there spiritual level treasures of heaven and earth, there are also breathing techniques to control the beast cubs. As he spoke, Yi Fan looked towards the depths of the forest. It's just different here. In the deepest place, there are no wild golden beasts, only a silver level one. That's it. Fatty Li nodded, and then suddenly choked. Yi Fan, how do you know so much? I know more than that. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. This secret realm could be said to be the place where he rose to prominence. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since this is a place imitating the Silver Moon Forest, then this is our home court. After saying this, Yi Fan strode forward. Hearing this, Fatty Li smiled and looked at the familiar surroundings. At the same time, he quietly released his two-headed snake. Just like Yi Fan said, this is their home court. At the same time, in another place in the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Deng Cheng who brought several of his followers to join Deng Li. Cousin. Looking at Deng Li, who was also followed by 7 or 8 people, Deng Cheng's eyes were filled with joy. He was indeed his cousin, and he had so many followers in the excellence class. Where did Yi Fan go? Deng Li glanced at his cousin and said coldly. In that direction. When we came in, we were all in the same place. Deng Cheng said with a little doubt. Didn't my cousin say that he wouldn't deal with Mark a few days ago? Why did he suddenly? I said I won't deal with it. I just felt that I was not careful at the time. That good-for-nothing Ma Dafei was beaten up by others. He was so frightened that he hid at home every day. Deng Li replied with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I have spent so much money recently. I spent a lot of money to buy spiritual fruits to cultivate beasts. My gold-armored beast is now a black iron 7-star. Plus my dragon armor talent, who can beat me if it's bronze or lower. Quote. Black iron 7 stars. Hearing this level, Deng Cheng was a little surprised, so high. It's normal. Deng Li shook his head, everyone who can enter the excellence class has an elite level beast master. As long as you are willing to spend money, bronze is possible. When it comes to bronze, how much does it cost? Hearing this, Deng Cheng was a little stunned. Although his family had some money, they spent tens of thousands on his beast control, which was only a 4-star black iron. When it comes to bronze, estimated to be bankrupt. My cousin must be great. Looking at Deng Li in front of him, Deng Cheng showed a flattering look. With my cousin taking action, this time, Yi Fan will suffer a lot. That's natural. Deng Li raised his head and his eyes narrowed. I want it, but I don't want him to suffer. As soon as this sentence came out, Deng Cheng was stunned by the cold meaning in it. Then he said cautiously, Cousin, are you going to kill? Yeah. Deng Li nodded, his eyes cold. When the time comes, you just need to make more noise so that the guardians don't notice this place. In the secret realm, it's normal for 2 people to die. Quote. Understood, Deng Cheng replied, with some fear in his eyes. It seemed that he did not expect that Deng Li would want to kill Yi Fan. He thought of something and his body couldn't help but tremble. Idiot. On the side, Deng Li saw Deng Cheng's performance and just cursed in a low voice. He is not a person without a plan. He dealt with Yi Fan not only because of the last conflict, but more importantly, because of the look in Yi Fan's eyes when he saw him that day. It was the first time he encountered someone looking at him like that, as if he saw through him at a glance. This feeling made Deng Li very uncomfortable and even a little scared. He knew what was behind him best. If others knew about it and exposed it, it would be enough for him to die 100 times. The restoration of the dynasty will affect the whole family. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, so in the past few days, Deng Li spent a lot of money to forcefully raise the level of beast control at this stage when he didn't have to be so busy improving it. He couldn't let someone who might know his true identity people can survive, even if the chance of that person knowing is less than 1%. If you want to blame me, just blame you for looking at me that extra time that day. Looking into the depths of the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone full of sternness. At this time, in a corner of the secret realm, with the sound of falling to the ground, an exquisite demon monkey with 9 black iron stars fell in front of Yi Fan and Fatty. Red. Elite level beast masters are so difficult to deal with. Looking at the small and exquisite monster monkey in front of him, Fatty Li said and sat on the ground as if he was relieved. This exquisite white monkey is quite smart. Now Yi Fan and Fatty Li are quite strong. Yi Fan commands the fire dog of the 8 black iron stars as the main combat force. Fatty Li's 2 poisonous snakes use the terrain in the forest to fight at all times, waiting for the opportunity to unleash a deadly fang. With such combat power, he is actually capable of fighting any beast that is not even bronze level. But even so, hunting this exquisite white monkey still put considerable pressure on the 2 of them. It was more than twice as difficult as the black iron 9-star beast hunted in Silver Moon Forest. There were even several times when the exquisite white monkey almost killed him after catching Fatty Li. It was Yi Fan's heavy punch that saved him. Primate taming beasts are much smarter than other taming beasts, not to mention that they are originally elite level taming beasts. On the side, Yi Fan was bandaging the wound on his hand while saying, after all, it is the closest. There are not only many kinds of human beasts and primates, but many of them have various strange abilities. This exquisite white monkey is relatively easy to deal with. Quote. Are there any primate beasts like the Lingming stone monkey? Fatty Li said, his eyes gleaming. Since there are ancient relics of those mythical beasts, there should be Lingming stone monkeys as well, right? There are no smart stone monkeys, but there are smart demon monkeys. Yi Fan replied, as if he thought of something. His eyes were a little condensed. There is a smart demon monkey in Beihai, which can speak human words, tell things about changes, and subdue them. He bought hundreds of thousands of primate beasts and built a secret place in Beihai called Shuiliandong. Isn't this the luminous stone monkey in our mythology? Fatty Li was excited. No, or rather, not entirely. At least it doesn't have a golden hoop. Yi Fan explained, looking at Fatty Li and smiling. If you can get admitted to the university in Beihai in the future, you should know that the Lingming monkey is very strong and is one of the top 10 beasts in Beihai. Top 10 beasts. Is there a dragon python? After hearing this, the fat man asked. There is no dragon python. The remains of dragon python's survival are in Kyoto. Yi Fan shook his head. In this case, hearing this, Fatty Lee shrank his head. Then I'd better not go to the university over in Beihai. It's okay if you don't go. There's a lot of pressure over there in Beihai. It's very difficult for you to go and study. Yi Fan replied, pushing aside the body of the exquisite white monkey on the ground. On the ground, a coquettish blood charm flower was blooming. This was them. The reason why he went to such great lengths to hunt down an exquisite white monkey. The blood charm flower, a mid-grade mortal spiritual flower, can stimulate the flesh and blood potential of beasts and grow rapidly in a short period of time. It's just that this growth is obviously different from that of the white jade fruit. It is aimed at the physical body of the beast. If you eat too much of this kind of spiritual flower, the beast that originally didn't grow will grow very big. It can be regarded as quite suitable for that kind of growth. A spiritual flower that controls beasts mainly with physical attacks. There are a lot of good things in the secret realm. If you want to buy this kind of blood charm flower outside, it will cost a lot of money. Yi Fan dug up the blood charm flower with its rhizome as usual, picked it off and handed it to Fatty Lee. Said, your sun snake should be quite suitable. If it's bigger, it will have better defense and attack power. It's not a sensitive beast, so it's okay to eat it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and took the blood charm flower, but his eyes were a little wandering. Taking a look at the blood charm flower in his hand, Fatty Lee looked at Yi Fan walking in front and suddenly said, Yi Fan, what is the world outside Pingcheng like? I heard you say recently that I always feel so dangerous. Quote. The outside world. Hearing this, Yi Fan paused, but soon shook his head. It's very exciting. There are definitely dangers, but there are also countless opportunities. It's no use knowing so much now. Just remember one thing. To become the strong person you imagined, you must go out. Oh, Fatty Lee nodded as if he understood. Then I must get admitted to a good university and see the outside world. Yi Fan smiled, walked in front, and his voice sounded leisurely. Actually, you don't necessarily have to go to college to go out. There are also many non-governmental organizations that are willing to accept students from Yusho High School. These non-governmental organizations have various in the same way. Some have the doctrine of eradicating beasts, some have the goal of restoring the great glory of mankind, some have religious beliefs, and there are all kinds of them. There are even those who protect the environment and go to the North Sea to pick up garbage. It is very strange. Of course, there are also it's bad. Some cults harm others and themselves, so you have to defend yourself. The kind of strong beast master who founded a sect is a sect, and it can be considered one of them. Of course, in addition to these, you can also go out in your own name. As long as you are strong enough, no one can do anything to you. The most important thing is strength. There are many mysteries in this world. In the sky above the secret realm, as the two guardians of this secret realm, a man and a woman, each wears a mask, and their true appearance cannot be seen. They all have birds and beasts, and their breathing skills have reached an advanced level, making them extremely powerful. At this moment, they were high in the sky, watching from a high position as these students explored the secret realm. The general class's Yi Fan is really good. For the first time he entered the secret realm, he was able to kill the secret realm beast of the Black Iron 9 stars. According to this trend, he is very likely to break through the bronze level during this trip to the secret realm. The female guardian spoke. Although she was wearing standard clothing, it could not hide her beautiful figure. There was a smile on her face. Obviously, she still felt good about Mark's performance. I think his companion is pretty good. He can control two beasts at a young age, and his attainments in breathing techniques are obviously good. The male guardian also spoke, but his eyes were focused on the fat man. After all, the breathing method is very important. If you can quickly cultivate the breathing method to a high level, even if you are not good at controlling beasts, you will be considered a strong person by yourself. Quote. After saying this, the male guardian was silent for a few seconds and then said, the quality of the freshmen in Pingcheng High School this time is really good. Not to mention the A-level beast controlling talents that have not been seen in decades, the proportion of B-level students is also very high, and there are two unexpected surprises in the D-level class. Quote. In 3 years, maybe there will be someone who can be admitted to Kyoto University. Then Pingcheng High School has finally paid off after all the hardships. The female guardian smiled. Without two talents in so many years, the top management has paid less and less attention to Pingcheng. According to this trend, in a few years, maybe you and I will be recalled. I have lived in Pingcheng for more than 10 years. This is already my home. How easy is it to go back? The male guardian shook his head. He was about to continue saying something, but his eyes were focused on a place in the forest. Dang Li from the excellence class. What is he planning to do by gathering so many people? After saying that, the female guardian also looked there, but after a brief glance, her brows furrowed. It seems that they want to cause trouble for Mark. I heard that they seemed to have some conflicts before. This group of students, when they enter the secret realm, they don't do their business, but they learn faster than the other by fighting in the nest. The male guardian scolded, "You are a bunch of little fools who are not up to par. How about I stop them?" Seeing that the male guardian was angry, the female guardian said, "Do something to warn them." "No, these little fools, just let them go." The male guardian was obviously a little angry. Then Yifan is obviously experienced in hunting. In this kind of terrain, a group of young boys who have never been far away are looking for him. He's in trouble, what do you think? If something happens to a duel in a secret realm, nothing will happen, I'm watching. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I would like to see how a group of little fools who only know how to fight in a nest are dealt with. Fat man, take it. In the afternoon, deep in the grass in a very hidden place, Yifan picked out 3 mushrooms that looked like explosive mushrooms but were red in color, and threw them to Fatty Li. What is this? Looking at the red mushroom in his hand, Fatty Li scratched his head. The rage mushroom is a low-grade mortal elixir. Eating it can increase the beast's combat power for a short time, and then it will fall into a period of weakness for about an hour. Yifan said, patting the dirt on his hands. It's equivalent to a stimulant. Fatty Li said, and put the raging mushrooms away. When he found that the big backpack he brought was almost full, a smile appeared on his face. Today is the first day, or is the harvest so great? What kind of harvest is this? They are all low-level mortal level things. We are still on the outskirts of the secret realm at this time. If we can have bronze level strength and break into the inner perimeter, the things there will be better, and maybe we can still got a good beast. Yifan replied, looking at the harvest in the backpack. There was still a smile in his eyes. In his previous life, he was still active on the periphery until the end of the first semester of his second year of high school, but in this life, it was only the first day of entering the secret realm for the first time, and his gains were more than what he had gained in the previous life in a year. Although such a terrifying harvest is due to Yifan's previous life experience, it is more about the importance of strength. Only the stronger their actual combat power, the deeper they can go in the secret realm, the better things they can get, and the improvement will be greater. This is a positive relationship. If you have 1 star of black iron, you can only pick up rags in the outermost areas. If you travel to the secret realm once a month, you may not get anything. By the time you level up, the good things have already been distributed. Still can only pick up garbage. 1 step is fast, each step is fast. Only by always walking in front of others can we get all the good things with the greatest certainty. Divide some of the spiritual herbs and elixirs we got today and give them to the beasts to eat and have a rest. Tomorrow, we will go deeper. Yifan said and turned over his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Li also took the backpack. The 2 large bags of spiritual herbs and elixirs were distributed in the most appropriate amounts under Yifan's reasonable distribution. Soon, with the consumption of the spiritual grass and elixir, Yifan's fire dog once again made a breakthrough and came to the black iron 9 stars, while Fatty Li's 2 beasts, the fierce sun snake, ate an extra blood charm flower tea. After arriving at the 5th black iron star, the other purple striped snake arrived at the 4th black iron star. I feel a little unreal. Looking at the 2 beasts in front of him that were obviously much stronger, Fatty Li suddenly said. At this stage, except for those students whose families are rich, it is impossible for the beast to reach the 4-star and 5-star level of black iron. But now he has not only reached it, but also has 2. Can I be so strong even if I'm a D-level person? Fat man, you're doing your old habits again. Yifan's voice rang from the side. Have you forgotten what I told you? There must be a pattern. Ow ow, pattern. Fatty Li nodded, thought for a moment, and then suddenly snorted coldly. Little black iron, so ridiculous. This scene stunned Yi Fan for a moment, and then he smiled helplessly. Yi Fan, look at me, do you have the demeanor of a strong man? Fatty Lee frowned and lowered his voice. Strong people don't have much style, but they have more middle-class style. Yi Fan said and stood up with his backpack on his back. Okay, let's find a safer place and put up the tent. Wait for me. Fatty Lee, who was still immersed in the performance, saw that Yi Fan had entered the jungle and quickly chased after him. Clang, clang, clang. Deep in the forest, there was the sound of hammering wooden piles. Fatty Lee was working on a tent, while Yi Fan got some mosquito-repellent grass and burned it into ash, spreading it around. After all, this is a forest, and mosquitoes are not ordinary mosquitoes. There are many of them, and they can be called beasts. Although their strength is only 1 star of black iron at most, a bite of such a mosquito will take at least 4 or 5 days to grow. Bag. Okay. At a certain moment, Fatty Lee put down the hammer in his hand, looked at the 2 square tents in front of him, and showed a proud smile. Yi Fan, look, how is my tent set up? Let me take a look. Yi Fan turned his head, saw Fatty's masterpiece, and nodded. Yes, Fatty, you are gradually getting better at surviving in the wild. The quality of this tent is really good. It's well worth the hundreds of dollars spent. It's stable and good looking, and it's easy to get in and out. Looking at the tent in front of him, as he was talking, Fatty Lee suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, where's the door to my tent? Not far away. Yi Fan, who had just praised the fat man, also raised his eyebrows. Looking at the tent in front of him, Yi Fan was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, you don't know how to install the side with the door directly above. Fatty Lee scratched his head, looked at Yi Fan's eyes, and was about to explain. Suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the jungle. Deng Chang, seeing the leader of the group, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold and his body sank instantly. This was a subconscious defensive posture. On the side, Fatty Lee also reacted quickly and immediately summoned his 2 beasts. Finally, let me find you. Deng Li's voice rang out in the crowd. The next moment, he came to the front of the crowd, glanced at Fatty's 2 beasts, and said jokingly, Black iron 4 stars, black iron 5 star, fat man, you got something good in the secret realm. Fatty Lee shrank his head and was about to curse something when Yi Fan's voice sounded from the side. Deng Li, you came to me, are you sure you can avenge your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately looked at Yi Fan. When he saw that the other person's eyes were still the same as last time, his eyes widened. Yi Fan, you should know why I came to you, right? Guess. Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth and said in a calm tone, if you want to fight, then fight. Last time you didn't take action and beat your cousin, I didn't enjoy it to the fullest. Arrogant. Hearing this, Deng Li cursed angrily. With a hand in his hand, a beast that looked like a hedgehog but was covered in golden armor appeared in front of him. Beast control. Dragon armor. The light rose again, and the golden armor shell of the golden armored beast was once again strengthened, and something like scales appeared. It was obvious that the defense power had increased by a large level. Dragon armor plus golden armor beast, this combination is suitable for a person like you who is afraid of death. Yi Fan replied without saying anything and whistled. Snap, snap, snap. In the jungle, the patrolling fire dog pushed aside the weeds and jumped to Yi Fan's side. Black iron 9 stars. Seeing the fire dog almost reaching Yi Fan's waist, everyone's hearts froze. How is that possible? Deng Li's expression turned ugly as he looked at the fire dog. A few days ago, your fire dog was only a 4-star black iron. Then you should say that a few days ago, my fire dog was only 1 black iron star. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. Why, the genius of Class B will be killed by my fire dog. Are you so scared that you run away? It's just the black iron 9 stars. What's so arrogant about it? Deng Li lowered his voice and looked at the people behind him. There are 15 people here. How can you stop them by yourself? Beast control. Ascension. When the light fell, the fire dog grew bigger again. Yi Fan took the lead and launched the attack 1 step ahead of Deng Li and the others. Fat man, do it. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed repeatedly, and the 2 venomous snakes instantly disappeared in the grass and headed towards the crowd. Clang. The fire dog raised its sharp claws and slapped the golden armored beasts, turtle shell, hard with one claw, making a dull sound. However, this blow did not seem to cause much damage to the golden armored beast. HMPH, my golden armored beast combined with the dragon armor will never be able to break through its defense if it is not a bronze level beast. Looking at this scene, Deng Li said coldly, but the next moment, his pupils shrank violently, got up. Yi Fan, how dare you? Before he finished speaking, a fist hit his chest hard, knocking Deng Li back 7 or 8 steps, staggering and falling to the ground. Who told you that I have to break the defense of your golden armored beast? Yi Fan's voice sounded, and in the crowd, Deng Li looked up in panic, and saw Yi Fan moving his fists with cold eyes. Today, I will teach you a lesson. The Beast Master can't only control beasts. Wang, the fire dog rushed into the crowd, and at the same time, Yi Fan's fists also followed. Using the beast, fight him with the beast. Besiege him, don't let him rush over. There's a snake. There's a snake. I was bitten by a snake. Fire dog. Stop the fire dog, he's going to bite me. Quote. In front of the crowd, the golden armored beast huddled in the turtle shell, heard the chaotic sounds from behind. He stretched his head out of the turtle shell, and looked at Yi Fan and the fire dog who rushed into the crowd and killed everyone. Once, it looked at its thick turtle shell suspiciously. This Yi Fan is like an adult beating a child. In the sky above, the female guardian looked at Yi Fan, who stands out among the crowd, and shook her head. This is the first time I see a beast fighting with fists. Master, you used to practice martial arts since you were a child, preparing to become a martial artist or a beast hunter. Quote. You haven't seen the real situation. The male guardian immediately shook his head, fixed his eyes on Yi Fan, and took a long breath. I said before that his companion was more accomplished in the breathing method. Unexpectedly, this Yi Fan's his attainments in breathing techniques are far superior to those of his companions. He is not practicing martial arts, but because of his breathing skills, his physique is much higher than that of his peers. Breathing technique. Upon hearing this, the female guardian was a little surprised. How long has it been since he learned the breathing technique? How could it be because the breathing technique has such a strong physique? That black iron 4-star rattle wolf can't withstand a few punches from him. It's conceivable that if his breathing method is ordinary, it will at least be above the 2nd level. The male guardian shook his head. It's not an ordinary breathing method. There should be a strong person in his family who taught him the rare breathing method and has been practicing it for a long time. Quote. Is there a strong person in Pingcheng? Of course, it's just that most of them have retired from the front line and are retiring at home to take care of themselves. The male guardian spoke slowly, with a deep look in his eyes. The surname is Yi, and he is still in Pingcheng. Could it be that he is? Didn't that person have no descendants? Upon hearing this, the female guardian quickly lowered her voice. Don't talk too much about that person. He is very taboo about what others say behind his back. Whether it is or not, you need to pay more attention to this Yi Fan. The male guardian shook his head. If it is as I suspected, no wonder this Yi Fan is so strong now. Where are those students? Do you want to take care of them? The female guardian spoke again, seeming a little worried. Don't cause any loss of life. That kid has different intentions. If he really wants to do it, Deng Li will probably be seriously injured by his first punch. The male guardian said something, thought for a moment, and added, those who were the person bitten by the snake may need to be rescued. This Yi Fan asked him to do it just because he wanted to do it. He just let the snake bite people, and his deep breathing skills were in vain. Quote. The jungle was already wailing at this moment. Those who were bitten by snakes, those who were beaten by mark, and those who were bitten by fire dogs had some scars on their bodies. The overwhelming battle was doomed when Yi Fan crossed the golden armored beast. They came to trouble Yi Fan. They were confident that Yi Fan could not break the defense of the golden armored beast with the blessing of dragon armor. They blocked it from the front and a group of people swarmed up. But who knew that Yi Fan didn't play according to the routine and couldn't break the defense of the golden armored beast, so he just hit people. The golden armored beasts were too slow to help them defend themselves. A fire dog with 9 black iron stars and a 4-star black iron Yi Fan were like wolves in a flock of sheep, a group of children who had never experienced close combat. I have never seen such a fight before. Everyone was beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and they were begging for mercy. Didn't you just clamor to teach me a lesson? Why am I mute now? Yi Fan walked among the crowd, walking leisurely. Soon, he came to Dang Li at the end of the team. At this moment, Dang Li was stunned. He was sitting on the ground panting. He was punched, attacked by dogs and bitten by snakes. Those present, he should be the worst. He thought about many endings, and also thought about the possibility of accidents, but he never thought that there would be such a surprise. Don't beast masters rely on beast control to duel? Can you just come here with your fists? Yi Fan, don't go too far. Looking at Yi Fan with a hint of joking in the corner of his mouth in front of him, Dang Li still said stubbornly, as a beast master, do you think it's glorious for you to win like this? You found 15 people to cause trouble for the two of us. You asked me if I won the glory. Yi Fan was amused by these words, squatted down, looked directly at Dang Li and said, it doesn't matter if I tell you, don't you think I don't know what you want to do? If I want to kill you, I can kill you at any time. You dare, Dang Li said, you know what's behind my back. The words quickly fell silent, but Yi Fan raised the corners of his mouth, came to Dang Li's ear, and lowered his voice, I know, but you, dare to say it. As soon as these words came out, Dang Li's pupils suddenly shrank violently, and he looked at Yi Fan, his eyes full of turbulent fear. He really knows. Things that cannot be seen in the light will never be seen in the light. Yi Fan snorted coldly, without saying anything more. He clapped his hands and turned around, okay, you can get out. As soon as the words fell, a group of people rolled and crawled away. Dang Li stayed in place for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stood up, and limped away. Yi Fan, just let them go. On the side, Fatty Li looked at the group of students who ran away and said worriedly, what if they find someone again? Small shrimp, big fish. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little confused, what is it? It's just fishing, it's a very simple truth. Yi Fan replied and clapped his hands, okay, it's useless for you to know these things. If you ask me these things, why not ask yourself, where will you sleep tonight? We still have a while, how about we jump in on the seesaw at night? Harmful. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head in embarrassment, I'll go reset it right away. As he said that, Fatty Li turned around and swung his arms, obviously preparing for a big fight. Behind him, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li's back, his eyes condensed, thinking about something. He must have let Dang Li go on purpose. After all, without this little shrimp as bait, how could he know who the big fish was behind him? There is a certain danger in such an action, but that's it. Pan Zhao will basically protect them every day and follow them wherever they go. The combat power of this 9-star Golden Devil mentor is still there. At this time, the fishing rod has been set up and the bait has been thrown out, waiting for the fish behind to take the bait. I just don't know how big the fish behind it can be. Thinking of something, Yi Fan's eyes were slightly cold, I hope there are no old acquaintances. He who is bitten by a snake, come out with me. As Yi Fan expected, Dang Cheng and others did not run very far before the guardian appeared, but there was only one, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. One of the snakes that bit you was a purple-striped snake. It is very poisonous and can kill bronze-level beasts. The guardian said coldly, with a cold tone, you think your body is stronger than the bronze-level beasts and can resist live in this snake venom. Lord Guardian, help me. After hearing this, everyone couldn't keep calm. At this moment, the toxicity was a bit intense, and some people's faces turned purple. The guardian didn't say much, he just counted the people one by one. When Dang Li was called, the other party suddenly asked, taking us out, does that mean that our qualification for the secret realm this time has been cancelled? Of course. The guardian nodded. Hearing this, Dang Li's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Although they were looking for Mark this day, they also got a lot of good things. Obviously, if they could stay in the secret realm for 5 days, they would get a lot of good things, benefit. If you go out at this time, you will definitely be thrown away a lot. Yi Fan. Dang Li lowered his voice. There was a touch of fear deep in his eyes, and at the same time, hatred also emerged. This Mark, he must die. Lord Guardian, we were bitten by Yi Fan and Li Yu. Where are they? Dang Cheng cursed on the side, they injured their classmates and dealt with them so harshly. Shouldn't they be punished? Before you came in, didn't your teacher tell you that duels with beasts are allowed? Hearing this, the guardian, who was already displeased with this group of people, immediately snorted coldly and looked at Deng Chang, feeling a huge power oppressing him. Or do you think that I am blind and cannot see what you are doing in the forest? Yi Fan, are you up? Early the next morning, Fatty Li climbed out of the tent and stretched. Just as he said this, he saw Yi Fan punching with a weird posture. Read. What kind of boxing technique is this? Fatty Li was a little curious. Health-preserving boxing. Yi Fan punched the last one, closed his fist, and exhaled a long breath. Then, he looked at Fatty Li with a smile. What, Fatty, do you want to learn it? I won't learn health-preserving boxing techniques. Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly and took out a lot of dry food from the tent. Life is short, so live a happy life. Yi Fan heard this and shook his head with a smile. It doesn't matter if Fatty Li doesn't learn this Vientiane technique. Originally, it was only suitable for people with a calm mind. The effect can only be seen after years and months. It doesn't fit well with Fatty. Yi Fan, where are we going today? While eating, the fat man said vaguely, is it still the same as yesterday, looking for good things everywhere? It's almost the same, but today I plan to be a little more aggressive. Yi Fan said, Bronze level Beast Master, are you interested? Ching, bronze level. Hearing this, Fatty Li choked, and then quickly said, those who are bronze level Beast Masters have already understood the skills of beast control. Our Beast Masters are still in Black Iron, hunting across realms. Isn't it a bit too risky? With risks come rewards. Bronze level beasts only have one skill. As long as you are familiar with its skills, that's it. Yi Fan replied, seemingly confident, and there are not many bronze level beasts we have to deal with today. Strong, but obvious weaknesses. That's no problem. Fatty Li didn't hesitate for long. After all, when he first entered the beast-taming forest and there were taming beasts, he and Yi Fan went across 3 stars to hunt wild taming beasts. Now he has 2 taming beasts. Yi Fan's beast control also came to the Black Iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze beast should not be a big problem, right? What are those 2 boys planning to do? Are they going to the territory of bronze-level beast masters? In the sky, Yi Fan and his 2 men had just packed up their tents and were about to leave, when the female guardian noticed them. Let them go, young man, it's not bad to be a little aggressive. We just need to pay attention. When the female guardian heard this, she smiled and shook her head. Yesterday they defeated a total of 11 students, 8 of whom were from the excellence class. Li Shang will probably be dissatisfied when they go out, right? Their current teacher is Pan Zhao. That barbarian has such a violent temper. Li Shang dares to say anything unless Zhang Hong stands up for him. The male guardian shook his head. When it came to the teacher, he seemed a little interested and looked at the female guardian. The reporter said, by the way, what is the grudge between Zhang Hong and Pan Zhao? Why are they fighting back and forth when we come to Pingcheng? More than 10 years have passed, and they are still fighting back and forth. It seems to be because of a girl they used to study in. When talking about this topic, the female guardian also became interested, leaned over and said, they were both famous geniuses in Pingcheng back then. It is said that they were like brothers, and they went there at the same time. I went to university in Beihai, and it is said that both of them fell in love with a girl there, but they were both good brothers, so it was impossible for them to turn against each other because of a girl, and they agreed to a fair fight. Later, the girl seemed to be partial to Pan Zhao. Quote, later, it was said that there was an academy mission, and Zhang Hong happened to be assigned to go on a mission with the girl. However, it was a very ordinary mission, and most of the group was killed and injured. Only a few people survived. The girl also died in the secret realm. Pan Zhao I went to investigate and seemed to have found something. When I confronted Zhang Hong, he never said anything, so there was a gap. Later, they gradually turned against each other, and it was the same until Pingcheng. Quote, did Zhang Hong kill that girl? Hearing this, the male guardian didn't believe it. Zhang Hong was a little stingy, but he became famous as a young man and has his own strong character, so he wouldn't act like this. I don't know the specific things. Some people say that a beast wave broke out in the secret realm. Some people say that people from the cult assassinated the top students in the college. Others said that it was Zhang Hong who did it. In fact, only the two of them were able to do it. I know. The female guardian shook her head. That's it anyway. The two of them have been rivals for many years. In the past few years, they were evenly matched. It wasn't until last year that Pan Zhao got the trump card in Qiu's hand and suddenly raised 1 star. This was the first time. Won Zhang Hong in the teacher competition. Then there may be more fun to watch in the future. The male guardian spoke, as if he had thought of something. That boy from the Ji family is now Zhang Hong's student, an A-level class that has been rare in decades, and Pan Zhao has appeared here again. This Yi Fan seems to be the heir of a big family. In the 3 years of high school, these two people and their two teachers may not be able to avoid fighting. Quote, there will always be a winner. The female guardian sighed helplessly. I just hope that these two little guys don't have hatred between them because of the teacher's hatred. They are both from Pingcheng. It's best for everyone to help each other. Good. I don't think it's okay. As long as you don't kill people, it's considered healthy competition. The male guardian said, seeming not to care. Then Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong retreated to a small city like Pingcheng. Now looking at the entire Beastmaster world, their colleagues, the age of the Beastmaster is also quite good. Maybe there is such a reason. Quote, they are all trying to bite each other to death. Before they bite each other to death completely, this is a terrible motivation. Yi Fan, are we here yet? Walking in the forest, feeling the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Fatty Li lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to deal with? I feel like it's so depressing here. Be sure to deal with it. Yi Fan said, suddenly stopping. Ahead, a raised tree root blocked the way, and the dense jungle suddenly became regular, as if it had been pruned. It's right here. Looking at this familiar scene, Yi Fan said softly, then picked up a stone on the ground, pointed it at the root of the tree, and threw it away. Snap. This scene made Fatty Li feel a little weird. He looked at Yi Fan and opened his mouth. Yi Fan, this is not the case. Roar. Before the sound could be heard, a giant beast that was 3 meters tall rushed out from behind the roots of the tree. Its roar swept across and instantly caused the surrounding weeds to fall down. Bronze 3-star, short-legged violent lizard. Seeing the imperial beast rushing out, Fatty Li immediately felt like he was dead and looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, is this what you said about not being strong? I'm not strong, at least, I don't have a strong IQ. Yi Fan replied, the corners of his mouth raised, and then turned around. Now, fat man, run. When the voice fell, Yi Fan was already taking steps. Fatty Li was the one who wished he had 8 legs and could take steps forward. Boom, boom. In the depths of the beast-controlling forest, just like this, a short-legged violent lizard chased 2 people. Along the way, the two used the terrain to dodge. The short-legged violent lizard fully displayed the destructive power brought by its size. When they encountered the obstacle is directly destroyed. Yi Fan, how on earth are you going to deal with this short-legged lizard? After almost being bitten by the short-legged lizard, Fatty Li used his strength to speed up again, and at the same time, he shouted to Yi Fan, if I keep running like this, I'm going to be killed by it. Don't worry. Yi Fan's voice came. He was gasping for breath after running fast for a long time. Then, he bent down and picked up a big stone. Suddenly he braked hard and threw the big stone towards the rainforest ahead. Roar. Another roar came, and the next moment, a silverback gorilla opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the rainforest. Another one. Fatty's eyes were about to pop out at this moment. Yi Fan, what on earth are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan grabbed the fat man and threw him backwards. The two of them rolled back into the ditch next to him. Shish. Looking at the fat man's horrified eyes, Yi Fan made a silent gesture, and then stretched out his finger. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Before he could say a word, the sound of 2 giant beasts colliding was heard from behind, followed by a roar. It's done. Hearing this voice, Yi Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. Looking at Fatty Li who was in shock across from him, Yi Fan showed a smile on his face. You can stick your head out and take a look. Fatty Li carefully stretched his head out of the ditch. At this moment, the short-legged Tyrannosaurus and the silverback gorilla were already wrestling with each other. It looked like the other person was the enemy who killed his father. The two of them just got into it, and they didn't even realize that you were the one provoking them. This is what I call the weakness of the short-legged Tyrannosaurus. It's too stupid. Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth. As for the silverback gorillas, they have a strong sense of territory. They are not friendly if their territory is close to them. The short-legged Tyrannosaurus is too stupid. He also rushed straight into its territory. It would be strange if they didn't fight like this. So, we are just waiting for them to lose both sides. Fatty Lee seemed to have come to his senses and asked quickly. If they can't produce results, at most one of them will be injured and they will retreat. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if they are injured, it will be difficult for a bronze 3-star elite to deal with it. So our target is not them? Fatty Lee asked. Of course not. Yi Fan smiled, then patted the soil on the ground and stood up. Now, let's go to the lair of the short-legged lizard. Take the tiger away from the mountain. Steal its home. Mark, you are really so brave. In the short-legged violent lizard's lair, watching Yi Fan reach up to get the golden fruit on the rock wall next to him, Fatty Lee sighed and asked curiously. What on earth is that? Is it worth taking such a big risk? It's worth it, and it's very worth it. Yi Fan nodded, and carefully put all 4 fruits into his arms. This fruit is called the inferior fruit, which can improve the beast-controlling bloodline of inferior bloodline, and even promote it to the highest level. Elite bloodline beast masters can quickly increase their strength level by eating it. The short-legged violent lizard was originally just an ordinary low-grade reptile lizard. It was because of the existence of this bad fruit that it gradually became the elite-grade bronze beast it is today. We are still early. In a year or two, this short-legged violent lizard will probably become a silver-level beast. Such a precious fruit. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was shocked and his eyes widened. This must have a spiritual level, right? The best of the ordinary levels are not yet at the spiritual level. Yi Fan shook his head. It is mainly for low-level fruits. To say they are precious is only for students like us with a low starting point. After saying that, Yi Fan put away the last mutated fruit, looked at the vines on the rock wall and a few unripe fruits, hesitant, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he still gritted his teeth. Remove, wait until the next time you come, and come back to get this vine. With that said, Yi Fan quickly retreated outwards, and Fatty Lee followed closely. Not long after the two of them exited, the short-legged lizard returned and entered the lair covered in injuries. Apparently, it had not fought a silverback gorilla. Roar! When he discovered that the mutated fruit he was guarding had disappeared, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire outer reaches of the secret forest. Fortunately, we ran fast. If we wait a few minutes, we will probably be caught. Fatty Lee looked back at the jungle in the distance and exhaled a long breath, but then he became a little excited. Bad, the result is here, let me take a look at it soon. Here it is. Yi Fan also smiled at this moment and opened his backpack. There were 6 golden fruits in total. It smells delicious. Fatty Lee sniffed it, and suddenly his stomach growled. Then, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Can people eat this fruit? It's better not to eat food for beasts. Yi Fan replied. Split the fruit into 2. Fat man, here are 3 of yours, take them. It's best to give them to a beast first, so if so, the chances of being promoted to elite level will be higher. Fatty Lee hesitated. He knew how precious the fruit in front of him was, but he still looked at Yi Fan and said, I didn't contribute much, so you can give it to the fire dog first. After all, it is the main force. It would be better to improve it first. No, 3 fruits are enough. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, and then added, don't use the fruits blindly, it is best to think about a future direction for your beast control. For example, your sun snake, as I said before, is mainly responsible for defense. You should give it more related spiritual grass and spiritual fruits that increase weight and make it bigger. In this case, after you use the inferior fruit, the improvement of its bloodline will also go in this direction. The improvement of the bloodline of the beast master is selective. Generally, it will be improved towards the aspect of its own advantages. You can understand it as a kind of evolution. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded and put away the fruit, his expression still filled with excitement that he couldn't hide. The improvement of the bloodline of a low-grade beast-controlling beast is substantial. Whether it is potential or performance in all aspects, there will be a qualitative change. On the side, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee's performance with a smile in his eyes, and also looked at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his rise that year. By chance, he discovered the conflict between the short-legged Tyrannosaurus and the silverback gorilla, and got the bad results. For an elite-level beast master, the improvement is either big or small, but sometimes, just such an improvement will open a door for you. The door to the strong. I think so too. At the same time, Fatty Lee also made a voice and scratched his head. I suddenly remembered that my dad was still telling me when he sent me here at the beginning of school a few days ago, if I can't continue reading, I should go back and learn how to kill from him. Pigs can also be used as craftsmen. Uncle Lee's words are really too honest. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed dumbly and shook his head. My dad didn't say anything when he sent me here. He just said that I should study hard. I'm trying to get into a good university, but my mother cried and told me a lot of things on the phone. As he said that, Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and the voices of his parents appeared in his mind. Their family was just an ordinary family. They opened an ordinary restaurant and lived conscientiously for many years. If it hadn't been for the beast that happened later. If they are trendy, they must have been able to live a very good life by being at the top of their previous lives. Thinking of this, Yi Fan exhaled with a sigh, and a smile appeared on his face. It's so good, I'm back to when they were still there. When the secret realm is over, let's go home and have a look. Thinking of something, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee beside him. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. If my father knew that I could control two beasts at the same time after more than 10 days of school, he would probably have to burn incense for me. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and said, then you have to ask Uncle Lee to prepare more incense. In the future, there may not necessarily be a lot to burn. Brother Zhang, look at Yi Fan, he is simply indifferent. In the office, the resentful Li Shang came to Zhang Hong just as the guardian said. He and Li Yu sent out 8 people from our class, and only 32 people entered the excellence class. Deng Li was also sent out by him. Isn't this going to ruin the future of the students in our class? How big is the secret realm? If he makes a fuss, the performance of the rest of our class will be much worse. I think Pan Zhao must give an explanation. What does it mean that he didn't even say sorry for such a big loss? With Yi Fan, he can ignore the future of other students. In his seat, Zhang Hong listened to Li Zhang's complaints, but his expression was a little unhappy. I heard about Deng Li. The answer given by the guardian was that they gathered a crowd to actively provoke Yi Fan, and 15 people were held down by 2 others, beat. What's there to say about taking the initiative to provoke others but still being inferior to others in terms of skills? Brother Zhang. After hearing this, Li Zhang's expression froze, and then his tone suddenly softened. Brother Zhang, aren't I also worried that Mark will become lawless if he continues like this? Just make him lawless. Zhang Hong shook his head. The D-level beast control talent is there, I don't believe he can achieve much. If you want to become a dragon, unless you have the blood of a dragon, a 4-legged snake wants to reach the sky. It's just a wishful thinking. But I heard that Yi Fan's fire dog has reached the black iron 9 stars. Li Shang replied, and said with some worry, this time in the secret realm, maybe I can directly enter the bronze. What about bronze? Faster for a moment may not be faster for a lifetime. I just spent money to buy some spiritual fruits. Zhang Hong still shook his head. Jijia will be back on the 1st of next month. With his family background, he will also be bronze level by then. No matter how powerful Yi Fan is, he can suppress the A-level, D-level and A-level that Pingcheng has not produced for decades. You and I both know. Don't forget, this kind of faint secret realm is just a benefit for some colleges. What is really important is the secret realm for freshmen in 3 months. 3 months is not enough time for those Deng Li and others in your class to catch up. These 2 questions made Li Shang a little silent. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Zhang still has a plan, it's just me who's impatient. Don't always think about suppressing Pan Zhao on such trivial matters. Zhang Hong shook his head, and then a deep look appeared in his eyes. I am too familiar with him. I have to suppress him and convince him. At night, Yi Fan entered the tent and quietly entered his beast-controlling space. Read M. After transplanting some of the obtained herbal rhizomes into the ground, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog wagging his tail and took out the bad fruit, his eyes a little thoughtful. After successfully obtaining the inferior fruit, he could start to let the fire dog move towards a more advanced bloodline. Before that, He had also made sufficient preparations to feed the fire dog the fire fruit, laying the foundation to ensure that the fire dog evolution can't go wrong. Fire dog, come here. Waving to fire dog, Yi Fan placed the degenerate fruit in front of fire dog. The moment they saw the bad fruit, the fire dog's eyes straightened. Obviously, this fruit that improves bloodline has a natural attraction for them. Wong, Wong. The fire dog made an excited voice, and then, it seemed to be anxiously circling around the mutated fruit, but it never started to bite. It is waiting for Yi Fan's permission. There was a smile in Yi Fan's eyes. He squatted down and patted the fire dog on the head. Eat, it's time for us to become stronger. Wong. Fire dog responded with a voice and quickly ate the 3 mutated fruits in front of him. After eating the 3rd pill, fire dog's body suddenly lit up with light, covering it with light and enveloping fire dog. This is the light of evolution, which means that the fire dog's bloodline is about to be improved by leaps and bounds. On the side, Yi Fan saw this scene, nodded, sat down cross-legged, and started the method of becoming a saint. The improvement of the saint method is also huge. Yi Fan's skills are not weak. Coupled with his strong physique, ordinary black iron 4 or 5 stars cannot block a few of his punches. Naturally, the magical effects of the saint method are not limited to these. When the state of the breathing method becomes higher and higher, his physique will break through a bottleneck. At that time, he can use some magical means. The Beastmaster himself should never be the breakthrough point. Call. After a swallow, Yi Fan slowly exhaled and raised his eyes again. The light on the fire dog had slowly faded away. After waiting for some time, the fire dog's new look appeared. It suddenly grew a lot bigger and came to Yi Fan's chest. The hair on his body turned a slightly dull red. There was a flame mark on his forehead. Between his feet, then some floating flames appeared. Hell dog. Looking at the fire dog's new appearance, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. It is indeed a Cerberus, one of the very few elite beasts that can control fire. Wong. The hell dog made a sound, and came to Mark's face happily, sticking out its tongue to lick Mark's palm. This is a sign of friendship from the canine beast, which has just become a hellhound and is leaving its new scent behind. You are great. Yi Fan touched the Cerberus's forehead and felt a comfortable warmth. I have to give you a name, otherwise if you evolve again in the future, I will have to change my mind again. With a smile on his face, Yi Fan looked at the hell dog in front of him, thought for a few seconds, and then said, you started from since the fire dog evolved, let's call you Xiao Huo. Quote. Wong. Cerberus replied, rubbing Mark's palm. Then I'll call you Xiao Huo. Yi Fan nodded and stood up. Come on, show off your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Wong. Hearing Yi Fan's question, Cerberus showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. He seemed to think for a while before tentatively opening his mouth. Ouch. The sound rang out and quickly subsided, and a flame appeared in the hell dog's open mouth, but it did not last and suddenly turned into black smoke. It's okay. You're a black iron now. It's normal that you can't use flames. Yi Fan touched the Cerberus's head. When you reach the bronze level, you should be able to awaken the first skill to use flames. Once you awaken the skills, you can control them. The fire will be much easier. Wong. The hell dog barked and rubbed its head against Mark again. From now on, when you are in the beast controlling space, you can eat the fire fruit by yourself when it matures. Yi Fan spoke with a smile on his face, that thing is specially grown for you. It can enhance your ability to control fire. Others don't move around. I will wait for a while to select the appropriate amount for you. Wong. After hearing this, the hell dog looked at the patch of spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, trotted all the way to the spiritual plant of the fire fruit, and nodded towards Yi Fan. That means asking Yi Fan, is this the thing? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, and the Cerberus grinned and jumped up and down happily. This little fire. When Yi Fan saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. I have to say that as a beast master, I feel very gratified when I see the beast master happy. How to describe this feeling? It's probably the same as when your dad bought you candy when you were a kid and saw your little fleshy hand holding up a $2 lollipop and smiling happily. It's the same feeling in your heart. Yi Fan, you fire dog, have you grown so big? In the morning, as soon as he came out of the tent, Fatty Lee looked at the hellhound as high as Yi Fan's chest and exclaimed in surprise. It's a hell dog now. I gave it a name, Xiao Huo. Yi Fan replied with a smile, glanced at Fatty Li, and said, Fatty, what's wrong with your beast? Give the bad fruit to that one. The beast ate it. Give it to the sun snake. Fatty Li replied, patting his head, by the way, Yi Fan, please help me find out what my sun snake should be called now. With that said, Fatty Li summoned the burning sun snake. At this moment, the burning sun snake also changed its appearance. It was at least a lot bigger, and the color of its body became black, with some yellow cauliflower-like patterns. Black flame snake. Seeing the snake, Yi Fan nodded, this evolution is good. It maintains the characteristics of the sun snake. Although it is much less toxic, the upper limit of the size has been opened, but it grows to a very large size, which is comparable to other python-like beasts of the same level. Black flame snake. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head. I thought the sun snake's evolution direction was the python. Most of the evolutionary directions of sun snakes are not to evolve towards pythons. Yi Fan shook his head. It's not that the snake will become a python, or the python will become a dragon. Fatty Li said weakly. I know you want to say that a dragon transforms into a dragon, and you need to have that kind of blood. Yi Fan replied, explaining, the blood source of a beast is quite complicated, and the examples you mentioned are not without them, such as those ancient times. As the descendants of the relic evolve and divide from generation to generation, it is also possible that a very special kind of snake-like beast will appear. It is weak at first and has the blood of the dragon relic. If the environment is suitable, it can evolve or even evolve into a dragon. Quote. But that kind of beast must be different from other beasts. Even if it is the same beast, there will be obvious differences. What's the difference? Hearing this, Fatty Li became interested. Does it have horns on its head or a strange tail? Your kind has already shown the characteristics of the bloodline of the relic. Yi Fan shook his head. The dragon relic has a very obvious feature, the dragon pupil. Dragon eyes. It's just that the eyes are very big, and the kernels occupy a large part of them. When the eyes turn, golden light will flow inadvertently. Yi Fan explained, there are many dragon species, and not all of them can become very strong. You don't need to care so much. Quote. The eyes are very big, and the eyes take up a large part. Fatty Li obviously didn't listen to this sentence. He only listened to the first half of the sentence and read one sentence. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Fan with some emotion. He asked doubtfully, Yi Fan, can humans have the blood of dragon relics? Yes, Yi Fan replied, but that kind of person usually has the first-generation beast master who killed the dragon relics in his ancestors. Can you have this bloodline by killing dragon relics? Don't worry, dragon blood is highly poisonous. Only those who bathe in the dragon's blood and survive will have this characteristic and inherit it. Yi Fan said casually, now I have heard that only 2 families have this kind of blood, and they will inherit it. Due to the inheritance of blood, there are fewer and fewer people with dragon eyes. Quote. That's it. Hearing this, Fatty Li pondered, and then looked at Yi Fan and whispered, well, one time during the vacation after graduating from junior high school, your cousin came to play with you, didn't he? The pupils seem to be the dragon pupils you mentioned. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.